Hello guys, welcome to Fictional Vortex. So in this video, we will see the what if Naruto was fall in love with Moon Goddess. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's dive into the story. Chapter 1. Moonlight Overture. Naruto stood at the edge of a ruined clearing, the night air thick with anticipation. Broken tree limbs and scorched patches of earth bore testimony to the recent clash. The elite recon squad behind him stayed tense, though there was no doubt in anyone's mind who the true threat on this battlefield was. It wasn't the scattered rogue shinobi cowering on the far side of the clearing, nor the Strauss summon that towered 10 times a man's height at the center. It was the figure in orange and black, tall and poised, his golden hair shining even under the moon's pale glow. It was Naruto Uzumaki. He had been recognized for his power for years now, and the weight of that reputation seemed to press down on friend and foe alike. Some whispered he was a legend incarnate, while others simply shuddered at the memory of the times he'd changed the fate of nations. Tonight, he didn't need words. His presence spoke for him. A swirl of dust curled around Naruto's ankles as he surveyed the chaos with narrowed eyes. His posture, hands loose but ready by his sides, was the only warning the enemies had. The tension hung in the air like a taut wire, primed to snap at the slightest shift. A low growl echoed across the battlefield. The monstrous summon, a skeletal behemoth with black horns and glowing red eyes, lumbered forward, each footstep leaving a crater in its wake. Its master, a rogue shinobi dressed in ragged armor, clutched a scroll in trembling hands. The man's eyes were wild, desperation etched into every line on his face. He had planned an ambush for the Konoha recon team, but with Naruto among them, his chances of victory had dwindled to nearly zero. Naruto flexed his fingers, feeling the steady churn of power deep in his core. Despite the monstrous threat, his heartbeat remained calm. Around him, the shinobi of his squad looked ready to act, but they also knew better than to rush in. They trusted Naruto implicitly, understanding that his strategic mind was as formidable as his raw strength. No one dared question him. They simply waited. The massive creature roared, black saliva dripping from its skeletal jaws. Its master shouted something incoherent, either some attempt at a spell or a final, defiant curse. Without missing a beat, Naruto vanished. One moment he stood at the clearing's edge, the next he was a flicker of motion cutting through the moonlit darkness. The monstrous summon never had a chance to react. In a flash, Naruto reappeared beneath the creature's chin, fist drawn back. The swirl of chakra around his arm was bright, a visible distortion in the air. He drove his punch straight into the behemoth's skull with a deafening crack. Shockwaves rippled outward, toppling any smaller trees still standing. The giant roared in pain, black energy spewing from the fissures in its bony head. Naruto exhaled evenly, the faintest look of concentration in his eyes. Then the creature exploded in a burst of crackling energy, its summoner shrieking as he lost control. The blast sent shards of bone and corrupt chakra swirling, only to dissipate around Naruto as if repelled by an invisible shield. He stood there, unaffected, and stared down the rogue shinobi, who was now stumbling back in abject horror. Naruto's calm gaze held the man's wide-eyed stare. "You're done," he said, his voice neither loud nor menacing. Yet it resonated with an undeniable authority. Desperate, the rogue hurled the scroll forward. A plume of dark smoke erupted, revealing a volley of kunai laced with explosive tags. They fanned out toward Naruto in a deadly arc. The Konoha shinobi behind him tensed, some half preparing to counter, but Naruto merely raised a hand. With a flick of his wrist, a swirl of swirling wind chakra battered the incoming kunai. They spun off course, each lodging harmlessly into the ground, the explosive tags sizzling uselessly. By now, the rogue shinobi was on his knees, face contorted in dread. Naruto walked toward him, each step measured, unwavering. The hush that fell over the clearing was absolute. No one dared speak as he knelt down, meeting the enemy's gaze. For an instant, they saw something in those blue eyes: compassion, empathy, or perhaps disappointment, before Naruto quietly laid 2 fingers to the man's forehead and unleashed a precise pulse of chakra. The rogue collapsed, unconscious, the fight over. Exhaling softly, Naruto stood and turned to his team. The group parted, letting him pass. No words were needed. He had handled it with effortless grace. He glanced back only once to ensure the man was still breathing. As unstoppable as he was, Naruto never took pleasure in needless violence. He wanted the threat neutralized, not obliterated. Still, in a world that threatened to tear itself apart, sometimes unstoppable force was the clearest solution. Within minutes, the squad had secured the rogue in chakra-suppressing restraints. The rest of the battlefield lay quiet. The moon hung overhead, casting pale silver across shattered trees and scorched earth. It was only then that Naruto noticed how still the night was, how each subtle breeze rustled leaves in a ghostly hush. A Konoha sensor nin approached, bowing slightly. "Captain Naruto," she said, voice quivering with a mix of respect and lingering adrenaline, "the perimeter is secure. No further hostiles detected." Naruto nodded. "Good work. Let's wrap up and move out." Her cheeks reddened slightly, and she dipped her head again before retreating. Naruto didn't think much of it. People had always reacted that way around him, even more so since he'd become Rico. Gnized is one of the greatest shinobi of his time. For him, that aura of fame was simply part of day-to-day life now. He neither reveled in it nor resented it. It simply was. A tall figure approached Shikamaru, the ever-strategic mind who had served alongside Naruto many times. He crossed his arms, scanning the wreckage. "You could have ended that in fewer moves," he mused, "but you let him see that he never stood a chance." Naruto shrugged lightly. "Fear can be more efficient than brute force sometimes. Better he surrender than force us to keep fighting." Shikamaru smirked. "Still the same Naruto, but with a knack for avoiding any wasted effort. You've changed, yet you haven't." His tone carried an undercurrent of relief, almost admiration. "So, what now?" "We'll get him back to the village," Naruto replied. "He may have intel on the group that's been stirring up trouble near our borders. Even if it's nothing, I'd rather confirm for sure." Shikamaru gave a thoughtful nod. "Troublesome, but you're right. We should lock down the area, gather evidence." He looked at the unconscious rogue. "He's lucky you were in a merciful mood." Naruto didn't respond verbally, but his expression softened. Then he pivoted, noticing that the rest of the team had formed a perimeter to process the captured shinobi and gather any leftover scrolls or documents. Satisfied that everyone was safe, Naruto took a short, solitary walk to the edge of the clearing. He needed a moment to breathe. The night was crisp, cool air sliding over his skin as he gazed at the moon. He'd always felt drawn to that radiant sphere in the sky, though he never quite understood why. Tonight, it looked especially bright, almost pulsating with a hidden glow. He couldn't shake the sense that something was watching him from that distance. Something ancient and powerful. A faint breeze ruffled his hair. He closed his eyes, feeling an odd, ethereal connection prickle along the nape of his neck. But it vanished as quickly as it came. Pushing aside the sense of unease, he turned back to ensure his squad was on track. If something was amiss, he'd find out soon enough. "Team, we head out in 5, he called, voice projecting across the clearing. The nods and murmurs of acknowledgement followed. In the flicker of lanterns and jutsu-induced light, they quickly wrapped the scene. Another mission concluded, another threat silenced. By the time they set off under the canopy of tall evergreens, Naruto's thoughts lingered on that haunting sensation beneath the moonlight. He wasn't afraid. Fear was something he had learned to overcome long ago, but he felt a tug. An invitation he couldn't name. Like a half-remembered dream waiting just beyond reach. They returned to the village just before dawn. Slipping through the gates, Naruto gave concise instructions on where to deliver the rogue shinobi for questioning. Shikamaru and a few others would handle the paperwork. The rest of the squad dispersed, some to well-earned rest. Others to meet their families or take on new assignments. Naruto found himself alone on a quiet street lit by the first blush of sunrise. The sky was a watercolor of pink and gold, the village slowly waking around him. He had a feeling he wouldn't sleep even if he tried. That moonlit moment still hovered in his mind. "Captain Naruto," a new voice called from behind. He turned to see a young kunoichi striding quickly toward him. She wore the standard-issue flak jacket, but her headband was from a different village Suna's insignia. Her red hair was tied into a neat ponytail, and her amber eyes sparkled with both curiosity and determination. "You're with the Suna envoy, right?" Naruto asked, searching his memory. "Matsuri, was it? She bowed slightly. Yes, sir. Arrived with the delegation to discuss the new security treaty. I was hoping to speak with you, if you have a moment. Naruto shrugged, motioning for her to walk alongside him. She fell in step, every so often glancing his way as if trying to muster the courage to say what she wanted. Naruto kept his expression neutral but encouraging. He recognized the spark in her eyes. Whether it was hero worship, professional interest, or something else. He'd seen it 1,000 times. I heard about your mission last night, Matsuri began, voice subdued. You took down a rogue summoner and it was a team effort, Naruto interjected gently. I just happened to finish it. She smiled, a mixture of awe and amusement. Right. Well, still, your skill is legendary. Suna's been working closely with Konoha for years, but every time I meet someone here, they have a story about you that sounds impossible. Naruto laughed, a short, genuine sound. I've had some crazy battles, that's for sure. But impossible, nah, just me doing my job. They strolled past the training grounds, the tall wooden posts casting long shadows across the dirt. Naruto remembered countless hours spent here in his youth, training relentlessly. The memory made him grin. Matsuri continued, gathering her courage. Our delegation will be here for the week. I was wondering if maybe, if you have time, you could show me a bit of your training methods. Or give me some tips on how you channel wind chakra so effectively. Naruto paused, turning to face her. He saw genuine enthusiasm in her eyes, a hunger to learn. He appreciated that in a fellow shinobi. Sure, he said, I can show you a few things. Wind chakra can be tricky at first, but once you get the feel, it's all about refining your control. Her face lit up, an unguarded burst of excitement. Thank you. That would be amazing. Quote. A comfortable silence settled between them. Then, as Naruto glanced away, he noticed the delicate flush that dusted her cheeks when she looked at him again. He decided not to push. It was the kind of attention he was used to, but he always tried to handle it with grace. Over time, he had learned that people were drawn not just to his power but also to the warmth he offered. They parted ways near the administrative building. Matsuri bowed again, promising to meet him at the training grounds in the afternoon. Naruto watched her walk away, a faint smile tugging at his lips. She was bright, earnest, and a little starstruck. He liked that about her, no hidden agenda, just pure curiosity. But as soon as she disappeared around the corner, he felt another strange pull. As though a thread of moonlight reached from the sky, gently tugging at his soul. It was so fleeting that he had to wonder if he imagined it. Shaking off the odd sensation, he decided to head to the Hokage Tower to finalize the mission report. Paperwork wasn't his favorite pastime, but it was part of the job. At least Shikamaru would handle the lion's share. The sun rose higher, painting the village in bright tones. By mid-morning, Naruto was emerging from the tower, relief washing over him at being done with official reports. Out on the street, townsfolk greeted him warmly. He nodded back, offering quick hellos. Even from this vantage, he spotted familiar faces. He noticed Tenten busy with her weapons shop, motioning to him with a grin. Farther down, Ino was laughing over a bouquet of flowers, probably teasing her customers. All of it felt comforting, alive. His eyes skimmed the rooftops, and in a flash, he saw someone. A dark-haired kunoichi perched on a high ledge, arms crossed, eyes fixed on him. She wore the standard Konoha gear, a sword strapped to her back. Though they were acquaintances, they'd never truly spoken much. Her name was Satsuki, if memory served. The look on her face was intense, almost challenging. Naruto raised a brow, offering a friendly wave, but she only narrowed her eyes before disappearing behind the roof's edge. He blinked. Strange. He had no idea what that was about. Another fleeting mystery he'd file away for later. Continuing toward the training grounds, Naruto focused on the time. He'd told Matsuri to meet him around noon, and it was nearly that. Walking through the forested path, memories of the last night's encounter flickered through his mind, particularly the unstoppable feeling he'd had facing that rogue summoner. It was a sensation he'd grown accustomed to, but something about last night felt different, like a precursor to something larger. That's when the hair on the back of his neck stood up. He froze mid-step. A presence brushed against his senses, a faint, distant whisper that felt simultaneously warm and cold. It was as if the moon were calling to him once again, but it was daylight. The morning sun glistened through the leaves overhead. He looked around, but nothing seemed out of place. Yet he couldn't shake the eerie feeling that someone, or something, was watching him. His gaze roamed across the trunks and low branches, searching for any anomaly, any clue. "Your senses have grown sharper," came a lilting, feminine voice. Naruto spun around, heart lurching at the unexpected presence. Behind him stood a woman bathed in a soft glow, her features half concealed by a faint shimmer. She wore a silvery gown that caught the sunlight, making it dance in dazzling reflections. Her hair was long, flowing like a veil of pale light. And her eyes, they were luminescent, almost like small moons themselves. He stepped back in surprise, hands unconsciously rising into a defensive posture. Yet as he met her gaze, a strange calm overtook him. There was no malice in her eyes. In fact, the serenity he felt from her was unlike anything he'd ever encountered. "Who?" he began, voice caught in his throat. She offered a gentle smile, the air around her shifting as if reality itself were bending to her presence. "There's no need for alarm, Naruto Uzumaki. I've watched you for a long time, from above, from afar." A soft breeze carried her words to him. "Your strength is legendary, but there is more to you than mere power." He blinked. "You know my name, but he paused, realization dawning on him like the rays of dawn itself. "The soft glow, the moonlit aura even in daylight, you're connected to the moon." "Are you?" Her smile widened, eyes brimming with ancient wisdom. "I am called many names. But you may know me simply as Tsukuyomi, the moon goddess." She inclined her head as though greeting an equal, and Naruto's heart thumped in astonishment. "And I have chosen you." Time seemed to slow. The rustling leaves, the distant chirp of birds, the sunlight filtering through the canopy, everything else faded into a background hum. Naruto found himself pinned by her gaze, an otherworldly radiance that defied mortal comprehension. "Chosen." The word reverberated in his mind. "For what?" He swallowed, a sudden dryness in his throat. "Chosen for what, exactly?" "To stand with me," she replied softly, stepping closer. Each movement sent silver motes of light swirling around her. "This world teeters on the edge of unseen dangers that even you cannot fully grasp yet. The bond I offer, it's more than just a gift. It's a destiny we would share." Naruto's thoughts spun. He considered the bizarre sensations he'd felt under the moonlight, the fleeting whispers that had brushed against his consciousness. Something told him her words were genuine, that the cosmic stir he'd felt was no mere coincidence. But he didn't bow or tremble. He held her gaze, voice calm. "Why me?" he asked, though he guessed the answer wasn't going to be simple. She studied him, her luminous eyes reflecting what felt like eons of knowledge. "Because you possess an indomitable spirit, a balance of compassion and resolve that mirrors the essence I govern. Many mortals worship the moon, but few resonate with its cycle of darkness and light as you do." He let her words settle. Indomitable spirit, unstoppable force. Those were phrases people often used for him, but hearing them from a goddess made it all the more surreal. Still, Naruto Uzumaki was never one to be easily overwhelmed. He took a steadying breath. "So, this destiny, what would it mean for me?" he asked, voice hushed but unwavering. A gentle laugh rippled from Tsukuyomi, sounding like a lullaby from an ancient era. "Come to the moonlit realm tonight. We will speak in full. For now, I only wish you to know that your life is about to change in ways you cannot imagine." She reached out, her hand brushing lightly against his cheek. A cool sensati, unlike moonlight itself, sent a shiver down his spine. "I look forward to seeing what you will do with this gift." A swirl of silver light enveloped her, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished like a dream's afterimage at dawn. Naruto exhaled, the tension in his body slowly dissolving. Questions swarmed in his mind. He was chosen as the lover or ally of the moon goddess. The idea was beyond anything he'd considered possible. He clenched and unclenched his fists, grounding himself in the reality of the moment. This was no genjutsu. He would have sensed it. The forest felt strangely empty now, though the sun continued to shine. Somewhere in the distance, a ninja crow cawed, and the hush of wind through leaves returned to normal. Naruto shook his head. There was no time to stand around, stunned. Matsuri was probably waiting. Yet his chest thrummed with a strange mixture of excitement and anxiety. For all his unstoppable power, for all the battles he'd won, the phenomenon he'd just experienced was on a whole different level. If she truly was a goddess, then the path ahead would be anything but ordinary. And, if he was being honest, that didn't displease him. He had never been one for ordinary. Sucking in a breath, he continued down the path. He would keep this unexpected encounter to himself for now. Racing thoughts or not, he still had a life here, with obligations and people relying on him. He'd figure out how to balance that with the cryptic invitation Tsukuyomi had given him. Tonight, under the moon, he'd get answers. The training grounds were bathed in bright midday light when Naruto arrived. Matsuri was already there, diligently practicing her wind manipulation on a wooden post. She glanced up as he approached, smiling in genuine delight. He forced himself to focus on the present. Let the goddess's revelation simmer at the back of his mind. "Hey," he greeted, voice steady, "sorry if I'm a bit late." She waved her hand, dismissing any apology. "Don't worry about it, I was just warming up." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "So, how do we start?" Naruto nodded toward a smooth patch of ground nearby. "Let's see what you've got first. Show me your basic wind release, how you channel it." Matsuri took a stance, forming seals with confident precision. A focused swirl of wind chakra condensed around her hand, shaping into a miniature cyclone that whipped dust around them. He watched closely, analyzing her control, the way her chakra flow shifted. After a few seconds, she unleashed it at a target dummy, slicing into its wooden surface. "Not bad," Naruto commented, stepping forward. He placed a hand on her shoulder, gently adjusting her posture. She stiffened slightly at the contact, but he pretended not to notice. "Your stance could use a tweak. Wind is about precision and flow. Too much tension, and you'll lose the subtlety of it." She nodded, her breathing quickening slightly. "Right, I see." He spent the next hour guiding her through wind manipulation exercises, offering tips on breath control and mental focus. Their interplay was fluid. Naruto patiently explained, demonstrating a technique by focusing a razor-thin edge of wind chakra around a leaf without slicing it. Matsuri watched in rapt fascination, occasionally biting her lip in concentration. When she tried it, her efforts were earnest, and under his guidance, the improvement was visible. Every so often, Naruto would catch a glimpse of her gaze flicking to his face, lingering a moment too long. That faint blush would bloom again on her cheeks. He responded with a faint smile, not discouraging her, but also not pushing. The line between teacher and charmer was something he managed with subtlety. The last thing he wanted was for anyone to feel uncomfortable. Yet the tension was undeniable, a gentle current just beneath the surface of their training. At one point, Matsuri stumbled, her control slipping, and the swirl of wind she was shaping wobbled dangerously. Naruto moved quickly, bracing her with an arm around her waist, his other hand steadying the chakra before it dispersed. Their faces were inches apart. He could feel the rush of her breath, see her eyes go wide. "Careful," he murmured. "Don't let your mind wander." She swallowed, cheeks flaming, then nodded. "All right, sorry." He chuckled softly. "Don't apologize. Just stay focused." He eased her upright, letting his arm drop away. For a moment, neither of them moved, the tension thick around them. Then he stepped back, clearing his throat. "All right, let's try that one more time." They resumed training, he atmosphere warming with each passing minute. By the time they finished, Matsuri was panting, sweat beading on her forehead, but she looked undeniably pleased. "I learned more in one session than I have in months," she said between breaths, a grin lighting her features. "Thank you, Naruto." He offered a friendly nod. "You've got talent. Just keep practicing what we covered, and your control will get even better." She hesitated, glancing away shyly. "If you're free, maybe we could do this again before my delegation leaves." He considered it. The memory of the moon goddess flickered in his mind, but he had time until nightfall. "Sure," he agreed, "I'll let you know when I can fit another session." Her smile was radiant. "Thanks, I'll be around the administration building most mornings. Or, wherever you might need me." He nodded, reading the subtext. Matsuri's interest was more than professional, but he didn't mind. There was a certain thrill in the way people gravitated toward him. So long as everyone was honest. He was open to the possibilities. With a final wave, she left the training grounds, leaving Naruto under the blazing midday sun. He exhaled, raking a hand through his hair. As calm as he presented himself, there was a swirl of new thoughts jockeying for space in his mind. The day was hardly over, yet he felt he'd already lived through a week's worth of revelations. He turned, ready to head to the nearest dango shop for a quick meal, when he caught sight of a silhouette approaching. The posture was unmistakable, tall, confident, and radiating a distinct aura of strength. Closer inspection revealed an intriguing figure, a woman clad in dark purple attire with intricate patterns, a sword strapped to her back. It was the same kunoichi he'd spotted on the rooftops, Sasuke. She walked right up to him, crossing her arms over her chest. Her gaze flicked from the training posts to the retreating form of Matsuri. Then she refocused on Naruto, eyes flashing with challenge. "You're making quite the impression on the Suna girl," she said flatly. Naruto raised a brow. "We were just training," Satsuki snorted. "That's one way to put it. Everyone knows you've been around the block with more than a few admirers, Naruto Uzumaki." He shrugged, unruffled. "I don't see the harm in it. If people want to learn from me or spend time with me, I'm not going to push them away." An awkward silence hung for a moment. Satsuki's gaze bore into him, as though testing his resolve. "You're arrogant," she declared, though her tone lacked the scorn such a statement might carry. It was more like a clinical observation. Naruto smirked faintly. "Call it confidence. What's your point?" She didn't blink, her arms still crossed. "I'm challenging you," she said, voice low. "Tomorrow morning at the training field. A sparring match, no holds barred." A hush seemed to fall around them, though there was no one else there to witness. Naruto felt a flicker of anticipation. No, too many people outright challenged him these days, especially in such a direct manner. He liked the spark in her eyes, the raw determination. There was no fear, no worship, just a desire to test her skill against his. He considered her for a moment, remembering how she'd watched him from the rooftop earlier. Maybe she'd seen something that piqued her curiosity, or maybe she was one of those who liked the pedestal on which everyone placed him. Either way, it was refreshing. "All right," he said, letting that confidence show. "Tomorrow morning, first light. Don't be late." She gave a curt nod, turning sharply to walk away. After a few paces, she paused, glancing back over her shoulder. "You'd better not go easy on me." He grinned, meeting her gaze. "Wouldn't dream of it." Her lips twitched, almost forming a smirk before she disappeared in a blur of speed. Naruto stood there, letting the quiet envelop him again. Tomorrow's spar would be interesting, to say the least. No one had openly challenged him like that in a while, and he relished the thought of a good fight that didn't revolve around saving the world or stopping a major threat. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, he had a rendezvous with a goddess. The idea sounded almost ridiculous, yet the memory of her presence still lingered, a gentle tingle in his skin where her hand had grazed his cheek. He looked up at the sky. The sun was still high, giving him hours before nightfall. He'd eat, maybe rest a bit, then head out to wherever the moon might call him. A part of him wondered if he should confide in someone, Shikamaru, perhaps. But he decided against it. This was something he needed to explore on his own. A conversation with the divine was best handled privately. Resolute, he made his way out of the training grounds. Whatever happened next, he was ready to face it with that trademark unwavering spirit. He was Naruto Uzumaki, after all, unstoppable, unshakable, and now, apparently, chosen by the moon goddess. He chuckled under his breath at the absurdity, but also at the thrill of it all. The day passed more quickly than he expected. After a short break for food and a few minor errands, he found himself heading home. His small apartment was unremarkable. He didn't need a grand estate, preferring a simpler life. He changed into a fresh set of clothes and then, as dusk approached, he set out under the deepening sky. A sense of anticipation thrummed in his veins. The moon had yet to rise, but the heavens were already painted in the earliest shades of night. Stars flickered into existence one by one, a silent herald to the lunar glow that would soon follow. Naruto's footsteps carried him beyond the village walls, into a stretch of forest where the treetops opened to a clear view of the horizon. He felt that pull again, more distinct now, guiding him to a secluded clearing. Night enveloped the landscape, cool air bristling with a latent magic he could almost taste. When the moon finally peeked over the treeline, its light seemed to magnify the hush of the forest. And then, in the center of that clearing, she appeared. Tsukuyomi stood bathed in lunar radiance, her gown of shifting silver threads drifting on an unfelt wind. Her expression was serene, a faint smile curving her lips as Naruto approached. His heart thudded, not from fear, but from the sheer awe of her presence. This was no ordinary meeting. This was the domain of the divine. He stopped a few paces away, resisting the urge to bow. It didn't feel right to bow. He respected her power, but she had chosen him for some reason. She seemed to sense his resolve, her luminous gaze gliding over him. "You came," she said softly, her voice echoing like distant chimes. Naruto inhaled the crisp night air, letting his earlier tension fade. "I did," he replied simply. "I want to know what this is all about." She lifted her hand, and moonlight coalesced around them in a gentle swirl. The forest dimmed to a background hush, and the world shrank to the two of them. "Words alone won't suffice," she murmured. "Let me show you." A rush of soft light enveloped them. For an instant, Naruto felt weightless. The clearing vanished, replaced by a grand expanse of stars and swirling cosmic luminescence. He gasped, looking down to see he was standing on a translucent surface that reflected the galaxies above. Tsukuyomi stood opposite him, the picture of celestial grace. "This is the moonlit realm," she explained, her voice tinged with pride. "A place where the boundaries between mortal and divine blur. Time flows differently here. The true nature of the cosmos is laid bare." Naruto didn't speak, too mesmerized by the vastness around him. He saw swirling nebulae, shimmering stardust, and a golden glow at the edges of his vision. In the center of it all was the moon. Impossibly huge, casting its tranquil light on everything. It felt safe, even comforting. Tsukuyomi stepped closer. "Naruto Uzumaki, in ages past, I bestowed my favor Yupo. Mortal champions those who carried my will and protected the delicate balance of forces in this world. But never have I encountered a mortal with your particular blend of power and heart." He recalled her earlier words about darkness and light. He wanted to ask 1,000 questions, but he simply listened. "The times are changing," Tsukuyomi went on, her tone solemn. "A lurking threat stirs, one that may rival even the greatest of mortal forces. I sense a corruption seeking to pierce the veil between worlds, and you are at the center of it." Naruto felt a jolt of adrenaline spike in his chest. "A threat? Do you mean some enemy from beyond?" She nodded. "Its nature is still shrouded, but it may be tied to ancient grudges, or cosmic forces that see your growth as dangerous. You see, your Zen's has attracted not just my attention, but others as well. Some are not pleased to witness a mortal forging this much influence." He clenched his fists, a surge of protective instinct roaring to life. "If something threatens my home, or the world, I'll stop it. That's a promise." He spoke resolutely, as though addressing a friend in need rather than an all-powerful deity. Tsukuyomi's smile held a tender warmth. "Yes, that will is what makes you so special. Yet you'll need more than just will to face what's coming." She reached out, and he felt a gentle current of energy swirl around him. It was like the hush of a moonlit night distilled into raw power, streaming into his core. He shuddered at the sensation, intoxicating yet soothing. He felt his chakra respond, resonating like a tuning fork that had finally found its note. "This is a fraction of my divine essence," Tsukuyomi said, her gaze penetrating. "With it, you'll be able to sense threats that lurk beyond mortal perception. Be cautious. Wielding divine power can be as dangerous to the user as to their enemy if done recklessly." Naruto's eyes fluttered at the rush of new energy, but he maintained his composure. "I can handle it," he replied confidently. "I don't intend to lose myself." Tsukuyomi's lips curved. "I believe you." Then her gaze softened, and for a moment, the cosmic surroundings faded into a gentle hush. "But it isn't merely your power that interests me. You represent hope, Naruto Uzumaki. A bridge between the mortal realm and the divine. The world stands on the cusp of change, and I wish to share that journey with you. Not as a goddess observing from afar, but as your partner." He swallowed, meeting her luminous eyes. The weight of her words settled on his shoulders. Partner. She had said earlier that he was chosen. He realized now she didn't just mean a champion or a pawn. She meant something deeper, an intimacy that transcended mortal definitions. To be the lover of a goddess, one who governed the moon's cycles and powers. He didn't balk or deny it. Instead, he let out a slow breath. I'm not one to run from new challenges, he said, offering a subtle smile. If that means forging a bond with you, then let's see where it leads. Tsukuyomi stepped closer, her otherworldly presence enveloping him. There was something undeniably magnetic about her. He could feel her warmth, even though her aura felt as cool as moonlight. She lifted a hand to his cheek again, this time lingering. You face your destiny without fear, she murmured, approval shining in her eyes. That alone sets you apart. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Then, impulsively, Naruto leaned in just enough for their lips to brush. The contact was electric, a spark passing between them like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. It was brief, gentle, yet charged with an unspoken promise. When they parted, Tsukuyomi's smile gleamed brighter than before, her voice soft with a hint of delight. I see your boldness extends to more than the battlefield. Naruto only smirked. If I'm going to be your chosen, I might as well be honest about what I want. Her laughter was quiet, yet it echoed across the cosmic plane around them. It was a laugh of genuine joy. I accept that honesty, she said, stepping back gracefully. For now, take what I've granted you and return to your world. We will meet again soon, my chosen. The silver light swirled once more, and Naruto felt himself drawn away from the moonlit realm. Reality folded, and in a blink, he was back in the forest clearing, standing under the ray. El moon which now looked far smaller than the cosmic spectacle he'd just witnessed. Yet he could still feel the faint hum of Tsukuyomi's power coursing in his veins. His mind swirled with wonder. He inhaled the night air, letting it ground him. The clearing was quiet, but now that sense of emptiness didn't bother him. He felt strangely whole, a calm conviction settling in his chest. Whatever the future held, rivalries, new love interests, or a cosmic threat, he would meet it head-on, fueled by a confidence that went beyond mortal constraints. Striding back toward the village, Naruto allowed himself a private grin. The day had been anything but ordinary, and tomorrow was set to be just as eventful. He'd have that spar with Sasuke, new training with Matsuri, and who knew what else might unfold. And all the while, the goddess's power glimmered inside him, a promise of a bond that could reshape destinies. A breeze ruffled his hair, and for a moment, the moon overhead seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. If the cosmos was watching, Naruto would give it one hell of a show. He refused to let his unstoppable spirit fade after all. That was what had earned him the moon goddess's attention. The chapter of his life that began this night was only just unfurling, and he had never felt more alive. But unbeknownst to Naruto, not every eye watching him that night was friendly. In the dense darkness of a nearby grove, a lone figure stood, cloaked in shadow and half concealed behind thick foliage. Their attention had been riveted on the clearing from the moment the moon rose, though they only managed to catch faint glimpses of silver light and hear distant echoes of a feminine voice. By the time Naruto stepped back into the world he knew, the observer had already darted away, stepping lightly on fallen leaves. Heart pounding, the figure vanished into the vast forest with a speed that rivaled seasoned Anbu, leaving no trace of their presence. Within minutes, they reached a hidden cave illuminated by faint torchlight. At the back, a small group of individuals huddled around a makeshift table stacked with scrolls. Hooded shapes turned their attention to the newcomer. Well, one demanded, voice muffled by the heavy cloak. Did you see him? The figure pushed back their own hood, revealing a young man's face etched with grim resolve. He was there, he answered. Looked like he was communing with something or someone, it's hard to explain. He wrestled with his words, remembering the shimmer of moonlight that had enveloped Naruto. Whatever it wasn't human. Palpable. Tension rippled through the small gathering. Then it's true, whispered another cloak, leaning forward. Naruto Uzumaki has drawn the attention of the moon goddess. The young man stiffened at the mention of the deity. Even the name caused a cold shiver down his spine. If that's the case, our plans just got more complicated. He's already beyond formidable. If he gains divine favor. A rough voice cut him off. We cannot allow that to happen. We've worked in secret for too long, gathering relics and forging alliances. If Naruto becomes the champion of a goddess, our cause might be lost. Silence gripped the cave, each person weighing the gravity of the situation. Finally, an older figure stepped forward, the only one who had yet to speak. When they lowered their hood, their hair glowed stark white in the torchlight. And a fresh scar marred the left side of their face. "Listen well," the older figure said, voice resonant with an authority that brooked no argument. "We must accelerate our plans. The power we've been seeking is nearly within reach. The ancient texts speak of a sealed gate, an artifact that can tip the balance in our favor if unleashed correctly." One of the hooded ones nodded. "But that will unleash devastation on our own people as well." The elder's scarred lips twisted into a cold smile. "Sacrifices must be made. If Naruto Uzumaki rises to become a god king, the entire shinobi world will bend to him or be crushed. We can't let that happen. He may wield unstoppable chakra, but no mortal can withstand the fury of what lies beyond that seal." A grim hush followed. Each conspirator mulled over the finality of the words. Their cause, though dark and fraught with peril, was fueled by a conviction that they were preventing a greater tyranny. Whether they truly knew Naruto's heart or not didn't matter. Fear had twisted their perspective. "Then it's decided," the young man said, squaring his shoulders. "We strike soon. The moment we confirm he's forging that divine bond, we move on the sealed gate." Quote. The older figure nodded. "We'll need more reconnaissance. Keep your eyes on him, but don't engage. Wait for my command." A tense agreement settled among them. Then, without further ceremony, they doused the torches, and the cave was swallowed by darkness. Naruto remained blissfully unaware of the conspiracy forming at the forest's edge. By the time he entered the village gates, only a few hours were left until dawn. He decided to catch a brief rest. If his upcoming day was going to be as eventful as he suspected, he needed at least a little sleep. Entering his modest apartment, he stripped off his gear and sank onto the bed. As his head hit the pillow, he recalled the strange swirl of cosmic energy that had just days ago been unthinkable. A goddess had chosen him, granted him power, and even accepted a stolen kiss with a laugh. Life had a way of surprising him, time and again. His last thought before drifting off was of the silver light in Tsukuyomi's eyes. It filled him with a sense of purpose. And, faintly, with longing. He woke to the dawn's pale glow creeping through the curtains. For a split second, he wondered if the events of the night had been a dream. But the tingling warmth coursing beneath his chakra quickly dispelled that notion. Tsukuyomi's essence was real. Yawning, he rose and prepared for the day. He'd promised to spar with Sasuke at first light, and the sun was already peeking over the horizon. Though he was typically punctual, the lure of extra sleep had made him a touch late. Still, he doubted she would mind a few minutes delay unless, of course, she was as serious as she seemed. He made his way to the training field, which was mostly empty save for a few early risers. Off to one side, a group of genin practiced basic taijutsu. Their sensei shouting encouragement. Naruto offered them a quick wave, and they nearly stumbled over themselves trying to greet him properly. Satsuki stood at the far edge of the field, arms folded. Exactly where they'd agreed to meet. Her dark hair was tied into a loose ponytail, strands framing her determined expression. The morning sun highlighted the sharp angles of her face. She watched him approach with narrowed eyes. "You're late," she said flatly. Naruto shrugged, couldn't resist sleeping in a bit. "Sorry." He offered a half grin that had disarmed countless people before. To his mild surprise, she wasn't swayed. Her stare remained flinty. Without further preamble, Satsuki uncrossed her arms and dropped into a combat stance. "Are we going to fight or make excuses?" Naruto let out a short laugh. "Right to the point. I like it." He rolled his shoulders and took a stance as well, though noticeably more relaxed. "All right then, show me what you've got." She needed no further invitation. Satsuki dashed forward, her speed impressive. Her sword, still sheathed across her back, stayed in place as she launched a flurry of powerful kicks. Naruto met her attacks with effortless blocks, deflecting each strike just enough to render it harmless. Despite his casual demeanor, he noted her form clean, precise, and fueled by pure determination. He could tell she'd trained extensively. Her blows had weight behind them, and the angles of her strikes suggested a strategic mind. But he also sensed her frustration as he countered each strike without breaking a sweat. Soon enough, she twisted in midair. Flipping over his head, her hand flashed to her sword hilt, drawing it in a single fluid motion. Naruto slid back, wind stirring around him as he prepared for a more serious exchange. Sparks flashed as their steel met. He deflected her blade with a kunai, using minimal movement. The ring of metal on metal echoed across the field, drawing the attention of the practicing genin and their sensei. Satsuki pressed in, eyes fierce. So you're not going to take this seriously? Naruto gave her a half smile. I never said that. In a blur, he pivoted behind her, raising his free hand. A surge of chakra built in his palm, a wind-infused pulse that could knock an elephant off its feet. At the last moment, she spun around, blade arcing upward. He diverted the wind blast to the side, scattering dirt and grass in a whirlwind. She used the distraction to strike, the tip of her sword aimed straight at his torso. Naruto ducked, the blade whistling over his head. He planted a palm on the ground, executing a swift leg sweep that forced Satsuki to leap. While she was airborne, he formed a quick hand seal, releasing a condensed spiral of wind. It struck her midair, hurling her back several meters. She landed on her feet, but the impact made her slide, tearing up the grass beneath her sandals. Nice reflexes, Naruto commented. He straightened, lowering his arms. But if you keep holding back, this is going to drag on all morning. Her eyes flared with indignation. Holding back? You think I'm not giving it my all? He tilted his head. I can sense you're hesitating. You're still analyzing my moves. But you're not fighting with your entire spirit. That struck a nerve. She clenched her jaw, knuckles whitening around the sword hilt. Fine. Don't blame me if you regret it. She dashed forward again, but this time her chakra flared. Dark sparks crackled around the blade, and Naruto felt a spike of something new, lightning chakra. The sword radiated a faint hum, the air around it crackling with charged particles. He felt a small jolt of excitement. She was stronger than he initially guessed. Good. With a silent exhale, he let his own chakra build, ready to meet her head-on. Their clash intensified. Satsuki's lightning-enhanced strikes crackled against Naruto's wind-infused counters. Each collision sent arcs of electricity dancing across his wind, creating a dynamic swirl of energy around them. Spectators began to gather, sensing that something remarkable was happening. Whispers spread. Naruto's sparring with that new kunoichi, didn't know she could keep up with him at all. She's actually forcing him to move. But from Naruto's perspective, he was barely tapping into his well of power. Although she was skilled, he was used to battling foes on a far grander scale. Yet he respected her enough to not finish it in a single move. He wanted to see her determination, to understand what drove her to challenge him so boldly. As lightning crackled and wind roared, Satsuki's frustration became evident. She pushed herself harder, sweat beading on her brow, but Naruto remained maddeningly composed. Even though his moves were minimal, he was always in the perfect position to deflect her sword or slip past her guard. Finally, when she launched a particularly bold strike aimed at his shoulder, Naruto decided to end it. He twisted sideways, catching her wrist with his free hand, while simultaneously sweeping her legs out from under her. In the same fluid motion, he spun her around, disarming the sword and pinning her arms behind her back. The entire maneuver took less than 3 seconds. Panting, Satsuki found herself immobilized, unable to move, her back pressed against Naruto's chest. Rage flickered in her eyes. Let me go, she growled, cheeks flushed with exertion and perhaps a hint of embarrassment. Naruto complied, releasing her carefully and stepping back. She stumbled forward a step, then whirled around to face him. You barely tried, she accused, voice still trembling with adrenaline. He didn't deny it. You're strong, but if I went all out, it wouldn't have been a spar. It would have been over before we started. Her face hardened. You think I'm not worthy of a real fight? I think you're quite skilled, he said calmly, but I have a lot more experience in life or death battles. This was just training. Satsuki grimaced. She glanced around, noticing the small crowd that had gathered. Without another word, she sheathed her sword and walked away, face set in stone. The disappointed slump of her shoulders was hard to miss. Naruto watched her go, part of him sympathetic. He knew how it felt to be underestimated or overshadowed. But he also understood that the gap between them was simply too large. She needed to see that for herself. Captain Naruto. One of the genin ventured hesitantly, wide-eyed at the display of power. That was incredible. Naruto just rubbed the back of his neck. It was a good spar. All right, show's over. Back to your training. He mustered a reassuring grin, and the genin nodded fervently, dispersing with renewed motivation. However, a tiny seed of concern formed in Naruto's mind. He sensed something more in Sasuke than just frustration about losing. There was a deeper intensity there, maybe a grudge or a personal mission. He'd have to keep an eye on her. She might challenge him again, or possibly do something reckless to prove herself. He also recalled Tsukuyomi's warning that there could be forces already aligning against him. Satsuki didn't strike him as part of any conspiracy. But he couldn't rule anything out. People's loyalties and resentments often ran in unexpected directions. With the crowd dispersing, Naruto took a final look at the path where Satsuki had disappeared. I wonder if she'll come around, he muttered under his breath. Then, deciding there was little he could do at the moment, he turned to tackle the rest of his day. Despite the early drama, Naruto's schedule remained packed. Duties in the village often required him to check in with various departments' security details, mission planning, occasional diplomatic tasks. Normally, this would feel routine. But now everything carried a faint undercurrent of anticipation, as if he were awaiting another sign from the divine. Late in the afternoon, after finishing his rounds, he found himself standing outside a small tea shop. A moment of peace was in order, he decided. Stepping inside, he inhaled the comforting scent of herbs and spices. The shop was nearly empty, save for an older woman behind the counter and one other customer at a corner table. He placed a simple order green tea with a hint of jasmine, then settled at a corner seat by the window, letting his mind drift. Thoughts of tea. Tsukuyomi mingled with the memory of Satsuki's fierce challenge and the promise he'd made to Matsuri about further wind training. His life had become a curious tapestry of mortal and immortal entanglements. He sipped his tea quietly, eyes tracing the swirl of steam rising from the cup. He half expected to feel that telltale pull, the sensation of moonlight brushing against his consciousness. But the day remained mundane, the subdued hush of the tea shop comforting in its normalcy. Just as he was finishing his drink, the door slid open, letting in a sliver of late sunlight. A woman entered, hair pulled into elegant twin buns. She glanced around and spotted Naruto, her expression brightening with recognition. Tenten. Hey, she greeted, approaching his table. Didn't expect to see you here, Naruto. He motioned to the seat across from him. Likewise. Need a break from the hustle. She grinned. I do run a weapons shop, you know. Sometimes it's nice to get away from the clang of metal. Her gaze swept over his face. How've you been? He shrugged. Busy. Some interesting developments here and there. The corners of his mouth twitched upwards as he thought of how interesting was a massive understatement. Tenten ordered her own tea, then leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. I heard rumors you had a crazy spar this morning, some intense kunoichi challenging you. Her curiosity was obvious. Naruto chuckled. Word travels fast. Yeah, Satsuki. She's strong and determined, but a bit too eager to prove herself. That's usually how it goes, Tenten replied with a knowing nod. Still, it's cool someone's got the guts to go up against you. Most folks would think it's a lost cause. She paused, studying him. By the way, there's been a lot of talk about you lately. People say you've seemed different this past day or two. More confident, if that's even possible. I can't put my finger on it, but you have this presence that's stronger than usual. Naruto shrugged, not wanting to lie, but also not ready to disclose his new cosmic bond. I guess I'm just feeling good. You know how it is. Tenten gave him a playful nudge on the arm. You're always so mysterious these days. Come on, if you ever want to spar again or just chat, you know where my shop is. He smiled at her warmth. I appreciate that. Maybe I'll swing by soon. He felt the easy camaraderie between them, underpinned by mutual respect. Tenten was always straightforward, and that was part of why he enjoyed her company. They parted ways with a friendly wave, and Naruto left the tea shop feeling more relaxed. As evening descended on the village, He decided to pay a visit to the training grounds one more time, half hoping he might run into Satsuki again, or at least cross paths with Matsuri. To his surprise, the grounds were nearly empty. Only a couple of older jonin ran through their routines. Naruto walked the perimeter, letting the cool air brush against his face. A faint flicker of disappointment tugged at him despite his outward ease. He'd been anticipating another spark of divine encounter or a dramatic twist. Instead, he found only the hush of twilight. He stretched, exhaling a soft sigh. Perhaps not every hour could be eventful. He might be unstoppable, but he was still human enough to appreciate a quiet moment. However, just as he was about to leave, he sensed a familiar presence. He turned to see Matsuri, standing near one of the weapon racks, looking uncertain. She spotted him, relief washing over her features. "Hey," she greeted, trotting over. "I thought you might be here." Naruto tucked his hands into his pockets. "What's up?" She hesitated, glancing around. "I've been trying to practice the wind techniques you showed me, but I keep messing up. I was hoping for some advice." He smiled. "Sure, show me where you're at." She led him to a target setup, explaining that her attempts to replicate the leaf-splitting exercise resulted in either too little wind or a wild gust that tore the leaf apart. Naruto guided her through the mental focus again, standing behind her and gently positioning her arms. The proximity made her breath hitch, but he maintained a calm demeanor, ensuring she felt supported rather than intimidated. After several tries, she managed a delicate swirl of wind that cut the leaf neatly along its surface without destroying it. Her face lit up with excitement, and she turned around, eyes shining. "I did it!" she exclaimed, and before Naruto could react, she impulsively threw her arms around him in a quick, spontaneous hug. For a moment, he felt the warmth of her body pressed against his, her heartbeat drumming with exhilaration. He gently patted her back. "Nicely done. Keep up that control, and you'll have it down in no time." She pulled away, blushing. "Sorry, I just got a bit carried away." Her eyes flicked to his. "Thanks for being patient with me. You're a really good teacher." Naruto chuckled softly, meeting her gaze. "Anytime." There was a moment where the world seemed to narrow to just the two of them. She looked at him with a mixture of gratitude and admiration, and he felt a tug in his chest. He could sense the blossoming affection there. A quiet spark that might grow into something more if nurtured. Before he could say anything else, she glanced away, remembering her decorum. "Anyway, I should head back. The delegation has an early meeting tomorrow. And I don't want to be groggy." He nodded. "All right, keep practicing when you can. I'll see you around." She gave him a small, shy smile, then hurried off, leaving Naruto alone once more in the soft glow of lantern light that lit the training grounds. The air felt charged, as if expecting more to happen. He ran a hand through his hair, contemplating how new connections were forming around him. Matsuri's genuine warmth contrasted starkly with Satsuki's prickly intensity, yet both intrigued him in different ways. The night breeze carried a faint chill. Naruto decided to head home again, satisfied that he'd done enough for one day. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. He could sense that as surely as he sensed the goddess's power quietly thrumming in his core. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the Land of Fire, the night blanketed a grand estate. Inside, opulent halls stretched on, lit by ornate sconces. In the estate's private chambers, an imposing figure paced back and forth, the floorboards creaking underfoot. This was Lord Kagenuma, a daimyo who prided himself on neutrality, yet his features were twisted with worry. Before him knelt a masked shinobi, face hidden by a unique porcelain mask shaped like a fox. Their voice was low, carrying a hint of urgency. "My lord, the rumors have been confirmed. Naruto Uzumaki's power grows beyond mortal bounds. If it continues unchecked, he could overshadow even the most influential clans in the region." Kagenuma ground his teeth. "We cannot allow a single shinobi to hold that kind of authority. The villages already have too much sway. Send word to the others. We need to ensure that if Naruto becomes a threat, we are prepared." The masked shinobi dipped their head in acknowledgement. "As you wish, my lord." Without another word, they vanished into the estate's shadows, leaving Kagenuma alone with his brooding thoughts. Though Naruto had never crossed paths with the daimyo directly, Santo Rise of unstoppable feats had traveled far. And with rumor of a divine patron now circulating through the grapevine, fear spiked among those who prized political balance. It didn't matter if Naruto's intentions were noble, any single figure with that level of dominance threatened carefully maintained power structures. Setting his jaw, Kaganuma stared at the flickering flame of the wall sconce. No man should wield a god's blessing, he muttered, as though speaking to the fire itself. If we can't dissuade him, we must find a way to stop him. Back in Konoha, Naruto slept uneasily. His dreams air fragmented images of the moonlit realm colliding with fleeting glimpses of masked figures and shadowy conspiracies. He saw glimpses of Satsuki glaring at him from a distance and Matsuri looking at him with hopeful eyes. Tsukuyomi's luminous form hovered in the background like an eternal guardian, her expression serene yet tinged with worry. Whispers in unknown tongues drifted around him, speaking of sealed gates and ancient powers. He awoke before dawn, breath hitching. A film of sweat covered his forehead. Despite the restless night, his eyes snapped open in alertness. The sense of looming conflict was stronger than ever, as though the dream was a warning he couldn't fully decipher. Determined not to be caught unaware, Naruto prepared for the new day. After a quick shower and a light meal, he stepped onto his balcony. Letting the cool pre-dawn air settle his nerves, his intuition told him that the tranquility around him was merely the calm before a gathering storm. And he would be ready. When the morning sun finally crested the village rooftops, Naruto was already at the Hokage Tower, conferring with Shikamaru about security updates. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck, yawning. Man, can't you ever schedule a meeting at a decent hour? Naruto just smirked. You're the one who wanted to discuss the border incidents first thing. Don't complain. Shikamaru shot him an unimpressed look. Right. He ran through the intel quickly. There's been chatter about rogue groups forming alliances. Something about old relics and hidden gates. We don't have concrete details yet, but it's enough to be suspicious. Naruto folded his arms. I've heard a few rumors, too. Might be worth increasing patrols in the outskirts. If they're after something big, we should find out sooner rather than later. Agreed, Shikamaru replied. I'll coordinate with the teams. Also, we got word from Suna apparently. One of their envoys is praising you up and down. Matsuri, I believe. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, I've been helping her with some wind chakra training. Shikamaru gave him a wry grin. Oh, I'm sure that's not the only reason she's praising you. Then his tone turned more serious. Watch yourself, Naruto. A lot of these foreign shinobi admire your power, but that can breed everything from love to jealousy. I know you can handle it, but just keep your eyes open. I always do. Naruto placed a hand on Shikamaru's shoulder, giving a reassuring squeeze. We'll figure this out together, whatever it is. Shikamaru nodded, letting out a weary sigh. I know. Still, I can't the feeling that something big is coming. Naruto's expression darkened slightly. You're not the only one. They parted ways, each attending to separate duties. Naruto felt a faint sense of relief that Shikamaru was on high alert. Between the two of them, they'd navigated world-shaking conflicts before. This time, though, the stakes felt different, a collision of divine power and mortal fears could reshape the balance of the shinobi world. By midday, Naruto found himself on a hill overlooking the village, a place where he sometimes went to clear his head. The sky was a brilliant blue, clouds drifting lazily, and the breeze carried a hint of the upcoming summer warmth. He scanned the horizon, thinking about Tsukuyomi's warning of an unseen threat. In the broad light of day, it was hard to imagine cosmic horrors lurking. But if his experiences taught him anything, it was that ignoring danger didn't make it vanish. He closed his eyes, recalling the swirl of her silver power. TLE hum of divine chakra stirred in response. Part of him wondered when he would see her again, to glean more insight about this potential threat. Another part of him stayed grounded in the immediate reality: Konoha, its people, and the faint but growing tension among allies and potential enemies alike. He'd handled both realms, mortal and divine, because that was who he was. He thought of Satsuki once more. Their short but intense spar gave him a glimpse into her spirit. She was strong, yet overshadowed by him. Perhaps that was a wound to her pride. If so, he wanted to mend that if possible, too. Channel her passion in a constructive way rather than letting it fester into resentment. Perhaps he would seek her out later, offer a few pointers or at least talk to her about that fight. If she was willing to listen. Matsuri, on the other hand, was a gentler presence, someone who admired him openly and wanted to learn. Part of him found that refreshing and charming. But would that admiration remain if she saw the full scope of his destiny, if she realized what it meant to stand beside someone chosen by a goddess? Still, these were worries for another time. For now, he kept his gaze on the horizon, letting the wind ruffle his hair. The day was beautiful, and he wasn't about to let unspoken fears ruin it. With or without divine power, Naruto Uzumaki was someone who faced his challenges head-on. This was merely a new chapter, brimming with possibility, danger, and perhaps a chance at profound connection. He rose to his feet. The restful moment was over. With a final glance at the village below, he descended the hill. Fully aware that every step took him deeper into a story that was only just beginning. A moonlit goddess had claimed him, unseen forces were stirring, and a handful of women in his orbit were looking to him for strength, guidance, or validation. All he could do was be true to himself, unshakable, unstoppable, and guided by an unwavering sense of purpose. Tomorrow would come soon enough, bringing fresh tests of will and heart. And as the sun sank low, he felt a spark of excitement in his chest. He was more than just a shinobi now, he was Tsukuyomi's chosen. The thought made him smile. That quiet grin that once heralded the most unexpected victories in the ninja world. If the goddess's embrace brought even greater battles, so be it. He would meet them with the same fearless resolve that had carried him this far. And he had a feeling that this time, victory would resonate not only through the shinobi lands, but across realms unknown, under the watchful glow of the moon. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Tides of Fate. The sun crested the rooftops of Konoha in a blaze of pink and gold. For an unbroken minute, Naruto simply stood by his bedroom window and watched the early light ripple across the village. He felt the soft brush of the moon goddess's presence somewhere beneath his skin, like a sliver of silver flame tucked into his chakra network. Last night's revelations and that electrifying kiss still thrummed in the recesses of his mind. In the distance, roosters crowed and the bustle of morning life began, shopkeepers rolling up their shutters, children hurrying to the academy. Shinobi assembling for missions. This was the world he loved, the home he'd fought to protect. Now, if Tsukuyomi was correct, an even larger threat loomed. He turned from the window and strapped on his gear, a comfortable routine despite the cosmic magnitude swirling in his thoughts. As he stepped outside, the crisp morning air greeted him, laced with the faint promise of heat yet to come. A new day, another challenge, and from the way Shikamaru's messenger hawk had arrived at dawn, he suspected it would be a busy one. He found Shikamaru inside the Hokage Tower, leaning over a large desk strewn with mission reports and intel scrolls. Sunlight angled through the window, illuminating a tired line on Shikamaru's brow. "Morning," Naruto greeted, letting the door click shut behind him. Shikamaru looked up. "You always show up so early when something's on your mind," he remarked. "Any particular reason?" You beat the messenger hawk's suggested timeframe. Naruto pulled a chair closer. "Skipping small talk. I'm ready for an update." "You mentioned suspicious movement." Shikamaru nodded, pulling a scroll from the stack. "We got fresh reports overnight. Rogue activity is on the rise in multiple border areas. A small squad from Kiri reported seeing an unknown group identifying headbands conducting what looked like a ritual near an abandoned fort." He tapped a spot on a map. "This is the second rumor of that sort in a week, and the location's close to the place you apprehended that summoner. Could be connected." Naruto hovered a finger over the marked region, brow creasing. "So they're either collecting something or trying to resurrect something. In any case, it's not random. We might be looking at a coordinated group, not just scattered rogues." "Exactly," Shikamaru agreed. "We don't have definitive proof, but there's enough circumstantial evidence to justify a deeper look. I'm assigning a few squads to investigate. Of course, your name's top of the volunteer list." Naruto smirked. "You know me too well." Shikamaru's gaze flicked up. "It's more than your usual desire to protect the village. You're carrying yourself differently." Naruto shrugged. "Maybe I just slept well." "Sure," Shikamaru said wryly, but he let it drop. He slid another scroll over. Here's the mission detail. If you leave soon, you can reach that border fortress before nightfall. You'll have a small backup team, 2 Konoha squads, plus a few shinobi from Suna. They'll coordinate at the outpost. Suna's delegation still around. They extended their stay, Shikamaru replied. Officially for more treaty details, but I suspect they're also eager to strengthen ties with you. Matsuri's enthusiasm has made an impression. The other Suna representatives want to see your approach to field operations. Naruto chuckled. They might regret it if things get messy. Shikamaru shrugged. Better they see the real deal than be surprised later. Also, Tenten asked me to pass on that she's curious about the gear you'll use out there. Seems she's got a new line of specialized kunai she wants tested. Typical Tenten, always looking to refine the craft, even in tense situations. Naruto tucked the scroll under his arm, mentally noting to swing by her shop before heading out. Anything else? Shikamaru glanced over a small side note. One more thing. Satsuki's name came up. She put in a request to join your investigative squad. He paused, gauging Naruto's reaction. This morning, actually. Naruto remembered the sting of their spar, the frustration in her eyes when she realized how vast the gap between them was. Interesting, he said. She didn't strike me as someone who'd volunteer to follow my lead. Me neither, Shikamaru admitted. But it might be her way of proving something to herself or to you. I gave it the green light, if you don't mind. We need all the capable hands we can get. Naruto set his jaw. I don't mind. If she wants to come, she's welcome. But if she tries to cause trouble on the field, I doubt it, Shikamaru said. She may be proud, but from what the records show, she's a reliable shinobi. Let's see if she can channel that ambition productively. Naruto exhaled, thinking of how that lightning blade had crackled against his wind. Despite the tension, a spark of respect lingered. Satsuki was no slouch. All right, he said finally. I'll brief the squad myself. We'll leave by noon. Good luck, Shikamaru said, leaning back in his chair with a yawn. And do me a favor, come back in one piece. We don't need a diplomatic nightmare with Suna or any more chaos around here. Quote, Naruto's grin was confident. No worries. I've got a knack for handling nightmares. An hour later, Naruto found himself weaving through the village streets en route to Tenten's shop. He scanned the bustling walkways. Civilians chatting outside cafes, shinobi darting across rooftops, merchants calling out fresh produce in the open market. The ordinary life of Konoha continued, unaware of the undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. He reached the familiar storefront, a modest wooden sign bearing Tenten's name in bold strokes. Metal clinks and the soft hum of a whetstone drifted from inside. As he stepped in, the distinct smell of oiled steel and polished wood washed over him. Yo, he called, scanning the neat rows of weapon racks. Tenten emerged from behind the counter, wiping her hands on a rag. Naruto, you're right on time, she said, voice warm. She gestured to a small display on the countertop. Here they are, my new collapsible kunai prototypes. I'd love your feedback if you can test them in the field. Naruto picked one up. It felt lighter than a standard kunai, the handle segmented. With a quick flick, the blade extended to double its length. A hidden mechanism snapping into place. He gave it a few practice twirls. The balance was good, the motion smooth. Impressive, he murmured, genuinely intrigued. This could catch an enemy off guard. Tenten grinned. I built them for unpredictability. Hit them with the standard shape, then extend at the last second. Just be careful. If the locking mechanism fails, it could be messy. He gave a low laugh. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Tenten. We're investigating a possible threat near the border, should be perfect for a real-world test. Her expression sobered. A threat, huh? Rumors have been flying around about rogue groups meddling with weird jutsu. You think it's serious? Naruto's gaze flicked to the side. Serious enough. But we'll handle it, right? Tenten said. She hesitated, then leaned in slightly. Listen, if you ever need an extra blade on your squad, I'm available. I've been itching for a tougher mission. He considered it. Tenten was definitely reliable, but the mission roster was likely already locked. I appreciate the offer. This operation's pretty small, more recon than open warfare. But if things escalate, I might call you in. A teasing spark lit her eyes. You'd better. Can't let you hog all the fun. He thanked her once more, slipping the prototypes into a pouch and giving a casual salute as he departed. Outside, the sun climbed higher, and he inhaled a deep breath of warm air. Another day, another assignment. But the knowledge of Tsukuyomi's presence in his life made everything feel charged with a new kind of energy. By noon, Naruto reached the village gates, where a small assembly awaited him. Matsuri was first to spot him, giving a friendly wave. Satsuki stood off to the side, arms crossed, wearing a stony expression. 3 other Konoha shinobi and 2 from Suna rounded out the group. Matsuri approached, still wearing her standard Suna attire. Naruto, she greeted brightly. Heard we're heading out together. I'm looking forward to working under your leadership. He returned her smile with a nod. Teamwork's key. Stay close, stay sharp. His gaze moved to the others, passing over Satsuki, who avoided his eyes but inclined her head minimally. He got right to business. We have intel about rogue activity near an old fortress at the Land of Fire's border. They may be conducting dark jutsu or rummaging for relics. Our job is to investigate, gather intel, and, if needed, neutralize threats. Keep formation flexible, and if we encounter heavy resistance, we regroup and call for backup. One of the Konoha shinobi, a Jonin named Daichi, cleared his throat. Understood. Anything else we should be aware of, Captain? Naruto gave the group a measured look. These rogues might have traps set up. Expect illusions or unusual summons. Don't underestimate them. I'll take point. If we see an opening to capture someone for intel, we do it just like last time. He paused. Any questions? Satsuki spoke for the first time, her voice clipped. No questions. Matsuri shook her head, expression serious. We're ready. Naruto gestured for them to move out. Then let's get going. They crossed the village gates, stepping onto the dirt road that stretched eastward. Overhead, the sky was a clear expanse of blue, clouds drifting lazily. The group fell into a practiced traveling pace, quiet except for the rhythmic crunch of footsteps. Naruto led, Daichi and another Konoha shinobi named Kiku flanking him at a short distance. Matsuri stuck close behind, while the remaining Suna Kunoichi, Rika, maintained a rear position. Satsuki walked somewhere in the middle, eyes forward, silent. For the first few hours, conversation was minimal standard procedure when traversing potentially hostile territories. Yet Naruto felt the weight of Satsuki's presence. An almost tangible tension. He decided to address it sooner rather than later. After a while, he slowed his pace, letting her catch up. She glanced at him, her dark eyes flickering with guarded emotion. He tilted his head in a subtle greeting. Good to have you on the mission, he said, keeping his tone neutral. She stayed quiet for a moment, then replied, I volunteered because I want to see how you operate in real scenarios, not just training. Her jaw tightened. That's all. Her bluntness sparked a faint smile on Naruto's lips. I figured as much. I respect that you're here. She didn't respond, but he caught a slight shift in her posture, less rigid than before. It wasn't exactly a friendly gesture, but it wasn't outright hostility, either. They walked on, the road winding through gentle hills and patches of forest. By mid-afternoon, the sky started to haze with thin clouds, the promise of evening creeping closer. Daichi called a brief halt near a stream so everyone could drink and stretch. Matsuri stepped beside Naruto as he refilled a small canteen. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Satsuki really has a chip on her shoulder, doesn't she? Naruto shrugged. She's passionate. Sometimes passion and pride look similar. Matsuri studied him, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Doesn't it bother you? He shook his head. No. Let her prove herself on the field. If she can focus her strength on the mission, that's enough. Matsuri nodded, then offered a small smile. You always make everything sound straightforward. I admire that. He didn't miss the soft note in her voice. Flirting came so easily to her, though it had an earnest undercurrent. Life's complicated, he said lightly, capping the canteen, but how we act in the moment doesn't have to be. We do what needs doing. Her cheeks colored slightly. Right. They pressed on, entering denser woodland as the afternoon waned. Bird calls punctuated the rustle of leaves, and a subdued tension settled over the group. Naruto recognized it as the unspoken readiness that came with approaching a potential conflict zone. The old fortress lay hidden beyond a craggy stretch of land where rocky outcrops jutted between thick trees. Naruto silently signaled for the group to slow. He could sense an undercurrent of chakra, faint but undeniable, radiating from somewhere ahead. He motioned Ne into a concealed position behind dense foliage. With a subtle flick of his hand, he indicated that he'd scout. Matsuri and Daichi nodded, while Satsuki hovered a few paces behind, eyes sharp. Naruto eased forward, slipping between branches with cat-like silence. Each step brought the fortress walls into clearer view, ancient stone crumbling in places, vines snaking over the ramparts. A faint haze of chakra clung to the air, shimmering in the late afternoon light. Through a crack in the ivy-choked wall, he spied movement. 3 figures cloaked in dark robes, performing some sort of incantation around a recessed courtyard. Symbols etched in chalk glowed faintly on the ground. A swirl of negative chakra emanated from the center, making the hair on the back of Naruto's neck prickle. He retreated quietly and returned to the group. Keeping his voice low, he relayed what he saw. It's definitely a ritual. 3 robed figures. They're using some kind of seal array, channeling negative chakra. More rogues? Daichi asked. Naruto nodded. Seems like it. We need to stop them before they finish whatever that ritual is. He glanced around. Daichi, circle with Kiku and Rika to the back entrance. Matsuri and Satsuki, come with me through the main courtyard. We'll trap them in a pincer. Copy, Daichi said, eyes alert. We'll strike when we hear your signal. Naruto gave a small grunt of acknowledgement. Move fast and stay quiet. As Daichi's trio slipped away, Naruto turned to the 2 women at his side. We'll keep it tight. If anything looks like a trap, pull back. Matsuri nodded, adjusting the small fan strapped to her hip. Satsuki simply set her jaw, sliding a hand to her sword hilt. The readiness in her eyes told Naruto she was hungry to test her skill in real combat. They advanced through a gap in the fortress's outer wall, careful not to disturb the vines. The courtyard unfurled like a neglected garden, weeds sprouting between the cracked stones. The robed figures were just beyond a half-collapsed archway. Dim lanterns flickered, illuminating the swirling pattern of chalk on the ground. Naruto motioned for Matsuri to flank left, Satsuki to flank right. He approached the center with measured steps. The faint hum of negative chakra pressed against his senses. Tsukuyomi's gift responded in kind, a subtle glow pulsing in his core, sharpening his perception. He almost see the dark aura swirling around the robed figures like sluggish smoke. Whatever you're doing, Naruto said, voice carrying, it ends now. The chanting figures snapped toward him in unison. Up close, he could see their faces were hidden by veils of black gauze, though one had a faint scar across the cheek. Their hands moved in frantic motions, weaving signs that bristled with ominous energy. We will not be interrupted. One rasped, voice distorted. The gate is close to opening. Naruto felt a chill. Gate. Possibly the sealed gate that rumors had whispered about. He let no hesitation show. Stop the ritual, or I'll stop you. They hissed, words dripping with malice. Dark lines spread along the chalk, throbbing in time with the robed figure's chakra. A wave of oppressive energy lanced outward, causing the ground to vibrate. Naruto anchored himself, shifting chakra to his legs to avoid being thrown off balance. From the corner of his eye, he spotted Matsuri darting behind a pillar, eyes wide but resolute. Satsuki sprinted along the courtyard's perimeter, her sword unsheathed, scanning for an opening. Perfect. One of the robed figures flung an arm out, sending a surge of black flame spitting through the air. Naruto formed a swift seal, unleashing a gale of wind that dispersed the malevolent fire before it reached him. Nice try, he said, voice calm. In a blur, he launched forward. Weaving around the next wave of attacking chakra, he glimpsed Satsuki's figure crossing the courtyard, lightning crackling along her blade. Matsuri followed close, forming a wind-laced projectile between her palms. Before the robed cultists could react, Naruto closed in on the closest one, a wiry figure with a trembling hand. He flicked Tenten's collapsible kunai, letting it snap to full length mid-thrust. The cultist staggered, barely managing to dodge the lethal blow. Naruto shifted, hooking the extended kunai around the cultist's forearm. With a twist, he disarmed the robed figure's weaving hands, halting the next set of seals. A vile hiss erupted from under the cultist's hood. "You have no idea what powers you meddle with, mortal." Naruto gave him a level stare. "Says the guy who can't handle a single kunai lock." In one smooth move, Naruto delivered a short, punishing punch to the cultist's stomach. The robed figure crumpled, gasping. At the same moment, lightning flashed to Naruto's right. Sasuke confronted two cultists at once, sword snapping from strike to strike with lethal precision. One hissed in pain as the blade grazed an arm, purple sparks dancing around the wound. The other, a taller figure, tried to pincer her from behind, but she whirled, pivoting gracefully, and slashed a horizontal arc. Sparks flew as steel met some kind of black barrier that shimmered around the cultist's form. "Sneaky," she muttered, applying more chakra to break the barrier. But it held firm, forcing her back a step. The cultist spat out a vile incantation, hands glowing with dark symbols. Satsuki clenched her teeth, stepping sideways to avoid whatever curse was forming. Lightning danced around her blade, intensifying. She pressed forward again, each slash more aggressive than the last. Naruto darted in to assist, but a flicker of motion caught his peripheral vision. The first cultist he downed rose with an unnatural contortion, spine cracking. "Filthy champion," the cultist hissed, voice layered with a sibilant echo. A second wave of black flame erupted from the cultist's chest, forming a giant serpent-like shape. Naruto didn't hesitate. He formed a concentrated ball of wind in his palm, a swift Rasengan variant shaped by slicing chakra. He thrust it forward, colliding with the serpent of black flame mid-lunge. The courtyard erupted in a swirling clash of energies. Bright wind cutting through the crackling darkness. An agonized shriek echoed before the black serpent dissipated, leaving the cultist stumbling, essence drained. Across the courtyard, Matsuri let out a sharp breath. Finishing her own confrontation, she had pinned the second cultist to a crumbling wall using wind-wrapped wires. The cultist struggled feebly, eyes rolling back. So close, the gate was so close, they rasped. An explosion resounded from the fortress's rear, signaling Daichi and the others had engaged. Shouts and bursts of jutsu echoed through the rubble. Naruto surveyed the immediate area. The chalk lines still glowed faintly, but the ritual had been disrupted. The negative energy seethed, incomplete. If they didn't handle it carefully, they might trigger an uncontrolled backlash. "Satsuki," he called, noticing she had forced one of the remaining cultists to the ground. "Don't let them complete any final seals." She pressed a boot against the cultist's shoulder, sword tip hovering at their throat. The cultist hissed, "You're too late. The gate is aware. Even if you kill us, the next phase." He never finished. Satsuki's sword slammed into the ground an inch from his neck, shocking him into silence. "We'll see about that," she growled. Naruto's eyes flicked around, heart thudding. The air crackled with residual dark energy. He could feel it thrumming in the chalk lines, searching for a release. If left unchecked, it could unravel into a chaotic burst. He signaled to Matsuri, "We need to break the circle. Slowly. Don't let the energy spiral out of control." Matsuri nodded, carefully kneeling to wipe portions of the chalk with precise strokes of wind. She dispelled the runes in segments, preventing a chain reaction. The glow dimmed, the courtyard's tension easing like a held breath. A final crash shook the fortress walls. Daichi's voice echoed, "All clear on this side. We got 2 more suspects." Naruto exhaled. "Good. Let's regroup." Satsuki peeled her gaze off the pinned cultist and looked at Naruto. For a moment, their eyes met, mutual respect in the shared glance. She jerked her head in a half-nod, stepping away from the trembling robed figure. Matsuri approached, wiping sweat from her brow. "Looks like we stopped whatever they were doing." "Yeah," Naruto said, scanning the fallen enemies. "But not for long, if their talk about the gate is real." He signaled Daichi's group to converge. They emerged from the fortress's rear, 2 more cultists restrained. One was unconscious, a trickle of blood at the temple. The other stared with silent fury. "Good job," Naruto told them. "Now we figure out what exactly they were after. Daichi, see if any are willing to talk." Daichi nodded, passing a look at the hooded prisoners. "We'll do our best." Naruto knelt beside the cultist pinned by Matsuri's wind wires. The figure's breathing was ragged, eyes clouded with rage. Naruto spoke softly but firmly. You mentioned a gate. We've heard rumors of a sealed gate that might unleash something. Explain what you're trying to do. The cultist rasped, your petty concerns are beneath the grand design. This world rots under false gods. We seek the true power, to reset the balance. Quote, Naruto recognized zealotry. Reset how? A wicked grin curled beneath the gauze. When the gate opens, mortal kings and false divinities will tremble. Your goddess can't save you. Naruto's pulse quickened at the mention of Tsukuyomi, a pang of protective anger rising in his chest. That's enough. He turned to Daichi. Secure them. We'll take them to the outpost for interrogation. They might know more than they're letting on. Satsuki stood nearby, blade still in hand. Matsuri hovered at Naruto's side. Both women, though different in temperament, exuded the same concern. Did you hear him? Matsuri whispered, eyes darting to Naruto. He mentioned your goddess. How could they know about that? Naruto clenched his jaw. I don't know, but we'll find out. They spent the next hour searching the fortress for clues. The structure was mostly abandoned, cobwebs and old debris littering the corridors. One room contained a battered table with scattered papers, ritual diagrams, partial translations of archaic scripts. Another chamber revealed a hidden alcove with black candles and ominous totems shaped like twisted serpents. Naruto recognized none of the markings, but their malevolence was unmistakable. The presence of these items only confirmed this cult had more advanced knowledge than a ragtag group of rogues would typically possess. When the team reconvened in the courtyard, they carried everything that looked relevant. Daichi's brow was furrowed. Most of the cultists are tight-lipped, but one of them muttered something about a cradle of shadows. Could be a location or a code name. Cradle of shadows. Naruto repeated. The phrase churned in his mind. I've never heard of it. We'll pass it on to the intelligence corps. Maybe they can connect it to known legends. He glanced at Satsuki. She sheathed her sword with a crisp motion. Good work, he told her, quiet so the others wouldn't overhear. She paused, black eyes unreadable. I just did my job. But there was no biting edge to her tone. If anything, it held a subtle acceptance that he'd recognized her performance. Matsuri approached, rummaging through the confiscated papers. These are partially coded, but I see references to something about collecting components for a larger ceremony. Like they were building up to a bigger event. Naruto's chest tightened. Then we stopped one piece of it, not the whole. Great. Rika, the other Suna Kunoichi, spoke up. So what's our next step, Captain? Naruto considered the fortress's battered courtyard. They had neutralized the immediate threat, confiscated supplies, and captured cultists. But he sensed this was just the tip of the iceberg. We'll rendezvous at the border outpost, he decided. We'll send the cultists and evidence back to Konoha for interrogation. Then we keep investigating. The group nodded, tension still high but laced with a kind of relieved camaraderie. They had pulled off this stage without losing anyone. As day bled into evening, they set up a temporary camp within the fortress grounds, deciding to move on at first light. The walls, however decrepit, provided some shelter for the night. Suns. Et found Naruto atop a crumbling rampart, staring out at the wooded horizon. The sky was a wash of orange and crimson, fading to lavender at the edges. The captured cultists were bound in a makeshift holding area below, under guard. A few team members busied themselves with cooking rations or checking gear. Quiet settled, broken only by the distant chirp of insects. He felt footsteps approach light, measured. Satsuki. She stopped a couple yards away, resting her forearms on a broken section of stone. For a few moments, neither spoke, both watching the sky shift into dusk. Finally, Naruto broke the silence. You fought well today. She glanced at him, expression carefully neutral. Thanks. A beat passed. I've seen a lot of shinobi freeze up when faced with curses or dark jutsu. You didn't. Satsuki's lips twitched. I've trained to handle the unexpected. She looked away, and I wanted to show I'm not just talk. Naruto nodded, letting the quiet linger. He could almost sense the swirl of conflicting thoughts in her mind, irritation at being overshadowed, pride in her skill, confusion about how to measure herself against someone of his caliber. You don't need to prove anything to me, he offered. You're strong. Keep honing that strength, and you'll surpass whatever bar you set for yourself. She turned her head slightly, regarding him with dark eyes. Easy for you to say. You stand at the top already. With everyone praising your name. He exhaled. I worked hard for it, you know. I wasn't always at the top. I've heard the stories, she said, voice low. But hearing them, and seeing you in action are two different things. I want that unstoppable presence. I want to be recognized like you. Naruto studied her. Then train, fight, learn from each battle. That's what I did. Satsuki's jaw tightened. I don't want to be your disciple. He gave a small, wry smile. Never said you had to be. Just keep up. The words were a playful challenge, not an insult. Her eyes narrowed, but the corner of her mouth twitched as if suppressing a retort. She let out a quiet scoff. I will. They fell silent again, the hush between them not entirely comfortable but no longer hostile. The sunset's final glow bathed the rampart in golden red light, revealing a flicker of something in Satsuki's gaze, resolve, perhaps, or grudging respect. It felt like the start of a fragile camaraderie. At length, she nodded to him and turned away, descending the stone steps that led back to the courtyard. Naruto stayed a while longer, letting the night air brush over him. When twilight fully settled, he returned to the camp below. Most of the team had already eaten a light meal. Matsuri was near the campfire, quietly chatting with Daichi and Kiku. They all looked up as Naruto approached. Suri offered him a small portion of soup from a tin pot. He accepted it gratefully, seating himself on a chunk of fallen masonry. Any change with the prisoners? He asked Daichi. Daichi shook his head, still tight-lipped, but we're rotating guards. They won't try anything. Naruto nodded, sipping the soup. Flavorful enough, though the tension in the air dulled any pleasure from the food. He felt a subtle hum inside him, a reminder of Tsukuyomi's presence. She was somewhere beyond mortal perception, but he sensed her watchful gaze, even if faint. He wondered if she'd appear tonight, but something told him she wouldn't. He had enough on his plate handling mortal matters for now. Matsuri edged closer. We did well, she said softly, voice carrying a note of pride. Nobody was seriously hurt. That's the best outcome, Naruto replied, but I have a bad feeling these cultists are just the beginning. She nodded, glancing at the flickering flames. I can't shake the idea that they specify. Kali knew about your connection to the moon goddess. The way they sneered about it, it's almost like they planned for your interference. Naruto's grip on his spoon tightened. Yeah, that's what worries me. Her eyes flitted over his face. Concern evident. Then she placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. Whatever comes, you'll handle it. You always do. He let out a soft breath, acknowledging her unwavering faith. Thanks. We'll see. A comfortable silence settled, occasionally broken by small talk between the others. The fire crackled, sending embers drifting into the dark. Overhead, the sky revealed a scattering of stars, the moon hanging low on the horizon. Eventually, Naruto rose. I'll do a quick perimeter check. Need to clear my head. Matsuri gave a slight nod, her gaze following him. Stay safe. He slipped from the courtyard, meandering through the fortress's maze-like passages until he found a partly collapsed corridor that led outside. The moon had climbed higher, though it wasn't full tonight, just a waxing crescent that cast a faint silvery glow. Shadows draped the fortress grounds in patches of eerie stillness. Pausing at the edge of a crumbling arch, Naruto let his senses expand. The hush of night pressed around him. A part of him wanted to reach out mentally, to see if Tsukuyomi would respond. But he was also aware that forging a bond with a goddess didn't mean she was at his beck and call like a summon. She had her own domain, her own rhythms. Yet, he sensed a ripple, as if the moonlight resonated with the energy she'd given him. He closed his eyes, focusing. A gentle warmth spread through his chest, comforting, like an invisible hand placed over his heart. No words, but a quiet reassurance. He opened his eyes, letting out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Far from making him feel less connected to the mortal world, that divine presence only heightened his resolve to protect it. Maybe that was Tsukuyomi's intent, or maybe it was just how he processed her gift. Stepping onto the outer grounds, he circled the perimeter. The silhouette of watchful sentries perched on the ramparts, scanning the distance. He passed one of the Suna shinobi, who nodded in greeting. Quiet so far, the shinobi remarked. No sign of reinforcements for the cult. Naruto murmured an acknowledgement, continuing on. The night was calm enough, but he knew better than to let his guard down. He did a full loop, eventually returning to the courtyard's makeshift camp. Daichi had taken over watch duty, so Naruto found a spot near the low-burning fire, letting warmth lull his muscles into relaxation. He noticed Satsuki leaning against a pillar not far off, arms folded, eyes half-lidded as if in thought. Matsuri had dozed off against a stack of supplies, breathing even. Kiku and Rika were also sleeping, trusting that the watch rotation would keep them safe. Naruto's eyes flicked to Satsuki. She hadn't joined the others in rest. He wondered if she had trouble sleeping or just didn't trust them enough to let her guard down. He decided to leave her be, lying back himself and staring up at the stars through a gap in the broken ceiling. His thoughts drifted from the cult's ominous threat to Tsukuyomi's whispered promise, to the vow he'd made to protect everyone, mortal or divine. Somewhere in that swirl, he dozed off, dreams tugging him into a half-formed web of images. The chalk lines glowing, Tsukuyomi smiling softly, Satsuki's blade crackling with lightning, Matsuri's eyes bright with admiration. Shadows flickered at the edges, a looming sense of an old gate creaking open. He woke with a start sometime before dawn. The fire had died to embers, and the courtyard was steeped in darkness. Daichi still kept watch at the fortress entrance, though Naruto didn't see Satsuki. Probably patrolling or resting somewhere else. Quietly, he rose to check on the prisoners. They lay bound and asleep, except for one whose eyes glinted in the faint moonlight, apparently awake, though silent. Naruto studied the robed figure from a short distance. A hateful stare met his gaze, but the cultist spoke no words. Let them stew, Naruto thought. Soon enough, the interrogation experts in Konoha would do their work. He turned away, returning to his spot in the courtyard. Tomorrow, they'd head to the outpost. If all went well, they'd glean a lead to the next piece of this puzzle. Then, perhaps, they'd be one step closer to understanding the gate the cult was so fixated on. He settled in, forcing himself to rest again. Sleep came in fragments, until dawn light seeped through the broken fortress walls, casting everything in pale gold. They departed early, the prisoners in tow, escorted by Daichi and Kiku. Naruto led the rest of the group, Matsuri, Satsuki, and Rika, on a parallel path. The plan was to split at the nearest crossroad. Daichi would handle prisoner transfer to Konoha, while Naruto's smaller unit would press on to the border outpost to see if any fresh intel had arrived. Under a sky bleached by morning sun, the two squads parted ways with curt farewells. Matsuri gave Daichi a friendly wave, while Satsuki merely inclined her head, expression unreadable. Naruto exchanged a few final instructions with Daichi about contacting him through Messenger Hawk if anything urgent came up. Once alone, the four of them, Naruto, Matsuri, Satsuki, and Rika, picked up speed on the main route. The outpost lay another half-day's travel to the east, near a rugged stretch of mountainous terrain. Matsuri, ever curious, struck up conversation with Rika, who was reticent but not unfriendly. Naruto could hear them discussing wind-based jutsu and training regimens. Meanwhile, Satsuki kept her silence, occasionally scanning the surroundings. Naruto's own thoughts circled around the phrase, Cradle of Shadows, the gate the cultists mentioned, and Tsukuyomi's caution about a looming threat. Pieces of a puzzle, scattered and cryptic. He wished foe were a simpler enemy, someone he could just punch into submission. But this conspiracy felt layered, hidden in old texts and shadowy rituals. They pressed on through the midday heat, pausing only briefly for water. Satsuki eventually spoke up in a low voice. How do you plan to handle this bigger threat? If it's something more than a random cult. Naruto glanced at her. We gather intel, identify the source, and neutralize it. She frowned slightly. And if it's on the level of legendary beasts or godlike powers? His steps didn't falter. Then we adapt. I've faced worse than mortal foes before. She studied him, skepticism warping into reluctant acceptance. You sound sure. He shrugged. Confidence. If we start doubting ourselves at every rumor, we'll never get anywhere. Satsuki's gaze flickered to Matsuri up ahead, who was listening intently to Rika's explanation of Suna wind jutsu. Then she looked back at Naruto. You have a lot of admirers. They follow you almost blindly. Naruto's voice was quiet but steady. They follow me because they trust me to get the job done. Not because I force them. She hesitated, then nodded, as if that acknowledgement eased some tension within her. They continued in silence, letting the crunch of their footsteps fill the void. By late afternoon, they reached the border outpost, a fortified wooden structure perched on a rocky ledge. From its vantage point, one could see the sweeping valleys below and a patchwork of forest stretching into the distance. Konoha's banner hung outside, snapping in the breeze. A small contingent of shinobi guarded the gate. Their captain, a grizzled man named Hideki, recognized Naruto at once. "Glad to see you, Uzumaki," he said, opening the gate. "We heard rumors about cultists in the region. Any truth?" "More than rumors," Naruto replied. "We took down a cell operating in an old fortress. Got prisoners and evidence heading to Konoha." Hideki grimaced. "I was worried. We've had random sightings of hooded figures near here, too. No direct confrontations yet, but it's unsettling." Naruto signaled to the others, and they entered the outpost's main courtyard. It was smaller and simpler than the fortress, but well maintained. With a few barracks and a command center, shinobi hustled about, some carrying supply crates, others standing guard at vantage points. Hideki led them to the command building, a sturdy structure with thick wooden walls. Inside, a large table bore maps of the border regions. Candle sconces lit the dim space, and the stale scent of old paper lingered. Matsuri and Rika took positions near the wall, while Satsuki stood stiffly by the doorway. Naruto exchanged updates with Hideki, who reported various suspicious sightings over the past few weeks. None had been confirmed as cult members, but the descriptions: dark robes, cryptic behaviors matched the pattern. "They've been showing interest in caves and ruins, especially the ones rumored to have old seals or artifacts," Hideki said, pointing to the maps. "We tried sending scouting parties, but these folks vanish like ghosts." Naruto's eyes traced the lines on the map. "Any place that stands out as a probable next target." Hideki tapped a location northeast of the outpost. "We found some strange carvings in an abandoned shrine there. We suspect it might have ties to older, pre-shinobi civilizations. Might be the kind of site these cultists want." Naruto nodded, studying the terrain. "We'll check it out." "How far?" "A day's trek through the mountains, then a descent into a forest valley. The shrine's near a ravine. Tricky terrain, watch for rockslides." Naruto mulled it over. "We'll rest here tonight, resupply, then head out at first light. With luck, we can intercept them before they do more damage." Hideki agreed. "We'll support however we can. Just be careful." They parted ways. Hideki ordered accommodations prepared, a small bunkroom for the group. The outpost had limited space, but it was safer and more calm. Portable than the fortress they'd slept in the previous night. Inside the cramped bunkroom, Naruto slung off his pack. The walls were bare except for a single lantern. 2 bunk beds hugged opposite sides. Enough for 4 people if they were comfortable getting cozy. Matsuri looked around, eyebrows raised. "Tight quarters. Border outposts don't prioritize luxury," Naruto said with a grin. "We'll manage." Rika shrugged, already claiming the top bunk on one side. Satsuki, standing near the door, didn't immediately move. She eyed the arrangement. "I'll sleep outside if it's too crowded." Naruto shook his head. "Not necessary. We can rotate if anyone's uncomfortable. I might be on watch for a while anyway." Matsuri sat on the bottom bunk, rummaging through her pack for fresh clothes. "I could go on watch, too, if that helps. I'm not that tired." Naruto appreciated the offer but waved her off. "Get some rest. I'll handle first watch. Satsuki can take second. We'll give Rika and you a break tonight." Rika nodded, not protesting. Satsuki responded with a curt, "Fine." With that settled, Naruto left them to figure out the sleeping arrangements and stepped back into the outpost's corridor. Evening had descended, the lamplight casting long shadows on the timber walls. He found a vantage point on the outpost rampart, a small walkway accessible by ladder, and climbed up. A breeze ruffled his hair as he settled against the wooden railing. The valley below was shrouded in twilight, silhouettes of trees merging into a dark expanse. Stars pricked the sky, and the moon glowed brighter tonight, still not full, but larger than the night before. He felt that familiar subtle hum, a cosmic tether. He recalled the confrontation in the fortress courtyard, the way the cultists mentioned the goddess. Had Tsukuyomi known about them? Had she foreseen that they'd seek to destroy or challenge her champion? The idea of a hidden war between these zealots and a moon deity was almost surreal, yet here he was, living it. Footsteps sounded behind him on the wooden planks. He half expected Satsuki or Matsuri, but it was Hideki, the outpost captain. The older shinobi leaned on the railing, surveying the dark horizon. "Thought you might be up here," Hideki remarked, voice gruff. "Needed some air myself." Naruto nodded politely. "Thanks for the hospitality." Hideki shrugged. "We do what we can. Frankly, I'm glad you're on this. Rumor has it your skills near legendary these days." Naruto's mouth quirked. "Rumors exaggerate." The older man gave a quiet chuckle. "Maybe so. But from what I hear, you've earned it." Silence draped over them for a few moments. Then Hideki spoke again, voice subdued. "Have to ask, you hear anything about a powerful patron or goddess connected to you?" "I've overheard a few whispers from travelers." Naruto straightened subtly. "Word travels fast." Hideki glanced at him. "I'm too old to chase rumors, but some folks say there's a cosmic swirl around you, that weird forces shift whenever you're near. That you're more than just a regular shinobi now." Naruto weighed his response. "All I can say is, I'm still me, and I still fight for this village. If there's a cosmic swirl, it doesn't change that." Hideki stared at him for a beat, then offered a faint grin. "I'm glad. Whatever powers are at play, as long as you're on our side, I'll rest easier." Naruto nodded, the conversation drifting to more mundane matters. Eventually, Hideki excused himself to turn in for the night. Naruto stayed put, letting the minutes slip by. The sky deepened to navy, the moon climbing higher. He felt that reassuring glow inside, a promise that he wasn't alone in this fight. Before midnight, he heard a ladder creak again. Satsuki's head appeared over the edge, followed by her slim frame as she hoisted herself onto the rampart. "I'll take over," she said, arms folded. That was the plan, right? Naruto glanced at the moon's position. Time had flown. "All right," he agreed. "I'll head inside then." Satsuki stepped aside to let him pass. He paused next to her, noticing the way her gaze flickered to the moon, then back to him. It was a fleeting moment, but he sensed a question lurking beneath the surface. "Good night," he said quietly. She dipped her chin. "Night." He climbed down the ladder, leaving her perched on the rampart, silhouetted by moonlight. Something told she was wrestling with more than just her ambition. But for now, he'd let her keep her secrets. Back in the cramped bunkroom, he found Matsuri and Rika fast asleep. Rather than disturb them, he quietly claimed the bottom bunk on the other side. Sleep came surprisingly quickly, exhaustion tugging at his limbs. He dreamed of swirling darkness and chalk symbols again, but this time, the memory of Tsukuyomi's silver glow cut through the gloom. A quiet warmth pulsed around him, lifting the weight of dread. Somewhere far away, a deep voice snarled in frustration, as if thwarted. He awoke just before dawn, heart thudding, yet oddly calm. They set out at first light as planned, the four of them traveling toward the mountainous path indicated on Hideki's map. The air felt cooler at these elevations, bracing against their skin. The route wound upward, narrow passes flanked by jagged cliffs. Sometimes they had to move single file, careful not to slip. By midday, they reached a high ridge that overlooked a vast expanse of forest below. In the distance, Naruto spotted the faint outline of what might be the old shrine, a cluster of weathered stone columns rising above the canopy. They descended carefully, the rocky path giving way to thick vegetation. The forest was denser here, ancient trees towering overhead, blocking much of the sunlight. Moss-covered rocks and twisted roots made the terrain treacherous. As they pressed deeper, the sense of unease grew. Birds were eerily silent, no leaves rustled in the breeze. The forest felt like it was holding its breath. Naruto motioned the group to slow. "This place isn't right." Matsuri's hand strayed to her weapon pouch. "I feel it too. It's like the air is heavier." Satsuki drew her sword partway, scanning the surroundings. Rika glanced around warily, sweat beating at her temple. They continued in tense silence until they came across a small clearing. There, half buried in overgrown vines, stood a series of stone pillars and a fractured altar. Strange carvings marred the stone's sinister faces, swirling patterns reminiscent of the cult's chalk lines. Matsuri exhaled softly. This must be the shrine. Naruto stepped forward, carefully observing the carvings. They depicted twisted figures, possibly archaic deities or demons, locked in eternal struggle. The air around the altar vibrated with residual chakra, though faint. He reached out, letting Tsukuyomi's gift sharpen his senses. A pulse of rancid energy tugged at him, reminiscent of the fortress ritual but older, more worn. Satsuki studied the carvings. They look similar to the symbols we saw in that fortress, but more ancient. What's the plan? Naruto crouched near the altar, running a hand over the etched lines. We look for signs that the cult was here. If they left any fresh markings or leftover traps, we'll find them. He glanced at Matsuri. Check the perimeter. Rika, see if there's any hidden chamber near those pillars. Satsuki, watch our backs. I'll examine the altar. They split up, each taking a section of the clearing. Naruto methodically examined the altar. Deep grooves suggested the surface had been chipped away recently, as if someone removed something. A chunk of stone the size of a fist, maybe, leaving a jagged hole. He raked his memory, trying to recall the diagrams from the fortress. Had there been mention of a relic or focal stone? Something about cradle and shadows. Movement behind him. He tensed, ready to react, but it was Satsuki. She crouched beside him, expression intent. There's no immediate threat in the forest, I found footprints leading toward that ravine. Could be a recent trail. Naruto nodded. They might have carried something out. Look at this. He gestured to the hole. Something was here, and now it's gone. She frowned. Think it's connected to the gate or that cradle nonsense? Possibly. The cult might be collecting pieces from old shrines. He stood, scanning the clearing. Let's gather the others. They regrouped by the altar. Matsuri and Rika reporting minimal findings. Matsuri found faint drag marks near the perimeter, supporting Satsuki's footprints clue. Rika discovered a collapsed passage behind one of the pillars. But it was completely sealed by rubble. Naruto exhaled. So they might have come here, taken something from the altar, and left toward the ravine. Let's follow that trail. They moved out, forming a cautious single file. The forest grew more shadowed, the ground sloping downward. Occasionally, they'd spot a broken branch or scuff in the soil, subtle signs of recent passage. After half an hour, they reached a jagged fissure in the earth, a ravine dropping steeply, with a narrow ledge hugging the side. The faint roar of water echoed from somewhere below. Satsuki peered over the edge. This ledge is precarious. Naruto tested it with one foot. It held, but barely. We'll go slow. Watch your footing. They edged along the ravine wall, each step a potential hazard. Matsuri inhaled shakily when a chunk of rock crumbled away. She kept her balance, though her knuckles whitened on the ledge. Suddenly, a low rumble reverberated through the ground. Loose stones rattled. Naruto froze. Earthquake. Before anyone could answer, the ledge beneath Rika gave way with a sickening crack. She let out a gasp, arms flailing. Naruto lunged, grabbing her wrist just in time, while Matsuri clutched Rika's other arm. Satsuki pressed against the wall for extra support. Pull, Naruto commanded through clenched teeth, muscles straining. The ledge crumbled further, a cascade of rubble plunging into the darkness below. Rika's eyes were wide with fear as she dangled over the precipice. They managed to haul her up onto a stable portion of rock. She collapsed, breathing hard, face pale. Thank you, she stammered. Naruto nodded, heart pounding. We need to find a safer path. The rumble intensified. From deeper in the ravine came a sudden, angry roar like the rush of water. A swirling blackness erupted from below, coalescing into the shape of a massive, twisted serpent-like form. It glowed with the same malevolent aura he'd sensed in the fortress. A monstrous conjuration, or maybe a guardian of this cursed place. Get back, Naruto shouted. The serpent reared, lunging upward with terrifying speed. Its body seemed composed of thick, shadowy chakra, flickering with dark flame. A mouth lined with ghostly fangs gaped wide, hissing. Matsuri yelped, forcing wind chakra into a defensive swirl. Satsuki drew her blade, electricity crackling along the edge. Rika, still trembling, ready to kunai. Naruto slammed a palm to the rock, channeling wind chakra that blasted them backward onto safer footing. The serpent's strike smashed the ledge they'd occupied seconds earlier, sending shards of stone raining into the ravine. It hissed, coiling around the cliff face. The entire ravine shook, as if the presence of this beast was warping reality. Naruto's mind raced. They had to fight, but one wrong move would send them plummeting. He formed quick seals, summoning a swirling sphere of wind in his palm, a specialized Rasengan variant. Matsuri, Satsuki, keep it be you. Sigh while I gather enough chakra to finish it off. They nodded. Matsuri stepped forward, unleashing a gust that battered the serpent's flank, forcing it to coil around a rocky outcrop. Satsuki seized the opening, darting in with lightning arcs around her sword, slashing at the serpent's flickering body. Her blade sank into the shadowy mass, causing it to hiss and recoil, though it was unclear if it felt pain. Rika joined in, hurling kunai with explosive tags at precise angles. Blasts lit the ravine, momentarily forcing the serpent to withdraw. Its roar echoed, furious. Another wave of oppressive chakra surged, threatening to unbalance them again. Naruto concentrated, letting Tsukuyomi's essence flow through him, melding it with his wind chakra. He molded a sphere of swirling air so dense it shimmered with silver undertones. Adrenaline hammered his pulse, but he kept his movements smooth, practiced. Now, he yelled. Matsuri whipped up a slicing wind, clearing a path. Satsuki and Rika disengaged, giving Naruto a direct line of sight. The serpent reared again, jaws opening in a silent roar. Naruto lunged, thrusting the sphere forward. Wind-charged Rasengan met shadowy flesh. An explo. Scion of colliding energies ripped through the ravine. For a heartbeat, Naruto was enveloped in swirling chaos, dark flames licking at his arms, the serpent's shriek reverberating in his bones. He gritted his teeth, pouring more chakra in. The serpent's body quivered, fracturing under the assault. With a final, echoing hiss, the shadow beast imploded, dissolving into shards of black chakra that drifted away like ash. The ravine fell quiet again, save for the ragged breathing of the team. Bits of rock clattered from the battered cliff, but the immediate danger had passed. Naruto staggered a step, panting, arms tingling from the feedback of energies. Matsuri hurried to his side, worry etched on her face. Naruto, are you okay? He nodded, wincing slightly. I'll live. Satsuki stood a few paces away, sword lowered, chest heaving. What was that thing? Naruto exhaled. Some manifestation of the dark chakra that's been lingering here. Possibly a guardian or trap set by the cult. Rika swallowed hard. Whatever it was, it nearly killed us. They carefully retreated to a more stable section of rock, hearts still pounding. Naruto scanned the ravine below, half expecting another surge, but only an empty darkness remained. Matsuri pressed a hand to his shoulder. That was intense. I've heard stories about your Rasengan, but seeing it in action. He mustered a small grin. Just doing what had to be done. Satsuki sheathed her sword with a sharp snap. She didn't voice praise, but her eyes held a flicker of acknowledgement. Rika silently gathered her scattered kunai, still visibly shaken. Naruto took a moment to center himself. The quicksilver warmth of Tsukuyomi's essence had aided him, fueling his wind. But the cost was real. He felt a strain in his muscles he hadn't experienced in a long while. The synergy was powerful, yet it demanded a careful balance. We should get out of this ravine, he said quietly. No point risking another trap. We have enough intel to confirm the cult's involvement. They definitely took something from that altar. Let's regroup at the outpost and report. No one protested. Their close brush with death made them eager to leave this cursed place. Carefully, they navigated a safer route back, eventually climbing out of the forest with no further incidents. The sky was already leaning into late afternoon, the sun hidden behind mountain peaks. They arrived at the outpost by dusk. Worn and subdued, Hideki greeted them with alarm when he saw their exhausted faces. Naruto recounted the ordeal, finding the empty altar, the ravine serpent, and the likely theft of a relic. Hideki's expression darkened. This is worse than I thought, he muttered. I'll dispatch a messenger hawk to Konoha immediately. They need to know about this shrine and the stolen artifact. Naruto nodded, sagging against the outpost wall. We'll return to Konoha ourselves soon. Once Daichi's group has the interrogation results, maybe we can piece together the bigger picture. Hideki rubbed his temples. I'll have the garrison on alert. If more cultists appear, we won't let them slip away. Naruto thanked him. The four travelers collapsed into the bunkroom, tension drawing now that they were in safe territory. Rika settled onto her bunk without a word, still shaken. Matsuri rummaged for medical supplies to treat bruises and minor burns from the serpent's dark flames. Satsuki lingered near the doorway, arms folded, as if uncertain whether to sit or rest. Naruto intercepted her with a faint nod. "We made it back in one piece." She met his gaze, that fierce glimmer tempered by fatigue. "You saved us with that technique. I suppose I owe you a thanks." He shrugged. "We're a team. We save each other." A beat of silence. Then she inclined her head, acknowledgement finally given. "I won't forget it." Before he could respond, Matsuri approached with a small medical kit. "Naruto, let me see your arm. You got singed by that dark flame, didn't you?" He glanced down at a patch of reddened skin near his sleeve. "It's nothing major, but sure." She guided him to sit, carefully applying a salve. Her touch was gentle, though he noticed a slight tremor in her fingers. The adrenaline come down, no doubt. He felt the warmth of her presence, a hint of closeness that lingered as she bandaged the burn. Satsuki watched from a short distance, expression unreadable. She turned away, moving to the corner of the room where she began methodically wiping her blade with a cloth, each motion deliberate. Naruto thanked Matsuri, flexing his arm. "Feels better already," she offered a subdued smile. "Glad to help." He leaned back, letting out a long breath. "We'll head for Konoha at dawn. Better rest up." Their night was fitful. Each of them woke intermittently, hearts hammering with the memory of the serpent's roar, the ledge crumbling beneath their feet. Still, exhaustion claimed them more often than not, dragging them under until the night hours passed in a tangle of uneasy dreams. At dawn, they mustered outside the outpost gates. Hideki saw them off, a hawk already en route to the village with preliminary findings. The journey back to Konoha took 2 days, uneventful compared to the ravine fiasco. By the time they reached the village gates, dusk was falling once again, painting the sky in gentle purples and pinks. Relief coursed through Naruto as he stepped onto familiar streets. The team parted ways to report in. Matsuri needed to check in with her Suna delegation, and Rika went with her. Satsuki lingered for a moment, as if deciding what to say, then gave Naruto a curt nod and strode off. He didn't stop her. He knew she'd have her own reflections, and their brief conversation on the rampart had been enough for now. Naruto headed straight to the Hokage Tower. The corridors were quiet at this hour, most staff having retired for the evening. He found Shikamaru in a side office, half asleep over a pile of scrolls. "Long day?" Naruto asked, voice echoing in the hushed space. Shikamaru jolted awake, blinking bleary eyes. "Naruto, you're back sooner than I expected. How did it go?" Naruto's expression turned grim. He recounted the fortress infiltration, the captured cultists, the stolen relic from the ancient shrine, and the serpent's ambush. Shikamaru listened, face darkening with each detail. "This is escalating," Shikamaru said flatly. "OT initial interrogation results from Daichi's prisoners. Lots of fanatic nonsense about dethroning false gods and unleashing a cosmic power through a sealed gate. The code in their documents references multiple shrines across the continent. They're collecting artifacts that once belonged to an ancient civilization rumored to be close to divine or demonic forces. Something about turning the key to open that gate." Naruto let out a low breath. "So they're after enough components to break a seal that's been locked away for who knows how long." "Exactly." Shikamaru ran a hand through his hair. Quote, "This gate, we don't have a full translation yet, but it's big. Potentially a threat to the entire shinobi world." Naruto's mind flashed to the cultist's chilling words, "Your goddess can't save you. We need to shut them down before they gather everything they need." "We will," Shikamaru said, though tension radiated from him. "I'm mobilizing a joint effort. Suna might join, maybe other villages too if we can gather enough proof. But this operation is massive. They're spread out." Naruto understood the implications. This wouldn't be a quick mission. It was shaping into a drawn-out campaign. NST, a clandestine cult with its own network and resources. "I'm in," he said firmly. "Keep me updated." Shikamaru nodded, leaning back in his chair. "You should rest. We'll need you at full strength soon." Naruto yawned, adrenaline fading. "Will do. And, Thanks for holding the fort. A ghost of a smile touched Shikamaru's lips. That's my job. Just like you go out there and punch giant shadow serpents. Naruto snorted softly, turning to go. Anytime. He left the tower, the weight of the cult's threat heavy on his shoulders. Yet as he walked through the quiet streets, he felt the faint, reassuring pulse of Tsukuyomi's essence. The bond reminded him that no matter how dire things looked, he wasn't alone and that unstoppable will, honed through countless battles, would guide him. At his apartment door, he noticed something unusual, a small piece of parchment pinned to the wood. He pulled it free, scanning the neat handwriting. Naruto, I had to leave sooner than expected. The delegations, heading back to Suna to discuss next steps in this looming crisis. Thank you for everything, for the training, for saving me more than once. I'll return when I can, hopefully with more allies to help face this threat. Until then, stay safe. Matsuri. He felt a mix of warmth and regret. He'd grown fond of her easy smile and unwavering support, but duty called them both in different directions. He tucked the note away, unlocking his door and stepping into the darkened apartment. The quiet enveloped him. For a moment, he missed the hustle and camaraderie of the missions. But tomorrow would bring more. The war against the cult was far from over. Kicking off his sandals, he made his way to the bedroom, muscles aching for rest. He lay down, exhaling a slow breath. The tension in his limbs unwound, as he let the events of the past days drift through his mind. Images of Satsuki's determined eyes, Matsuri's relieved smiles, Rika's gratitude, Daichi's calm efficiency. And overshadowing it all, the serpentine beast hissing in the ravine. The half-finished rituals, the stolen relic. Amid these swirling thoughts, the gentle glow of Tsukuyomi's power nudged him. He closed his eyes, letting the comforting sensation lull him to sleep. In that liminal space between consciousness and dreams, he felt an echo of her voice, silent yet certain, reminding him that in the dance of moonlight and shadows, he was chosen for a purpose. And for Naruto Uzumaki, the path forward was always to face the unknown head-on, his heart blazing with that unstoppable resolve. Shift. Elsewhere, a lone figure paced in a candlelit chamber. Thick tapestries lining the walls. The air smelled of incense and old secrets. On a table lay a single stone chunk, carved with strange symbols, recently pried from the shrine's altar. A faint dark aura swirled around it. The figure's voice cut through the silence, sharp with triumph. We have it. Another piece. From the far corner, a hooded individual emerged. And what of the others? The fortress cell was captured. There are rumors Uzumaki intervened. The pacing figure scoffed. Let them capture a few pawns. The ritual proceeds. We have enough to move to the next shrine. Soon, the gate will waver. We'll lure the goddess's champion into a final confrontation. A moment passed as flickering candlelight danced on the stone. The hooded one bowed. As you say, my lord. The cradle stirs. Shadows align. Yes, came the reply, a whisper laced with sinister glee. And in that cradle, we shall birth a new order. The conversation dissolved into a hushed exchange of details. The chunk of carved stone pulsed once, a malevolent heartbeat in the gloom. Shift. Satsuki. Satsuki stood atop a secluded training ground under the pale moonlight. The events of the past days raced through her mind. The ravenous serpent, the nerve-wracking climb along the ravine, Naruto's unstoppable Rasengan. She tightened her hands on the hilt of her sword. She wasn't naive. She knew she was outclassed by Naruto. But that only fueled her desire to grow stronger. Even now, lightning chakra crackled along her blade as she practiced a series of swift strikes against invisible enemies. Sweat dripped down her brow. But she pressed on, ignoring the burn in her muscles. Her pride stung every time she replayed that moment Naruto had pinned her in their spar, or the way he'd calmly saved them all in the ravine. Yet she also recalled how he never once ridiculed her. Instead, he acknowledged her strength, told her to keep up. Part of her hated how that made her want to earn his approval. But part of her realized it was more than mere pride. Shutting her eyes, she guided the lightning deeper, letting it fuse with her movements. Each slash glowed more brightly, the air sizzling. She envisioned surpassing him someday, or at least standing on equal footing. But for now, she'd push herself relentlessly until the next mission. The cult was a threat to everyone, and if Naruto's divinity-infused prowess was the world's best defense, she would at least be a blade at his side, forging her name through the crucible of battle. Her sword struck a training post, splitting it with a crisp crack. Breath heaving, she let the lightning flicker out. The moon watched, impartial, as she vowed silently, I won't remain in his shadow. I'll carve out my own light even if I stand beside him. Night blanketed the village. Within a modest apartment, Naruto stirred in his sleep, feeling Tsukuyomi's quiet presence. Miles away, Satsuki drove herself harder under the same moon. And in unknown corners of the land, cultists gathered. Relics arranged, chanting for a gate to open an ancient power that could reshape nations. The stage was set, the pieces moving. And beneath the endless sky, Naruto Uzumaki remained steadfast, resolved to face the tides of fate, no matter how dark or daunting. End of Chapter 2. Naruto stood at the window of the Hokage Tower, arms folded across his chest. Morning light fell through the glass, illuminating the swirl of activity in the office behind him. Ninja bustled in and out, carrying scrolls, delivering reports, whispering rumors of new developments in the cult investigation. The entire village seemed caught in an undercurrent of tension now that fragments of the cult's plan had come to light. He stared down at the village below, people going about their daily routines, blissfully unaware of the hidden war unfolding in dark corners. High above him, the faint presence of the moon goddess pulsed like a distant star in the back of his consciousness. A quiet hum that reassured him he wasn't alone. He could sense her watchfulness, though she had not appeared to him directly since the night he and his team had nearly died in that ravine. The door behind him slid open, and he heard Shikamaru's familiar sigh before he turned to see his friend approaching. Shikamaru looked the same as always, eyes bleary from too many hours spent hunched over intelligence scrolls. But an alertness radiated from him that belied the tired slump of his shoulders. Thought I'd find you here, Shikamaru said, setting a folder of reports on a nearby desk. We're piecing together the intel from Daichi's prisoners and the teams sent to recon other shrines. It's a headache. Naruto turned fully, crossing the room with brisk steps. Any breakthroughs? Shikamaru ran a hand through his ponytail, gaze drifting to the stack of papers. A few. We've confirmed that the cult's name is the Children of the Cradle. It appears they've splintered into multiple cells scattered across the continent. Each cell hunts relics linked to an ancient civilization rumored to have tampered with divine gates, ones that lead to realms beyond our understanding. He sighed. We're still short on specifics. But one name keeps cropping up, Cradle of Shadows. We suspect it's some ancient site or maybe a dimension they're trying to breach. Naruto exhaled slowly, recalling the serpent they'd encountered in the ravine. They've already done enough damage collecting pieces for this so-called gate. We can't let them get any closer. Agreed. That's why the council approved a more extensive operation. Shikamaru continued. We're sending teams to track down leads in various countries. Suna's already on board. Kiri might join if we present enough evidence of a threat. You, re-pegged to head one of these search and destroy squads. Naruto lifted a brow. Where to this time? Shikamaru tapped the folder. Intel suggests another relic might be hidden in a temple near the Great Marshlands, along the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. It's an old site, predates even the founding of our villages. The cult could be heading there. A flicker of something flitted across Naruto's thoughts. The cultists, mention of dethroning false gods, their apparent knowledge of Tsukuyomi. All right, he said. Who's on my team? That's what we need to decide, Shikamaru replied. We want a balanced unit, versatile, strong, and capable of dealing with weird jutsu. And, if we're being frank, you might attract heavy fire from the cult. They want you. Better bring people you trust. Naruto's jaw tensed. He couldn't forget that line from the prisoner, your goddess can't save you. I was thinking of Tenten. She mentioned wanting a tougher mission. She's been refining her new weapons, too. Good idea, Shikamaru said with a faint nod. She's on standby, so that's easy to arrange. Anyone else? Naruto's mind flicked to Satsuki, whose ambition and skill he respected even if the tension between them ran high. He wasn't entirely sure she'd accept, but something told him she wouldn't back down from a real chance to prove herself. Satsuki. She's tough, doesn't scare easily. Shikamaru arched a brow. You sure? She's got a bit of a chip on her shoulder around you. Naruto shrugged. which might motivate her to do her best. Besides, she came through in the ravine. All right, that's 2, Shikamaru said. We can spare another 2 or 3. How about Sai? He's good at recon and can handle tricky illusions with his ink beasts. Naruto nodded. He's reliable. We'll need a medic, though. Or at least someone with healing knowledge. Right. Sakura is busy heading a medical outreach for the border disputes. We could ask for a lower-ranked medic Nin, or see if Ino's free. She's not a full medic, but her knowledge of medical basics and mind jutsu might come in handy. Naruto considered that Ino had grown a lot since their old genin days. She was no slouch. Especially with the new expansion of her clan techniques. Ino's a good option. Shikamaru scribbled a quick note. I'll see if she's available. If so, that'll be your team of 5. You, Tenten, Satsuki, Sai, and Ino. A well-rounded group. We'll call it a special operation under your command. Naruto gave a firm nod. Understood. When do we leave? As soon as possible, Shikamaru said. We'll finalize everything by the end of the day. Get your gear ready. Naruto turned to the window again, looking at the bright sky. I'll do that. A faint hum of adrenaline coursed through him, a mixture of excitement and wariness. The cult was escalating, and so would he. He spent the afternoon gathering supplies and finalizing the mission details. True to his word, Shikamaru arranged for Ino and Sai to join. Both showed up in the designated briefing room by mid-afternoon, greeting Naruto with easy familiarity. Tenten arrived next, hefting a large scroll strapped across her back, likely containing her new weapon prototypes. Finally, Satsuki appeared, quiet and watchful. Naruto saw no trace of reluctance in her posture, only readiness. They formed a loose semicircle around a wide table displaying a rough map of the marshlands. Swampland symbols, twisting canals, and half-lost ruins dotted the edges. Shikamaru stood at the head, briefing them on known intel. The marshlands are treacherous thick bogs, hidden sinkholes. Giant reptilian creatures, venomous insects. On top of that, the cult might have set traps or illusions. Your primary goal: find the rumored temple. If the cult is there, disrupt their operation and secure any relic. We suspect it could be an ancient tablet or artifact embedded in the temple's architecture. He let that sink in. Our intel's not perfect. Expect unpredictability. If you run into more cultists than you can handle, pull back and call for reinforcements. Naruto's gaze traveled over each teammate. Tenten leaned forward, scanning the map with keen interest, fingers tracing potential routes. Sai stood with arms folded, face impassive, occasionally nodding. Ino wore her typical half-smile, though her eyes shone with determination. Satsuki stared at the map silently, as though memorizing every line. Shikamaru offered final words. Move out first thing tomorrow. The trek will take a couple days, maybe more, depending on the marshlands conditions. Any questions? Tenten raised her hand. Just one. Can I expect to test a few new explosives in watery terrain? Shikamaru gave a long-suffering look. Try not to blow the entire swamp apart, please. A chuckle went through the group. The tension lifted slightly, though the weight of the mission still pressed on them. Naruto thanked Shikamaru and led the team out, instructions clear. They'd meet at dawn at the village gates. For now, they had the evening to finalize personal preparations. Night fell. Naruto found himself walking near the village's outer walls, where quiet side streets wove between tall watchtowers. He had too much energy coiled inside him to rest yet, so he let his feet carry him aimlessly. Eventually, he turned a corner and almost bumped into Tenten, who seemed equally restless. Strolling with her arms behind her head, she blinked in surprise. Naruto, what are you doing out here? He offered a half-smile. Could ask you the same. She shrugged, letting her arms drop. I had to close up the shop early. Can't sleep thinking about tomorrow. My mind's swirling with possibilities for those new weapons. And, you know, the looming threat of a giant cult trying to open some cosmic gate. That too. Her wry grin made him chuckle. Yeah, minor details, right. They fell into step together, the hush of the night wrapping around them. Tenten's voice turned thoughtful. I've been on plenty of missions. But something about this one feels bigger. Maybe it's because you're leading, or because these cultists are messing with powers older than shinobi history. Naruto slowed his pace. We're up against something that's not just another rogue ninja. They're tapping into, I don't even know how to describe it. Dark energies, ancient seals. It's a lot. She glanced at him, eyes glinting under a passing lantern's glow. You're not rattled, are you? Seems impossible. He shook his head. Not rattled. Just aware this is bigger than usual. But we'll handle it. They stop. At an intersection where moonlight spilled across the pavement. Tenten turned, regarding him with quiet intensity. Listen, she said, dropping her voice. I've heard some rumors that you're tied to a moon goddess. That you have some kind of divine power now. He stiffened slightly. Gossip traveled fast indeed, but Tenten's expression held curiosity rather than fear. It's complicated, he said at last. She raised a brow. I've seen enough weird things in our world that I won't freak out if you say you've got goddess chakra in you. Honestly, it might just make you even more unstoppable. But that's your business. Naruto let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He appreciated her directness. I can't share all the details, but yes, there's a connection with a deity. She chose me for some reason. Tenten nodded slowly. Well, if anyone can handle that kind of responsibility, it's you. And if you need an extra blade, I've got your back. He smiled softly. Thank you, Tenten. A light breeze wafted through. Stirring her hair, she took a half step closer, as if drawn by some unspoken magnetism. For a moment, the air between them felt charged not with tension, but with a comfortable warmth laced with the promise of possibility. Then she broke into a grin and punched his arm lightly. All right, Naruto Uzumaki, future god or not, I need some shut-eye. See you at dawn. He laughed under his breath. See you. She turned and jogged off, disappearing around the corner with a casual wave. The night swallowed her silhouette. Naruto stood there a moment longer, the sense of her nearness still lingering. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had she almost leaned in? Or was he imagining things? He shook off the speculation. Tomorrow's mission weighed heavily. With a final glance at the moon overhead, he headed home, determined to rest and face the coming trials with a clear mind. Dawn arrived, painted in pale gold. At the village gates, Naruto found Sasuke, Tenten, Sai, and Ino already waiting. Each carried gear suited to their style. Tenten with a large scroll strapped behind her shoulder, Satsuki's sword gleaming at her hip, Sai's ink brush and scrolls tucked neatly into a pouch. Ino with a small medical kit slung over one shoulder. Naruto greeted them, exchanging brief smiles with Tenten and Ino. Satsuki gave him a terse nod, while Sai bowed politely. The air crackled with anticipation. Without further ceremony, they departed, the gate guards saluting as they passed into the rolling plains beyond Konoha's walls. The initial stretch was calm, wide roads, sparse travelers. By midday, they left the main route and entered a wooded region that would lead toward the marshlands. Occasional bursts of laughter or conversation broke the relative silence, but mostly they traveled with purpose, saving energy for what lay ahead. Around dusk, they set up a small camp near a stream. Ino cooked a modest meal, while Tenten tinkered with a small cylindrical device that hissed and clicked whenever she adjusted a gear. Satsuki kept to herself, perched on a rock, scanning the surrounding area. Sai quietly sketched something in a small notebook. Naruto leaned against a tree, watching them all with a sense of quiet pride. They were a capable bunch. The cult wouldn't know what hit them, if everything went right. Later that night, Naruto found himself on first watch. He stood at the outskirts of camp, arms crossed, letting the forest night envelop him. The moon was higher tonight, thin clouds drifting across it. He felt Tsukuyomi's essence stir faint, like a distant melody. A footfall behind him made him turn. Ino approached, a soft smile on her lips. Thought I'd keep you company for a bit before I crash. He nodded, shifting slightly to make room by the tree. She leaned against the trunk, arms folded under her chest. We haven't really talked in a while, she said. Between your missions and my work at the flower shop, busy times. Naruto's expression softened. Yeah, guess so. How've you been? Anything new in the Yamanaka world? She shrugged. Our clan's been busy with intel gathering jutsu, especially with this cult situation. A lot of mind probing. Dream walking to find secrets. It's draining work. He studied her face, noticing a hint of weariness around her eyes. Sounds intense. You holding up okay? She met his gaze, an appreciative smile forming. I'm fine. Not the delicate flower some people take me for. Then her eyes glimmered with playful mischief. Still, I wouldn't mind if a certain unstoppable shinobi offered me some extra care. Naruto felt a small rush of warmth. He chuckled softly, letting the banter flow. Oh, guess I can keep that in mind. She laughed quietly, a sound that blended with the chirp of nighttime insects. Seriously though, I'm glad you're leading this mission. With that cult messing around, we need the big guns. And you are definitely that. For a beat, they just watched each other, and spoken understanding passing between them. Ino had always been flirty, straightforward, and strong in her own right. Naruto had grown to appreciate those qualities. He reached out and patted her shoulder. We'll get through it, she nodded, eyes lingering on him. Then she inhaled, shaking off the mood. All right, I should catch some sleep. Thanks for chatting. He nodded, letting her slip away into the darkness of camp. The faint trace of her perfume stayed a moment longer, mixing with the night air. He resumed his vigil, mind drifting through the complexities of the mission and, briefly, the unpredictable weave of relationships forming around him. They resumed travel at dawn, forging deeper into low-lying lands. By midday, the terrain grew marshier, the soil soft underfoot. Patches of bog water gleamed amid tall grasses, and a heavy humidity weighed on them. The few narrow paths meandered unpredictably, forcing them to proceed carefully. Sai led the way at times, using a small ink bird to scout overhead. Its black wings flapped silently, relaying glimpses of open water or twisted cypress trees. Tenten pointed out lumps in the mud that could be hidden sinkholes. Ino occasionally pressed a hand to the moist earth, using her clan's sensory technique to sense animal life. Satsuki remained vigilant, sword arm never far from her hilt. Early in the evening, they reached a small hamlet perched on wooden stilts above the marsh. The huts were connected by rickety boardwalks. Fishing nets hung from poles, and the smell of brackish water permeated everything. A bent-backed local man emerged from one of the huts, blinking at the sight of armed shinobi crossing the boardwalk. Naruto raised a hand in greeting. Sorry to bother you, but we're looking for a temple rumored to be in these marshlands. Have you heard anything? The man spat into the water. Temple, old shrine, maybe. We keep clear of that place, bad luck. Some travelers passed through a few days ago, asked the same. Wore strange robes, gave us the creeps. Naruto's heartbeat quickened. Did you see which direction they went? He gestured with a gnarled finger. Northwest, deeper in. Heard them talk about an island in the middle of the swamp. Said they were guided by shadows, or some nonsense. We told them to stay away, but they didn't listen. Thanks, Naruto said, exchanging a glance with his team. We appreciate the info. The man shrugged and disappeared into his hut. The group continued on the boardwalk, the planks creaking ominously beneath them. Once out of earshot, Tenten muttered, guided by shadows. That's gotta be the cult. Satsuki's lips thinned. They're ahead of us, then. Naruto nodded, scanning the marsh. Darkness was already creeping in, the sun sinking behind a haze of clouds. We'll rest air for the night if there's a safe spot, then push on at first light. Don't want to get lost in these bogs after dark. They found an abandoned stilt hut at the edge of the hamlet, musty but serviceable. After clearing out cobwebs, they established a watch rotation and settled down. Night fell rapidly, an orchestra of frogs and insects echoing through the swamp. Despite the natural lullaby, tension ran high. Everyone felt the cult's presence looming somewhere beyond the water. Naruto managed to drift off after his watch, though his dreams were restless. He saw flickers of robed figures chanting in an ancient temple, water rippling with dark energy, and the faint outline of Tsukuyomi's face sad, as though she foresaw the trials to come. When he woke at dawn, sweat clung to his neck, and the heaviness of those images lingered. The next day's trek was even more challenging. The boardwalk ended, forcing them to wade through knee-deep water in some places. Ino grimaced at the squelching mud, while Tenten muttered curses each time her foot sank. Satsuki moved with feline grace, rarely misstepping. Sai hovered above some patches by sketching a large ink bird that carried him a short distance. Naruto, used to tough terrain from prior missions, simply plowed ahead, cautioning them to keep close. By midday, Sai's Ink scout returned with news of a small island. Through the dense cypress trees, a shape resembling stone ruins protruded. The group pressed on, forging a path until they emerged onto a patch of higher ground encircled by water. Indeed, at its center stood an old stone archway and collapsed pillars. Slabs of carved rock jutted from the muddy earth, forming a half-buried structure. Ino let out a breath. This must be it. Naruto surveyed the island's perimeter. Thick reeds concealed the edges, and the water beyond was dark, almost black. No sign of movement, but he sensed an ominous aura clinging to the ruin like the hush before a storm. They approached with caution, Tenten readying a collapsible staff, Satsuki unsheathing her blade of fraction. Large stone blocks sprawled in disarray, etched with patterns similar to those they'd seen at the fortress and shrine. The deeper they ventured into the ruin, the more uneasy Naruto felt, as if unseen eyes watched from behind every broken column. Finally, they found an entrance, a weathered staircase descending into the earth. Water trickled down the steps, forming a shallow pool at the bottom. Dim light filtered in through cracks in the ceiling. Naruto raised a hand, signaling the others to halt. He listened intently. Faint echoes drifted from below footsteps. Voices. It was hard to tell. He turned to his team, speaking in a low whisper. "We go in quietly. Be ready for anything." They descended, the steps slick underfoot. The subterranean chamber revealed itself, walls carved with swirling symbols and half-eroded murals. Columns supported a dripping ceiling. At the far end, a half-collapsed hallway led deeper, where faint torchlight flickered. Naruto led, Satsuki close behind. Their footsteps splashed softly in the ankle-deep water. The hush was absolute. Then, from the darkness, a voice hissed, "They're here." A wave of malicious chakra burst through the corridor. 3 robed cultists emerged, each armed with twisted daggers that gleamed under the flickering torches. "You won't interfere." One spat. Naruto reacted instantly, flaring wind chakra around his arms. Satsuki charged alongside him, lightning crackling around her sword. The corridor ignited in combat. Tenten unleashed a barrage of kunai from a storage scroll. While Sai's ink beasts darted forward to harry the enemy, Ino hung back, eyes focused, prepared to use her clan's mind transfer jutsu if needed. The cultists proved more skilled than the rabble Naruto had encountered before. They chanted words that caused the water underfoot to surge in black waves, lashing at ankles. One cultist hurled a dagger that multiplied mid-flight, forcing Tenten to flip backward. Another unleashed dark tendrils that slammed into Sai's ink tiger, dissolving it. Naruto felt a flash of admiration. They were well coordinated. But so was his team. He lunged, forming a swift Rasengan laced with wind. The nearest cultist tried to dodge, but Naruto's speed was too much. The spinning sphere smashed into the man's chest, flinging him backward with a scream. The other 2 hissed curses, conjuring a swirling black barrier around themselves. Satsuki dove in, sword blazing with electricity. She struck the barrier once, sparks exploding on contact. The barrier held, shimmering with dark runes. The cultists grinned from behind it, continuing their incantations. The water began to swirl, forming a vortex that threatened to suck Naruto and the others off balance. Tenten cursed, rummaging in her weapon scroll. She produced a small sphere that glowed faintly, pressing a seal on its surface. "Get clear," she shouted. "I'm using a disruption bomb." Naruto signaled them to move. He sprinted sideways, Satsuki following. Ino clambered onto a broken pillar to avoid the water's suction. Sai jumped to cling to a crack in the wall. Tenten hurled the sphere at the black barrier. It struck, and a brilliant flash of light engulfed the corridor, accompanied by a high-pitched whine. The barrier fractured, black shards dissolving into the water. The cultist staggered, chanting disrupted. Tenten seized her chance. She flung a weighted chain that wrapped around one cultist's arm, yanking him forward. Satsuki immediately slashed the second, lightning scoring a deep cut along his torso. He gasped, doubling over. Naruto darted to the chain-bound cultist, delivering a swift knockout punch. The man collapsed. The final cultist, severely wounded, collapsed to one knee, panting. He glared at Naruto with glassy eyes. "You can't. Stop." "The awakening," he spat. Then he coughed blood and slumped sideways, either unconscious or dying. Their breathing echoed in the aftermath. Water still churned, but the unnatural vortex faded. Tenten retracted her chain with a pant of relief. Sai's ink bird vanished, and he dropped to the ground. Ino hopped off the pillar, quickly checking pulses. 2 alive, she reported. Both unconscious. The other might be dead. Satsuki flicked blood from her sword. They were guarding something. Naruto peered deeper into the hallway. We push on. But let's secure these two. They may have intel. Ino knelt to restrain them with seals, while Sai scouted ahead with a quick ink creation, a small rodent skittering into the darkness. Tenten cast anxious glances around the chamber, the fight's tension still thrumming in her limbs. A moment later, Sai's eyes unfocused, connecting with his ink creature's vision. He blinked, returning to normal. There's a larger chamber beyond. I saw more torchlight, pillars, and a dais. Possibly an altar. At least 4 more cultists. Naruto's jaw tightened. We take them by surprise if we can. We need to confirm they have a relic, or if they're performing a ritual. They advanced, leaving Ino to guard the prisoners. The corridor wound down a slight incline, water trickling along the edges. A heavy stench of mold and decay intensified. Eventually, they emerged at the threshold of a grand underground chamber. Cracked pillars lined the walls, and the ceiling soared overhead despite the ruined state. Pools of standing water dotted the uneven floor. At the chamber's center rose a dais of ancient stone, etched with swirling patterns that glowed faintly in the torchlight. 5 robed figures surrounded it, one of them clutching what appeared to be a chunk of engraved rock similar to what Naruto had seen at the old shrine. Their chanting rose in volume, echoing off the walls. Shaw. Dows writhed across the dais as if alive. Naruto caught sight of a swirling black vortex forming above the stone chunk in the lead cultist's hands. It pulsed, distorting the air. He felt a sickening wave of negative energy wash over him. Tenten whispered urgently, "They're trying to open something, or connect somewhere." Satsuki's eyes narrowed. "We stop them now." Naruto nodded, signaled them to spread out. Tenten circled left, Satsuki right. Sai created a flurry of ink beasts, tigers that prowled forward, while Naruto rushed the center. The chanting cultists noticed them instantly. One barked an order, "Guard the dais." The final piece must be placed. 2 cultists broke from the dais, forming hand seals that conjured swirling mists laced with dark flecks. Another brandished a staff crackling with foul chakra. The lead cultist continued chanting at the altar, the chunk of stone levitating in front of him, wreathed in black aura. The swirling vortex grew larger. Naruto dashed between pillars, weaving around a cultist who hurled a wave of black flames. He retaliated with a wind-laced kunai, slicing through the flame and forcing the cultist back. Tenten engaged a second cultist, Par. Ying's staff strikes with a swift metal pole of her own design. Sparks flew as staff clashed against staff, Tenten's eyes blazing with determination. Satsuki clashed with the third, lightning snapping along her blade. She slashed downward. The cultist deflected with a midnight-hued barrier. Grunting, she poured more chakra in, cracks forming on the barrier's surface. Meanwhile, Sai's ink tigers pounced on a 4th cultist, wrestling him to the ground. Strangled cries escaped before he managed to blast them away with a surge of dark chakra. Naruto set his sights on the chanting leader. That swirling vortex loomed overhead, now the size of a person, swirling with ominous darkness. The chunk of engraved stone glowed in tandem, as if unlocking the portal. If it fully opened, there was no telling what might come through. He sprinted forward, forming the Rasengan. A robed guard lunged to stop him, but Naruto pivoted with a swift elbow strike, knocking the guard aside. 10 strides from the dais. The lead cultist snapped his eyes open, black veins pulsing across his face. "Too late," he hissed. The swirling darkness above them flared. A wave of crushing force smashed into Naruto, sending him skidding across the wet floor. Water sprayed, pain lanced through his ribs. He coughed, momentarily stunned. The cultist laughed maniacally, continuing his chant. From the corner of his vision, Naruto saw Tenten finishing off her opponent with a spinning strike that slammed him into a pillar. Satsuki shattered the barrier she faced, slashing her cultist to the ground. Sai pinned another with a giant ink serpent. But they still had to deal with the leader, and that vortex was now roiling like a tempest of shadows, forming a half-sphere overhead. Naruto forced himself upright, ignoring the ache. He felt Tsukuyomi's energy stir in him, merging with his wind chakra. He inhaled, focusing on the swirling negativity. "No way," he muttered. Not letting this happen, he shot forward again, Rasengan coalescing at his palm. The cultist, eyes wild, hurled tendrils of dark energy. Naruto blasted them aside with a burst of wind, surging in close. The cultist cried out, raising the glowing chunk of stone like a shield. Naruto slammed the Rasengan forward. Energy collided holy wind against profane darkness. A thunderous shockwave rippled through the chamber, torch flames snuffing out. The vortex overhead convulsed. The chunk of stone cracked under the strain, black lines spider webbing across it. The cultist howled, staggering back. Naruto pressed, gritting his teeth, forcing the swirling orb deeper. Suddenly, a screech echoed, and the vortex above them imploded. With a crackling rush of air, it collapsed inward, sending shards of dark energy raining down like lethal hail. Naruto threw himself to the side, rolling to avoid the brunt. The cultist wasn't so lucky. Several shards impaled his chest, black smoke sizzling from the wounds. He collapsed in a heap, the chunk of stone shattering next to him. Silence fell, save for labored breathing from the battered cultist scattered around the chamber. Water dripped from the ceiling. Slowly, Naruto stood, surveying the aftermath. Tenten stepped over a fallen cultist, panting. Satsuki wiped blood from her blade. Sai's ink creations dissolved as he regained his breath. The dais, once swirling with dark magic, now lay quiet. Naruto approached the fallen leader. The man's eyes were wide, lifeless. The shattered stone next to him bore strange symbols, now cracked beyond recognition. Naruto knelt, picking up a fragment. A faint residue of malevolent chakra clung to it, but it seemed inert. Tenten joined him, resting a hand on her hip. That was close. He nodded, exhaling hard. They almost opened something, or connected a portal. If that had succeeded, Satsuki approached, face drawn. You felt that presence, right? Something was on the other side. It was hungry. Naruto's spine prickled. He had felt it, a malevolent consciousness pressing against the threshold. Blocked at the last second. Another piece of the cult's puzzle, another step toward the gate they sought to open. Sai wiped sweat from his brow. We should gather these relic fragments. The intelligence division might learn something from them. Naruto agreed. And take survivors for interrogation. That chunk was part of whatever they needed. We can't let them salvage it. They moved quickly, collecting the fragments and binding any cultists still alive. Ino arrived shortly, having secured the earlier prisoners, and helped with first aid. Exhaustion weighed on them as they dragged the unconscious foes into one place. The watery chamber stank of stale air and spilled blood. But they'd won. Night was fully upon them by the time they emerged from the ruins, carrying cultists and relics. They set up a temporary camp on the island, too tired to wade through the swamp in darkness. Ino tended to cuts and bruises. Tenten and Satsuki scouted the perimeter, ensuring no more cult members lurked. Sai quietly penned a report in a scroll, planning to send an ink bird to Konoha with news of their success. Naruto sat near a small fire, gaze drifting to the starless sky overhead. Even though the day had been a victory, an uneasy feeling gnawed at him. The cult had made progress on their ritual, and the swirling negativity he'd felt was no ordinary threat. A cosmic entity, perhaps something that might push the world to the brink if fully unleashed. He sighed, massaging his temples. Footsteps squelched in the damp ground behind him. Tenten walked up, expression weary but laced with relief. She sank down beside him, holding a small pot of boiled water from which steam rose softly. Figured you could use something warm, she said, pouring a bit into a tin cup and handing it to him. It's just plain water, but better than nothing. He thanked her quietly, sipping. The warm liquid soothed his raw throat. You did great today, he said after a moment. Disruption bomb saved us. She let out a tired laugh. Good to see it works in real combat. I was half afraid it'd blow the corridor down on our heads. A soft chuckle escaped him. They fell into a companionable silence, the tension of the earlier battle still hovering in the humid air. After a few breaths, Tenten angled her head toward him. You sense that we're just scratching the surface, right? They're pulling these relics from shrines, altars, temples. This was only one piece. Who knows how many they need? He stared into his cup, the reflection of the moonless sky shimmering in the water. Too many, but we'll keep shutting them down. She nodded, eyes drifting to the subdued cultists lying off to one side, bound and unconscious. At least some of them are alive for questioning. A small grimace crossed her face. I don't like dealing with zealots. They never reason, never fear. They're so convinced they're right. Naruto's expression hardened. We'll do what we must. I won't let them harm this world. For a moment, Tenten watched him with an intensity that made him acutely aware of her presence, her tousled hair, the faint smudge of dirt on her cheek, the warmth in her dark eyes. She opened her mouth, then closed it, as if considering her next words. Finally, she set aside the pot and slid closer, just enough that he felt the brush of her sleeve against his. You always car. Why the weight of the world on your shoulders, she murmured. Sometimes I wonder if you ever let yourself relax. He offered a crooked smile. Hard habit to break. She hesitated, then placed a hand lightly on his arm. You know, if you ever need someone to share that weight, I'm around. We all are, in our own ways. Her voice was soft, free of the teasing edge she often used. Naruto felt a tug in his chest. He recalled fleeting moments, Matsuri's shy admiration, Satsuki's fierce rivalry, Ino's playful flirtations. And Tenten now, offering quiet companionship beneath the starless sky. He reached over and covered her hand gently with his, letting that simple contact speak for him. They stayed like that, neither pushing further, content in the unspoken connection. Finally, exhaustion caught up, and they parted to catch some sleep. But as Naruto curled up on a relatively dry patch of ground, he felt a subtle warmth inside that had nothing to do with the humid air. Tsukuyomi's presence flickered at the edge of his awareness. A silent acknowledgement that life held more than battles and duties. There was solace in camaraderie, in hearts reaching out. They left the island at dawn. The prisoners were a burden. But Ino and Sai managed to craft a makeshift raft using logs and some wire Tenten carried. The group navigated back through the marsh, eventually retracing their path to the stilt hamlet. The local fishermen gawked at the bound cultists but offered no trouble. By the end of the second day, they were back on solid land, guiding the cultists along with minimal stops. A courier hawk arrived from Konoha, bearing a message from Shikamaru. Urgent summons for Naruto, once the team returned. The infiltration was good news, but other developments pressed for immediate attention. On the third day, they re-entered the village gates, dirty and fatigued yet victorious. Guards helped them escort the prisoners to T&I for interrogation. Sai went straight to the Hokage Tower to deliver the relic fragments and official reports. Satsuki vanished without a word, possibly to train or reflect. Ino and Tenten parted ways after a round of banter about long baths and hot meals. Naruto felt a surge of relief as he stepped into the tower for a debrief. He found Shikamaru waiting outside the council room, leaning against a wall. Glad you made it back safe, Shikamaru said. Heard you got more cultists. Good work. Naruto nodded tiredly. They tried to open some kind of portal. We managed to stop them. Shikamaru's brows furrowed. We'll get the full story soon. For now, the council wants you inside. Seems like more reports surfaced about the cult's larger plan. Naruto's stomach tightened. He gave a curt nod and followed Shikamaru into the council chamber, a large meeting room with high windows and a long table. Several village elders sat around it, flanked by shinobi advisors. Tsunade, in her capacity as a senior advisor these days, sat at one end, arms folded. She greeted Naruto with a firm nod. A mixture of relief and worry etched on her features. He stood before them, arms at his sides, as Shikamaru briefly summarized the Marshland mission. Tsunade's gaze flicked to Naruto. Word is you faced a near portal opening. Naruto explained what happened, how the cult tried to channel dark energy, how the chunk of stone was used as a key, how the vortex collapsed after their attack. The elders exchanged grim looks. One cleared his throat. We've received intelligence from Suna and other allied villages. The cult is extremely widespread. They're collecting relics from various ancient sites, shrines, temples, old fortresses. Each relic appears to be a portion of something known as the Gate Key. Once complete, it could presumably open a dimensional gate to a place the cult calls the Cradle of Shadows. Tsunade drummed her fingers on the table. Every piece they obtain brings them closer to unleashing something. The details are fuzzy, but speculation ranges from a sealed deity to a primal demon. None of it is good. Naruto's mind flashed to the malevolent presence he'd sensed, how it felt like a living hunger. So how do we stop them? Hunt down every last cell. An older councilman frowned. We'd need massive coordination across nations. Even then, the cult thrives in secrecy. A second elder spoke. We propose a specialized strike force teams led by Topshish. A Nobi who can quickly respond to sightings, infiltrate strongholds, and destroy or secure any relics. You, Naruto, would lead Konoha's branch of this initiative. Shikamaru folded his arms. We're already in talks with Gaara in Suna, Mei Terumi in Kiri, and possibly the Tsuchikage. If enough villages cooperate, we can disrupt the cult's supply lines and isolate their leadership. Naruto glanced around. The plan made sense, but it felt daunting. I'll do it, he said. Anything to keep them from completing that gate key. Tsunade nodded, relief flickering in her eyes. We knew you would. Shikamaru will handle the logistics. We'll form the roster of shinobi under your command, though you'll also coordinate with allied villages. It's a big step, Naruto. He clenched his jaw, recalling Tsukuyomi's words about an unseen threat. And the cult's obsession with his goddess. I'm ready. The meeting concluded with a sense of grim determination. Shikamaru walked Naruto out, giving a rundown of next steps, more missions, bigger scale. Rest up while you can, he advised. This is the start of something huge. Naruto couldn't argue. Exhaustion tugged at him, but also a strange thrill. He was no stranger to defending the world from threats, but this one was cloaked in shadows and cosmic mysteries. They parted ways. Naruto dragged himself to his apartment, ignoring the swirl of rumors and curious looks from shinobi in the corridors. Once inside, he discarded his gear, flopping onto the bed without even bothering to shower. The pillow felt like heaven, the quiet a balm to his frayed nerves. He drifted into a deep sleep, haunted by fractured images of swirling portals, robed figures, and Tsukuyomi's gentle face. Amid the swirling darkness, he felt her presence, faint yet comforting. When he woke hours later, evening light cast long shadows on his walls. He used the next day to recover. Tenten visited him mid-morning, dropping off a small bundle of fresh clothes and bantering about how he owed her a spar to test new gear. He promised to set aside time once the immediate chaos settled. She left with a playful wink that left him smiling. That afternoon, he met briefly with Ino Taji over medical follow-ups for the Marshland injuries. She teased him about the bags under his eyes, but she also admitted she was just as drained. They agreed to schedule some rest before the next mission. Sai was busy finalizing the official mission report with the Intelligence Corps, so Naruto had only a quick exchange of polite nods in the hallway. He didn't see Satsuki at all. Presumably, she was off training or simply avoiding the limelight. She was an enigma, that one. He tried to relax, grabbing a quick meal at a local stand, chatting with acquaintances who congratulated him on the big success. Their admiration felt distant. He knew the cult was far from defeated. Yet a part of him appreciated the support. As dusk approached, he wandered again, reflecting on the swirling events. His feet carried him to a secluded training ground on the village's outskirts, a place with tall wooden posts rising from packed earth. Moonlight bathed it in silver. He sensed a figure there, slicing through the air with a sword. Satsuki. He observed from a distance for a moment. She moved with swift precision, lightning flickering along the blade's edge. Each strike exuded raw purpose. Her breath came quick, stance shifting from one form to another. At last, she lowered the sword, turning to spot him. You've been skulking for how long? She asked, voice carrying no hostility, just a tinge of sarcasm. He stepped forward, hands raised in a mock surrender. Just got here. Didn't want to interrupt your flow. She exhaled, wiping sweat from her brow. Guess word travels. Everyone's talking about your next big operation. He nodded, studying her posture. They're forming a strike force. A series of missions to take down the cult cells. I'll be leading from Konoha's side. Her eyes narrowed slightly. So you'll be gathering strong shinobi under you. That means you'll have your pick of top-tier partners. He caught the note in her voice. You're welcome to join, if you want. She said nothing at first, gaze turning to the moon. Then she sheathed her sword with a decisive click. Why me? She asked bluntly. He stepped closer, arms crossing. You have the skill and the drive. So have something to prove, maybe that'll help you push past your limits. Her lips pressed into a thin line. For a moment, he thought she might lash out, but instead she gave a short, clipped laugh. You're not wrong. I do want to prove myself. And if that means standing in your shadow for a while, fine. I'll surpass it eventually. He shrugged. That's fair. She turned to face him fully, expression unreadable in the moonlight. Just don't treat me like a subordinate you need to protect. I can handle my share. He remembered the ravine, how she'd faced the serpent head on without flinching. He nodded once. Understood. She regarded him with an almost grudging respect. Then she walked past him, sword tapping her hip. I'm tired, and you probably have a million plans to finalize. See you around, Captain. He suppressed a grin at her tone, turning to watch her vanish into the darkness. Beneath that prickly exterior was a fierce determination that aligned well with his own mission. He NDERED if someday they'd clash not as leader and subordinate, but as equals, forging a bond through competition or something more complicated. The following days sped by in a blur of strategic meetings, advanced briefings, and cross-village communications. Shikamaru juggled an ever-expanding chart of leads on the cult's activities. Naruto found himself in daily conferences with team captains, discussing infiltration tactics, contingency plans, and intelligence updates from Kiri and Suna. Late one afternoon, Tsunade summoned him to a quieter side office. The thick hush suggested something personal. She sat behind a small desk, glancing at him with a mix of fondness and gravity. Sit, she said. He did, noticing the lines of age and concern in her features. She leaned forward. How are you holding up, Naruto? He managed a small smile. Busy, determined, tired, but that's normal. She nodded, eyes flicking to the window. Shikamaru's told me about the nightmares some of the cult's captives have. They speak of a dark realm. Voices whispering from beyond. You're at the center of their hatred because they believe you're chosen by a moon deity, someone who stands in the way of their so-called liberation. Naruto's chest tightened slightly. Yeah, that's true. Tsunade studied him. I've seen you handle monstrous threats before, but this one's different. It's not just brute force, it's something cosmic. If you ever need advice or help, you know you can count on us. He felt a warm gratitude. Thank you, Tsunade. I won't hesitate to reach out. But I have to face this. I made a promise. A hint of a smile tugged at her lips. Stubborn as ever, I see. That's fine. Just remember you're not alone. She reached into a drawer, pulling out a small, battered scroll. Before you go, take this. It's from Jiraiya's old notes. He once dabbled in researching ancient folklore about astral realms. Might be tangential to what you're dealing with, or it might be worthless. But better to have it. Naruto took the scroll gently, heart twinging at the mention of Jiraiya. Thank you. I'll look into it. She dismissed him with a nod, returning to her own stack of paperwork. He left, scroll tucked into his gear pouch. Though he didn't have time to read it immediately, just knowing it existed gave him a spark of hope, maybe some clue lay within about the cult's cosmic aims or Tsukuyomi's realm. Late that night, Naruto found himself in his apartment, the city quiet outside. By the glow of a single lamp, he unrolled Jiraiya's scroll on his small kitchen table. The handwriting was messy, annotated with scribbles and jokes in the margins. Most of it concerned myths about celestial beings, old tales of how humans once communed with moon spirits, exchanging knowledge and blessings. He skimmed, heart pounding whenever something resembled Tsukuyomi's domain. One passage jumped out. Legends speak of a celestial bridge between the mortal plane and the moon goddess's realm, accessible only through a champion chosen by her. The champion's presence can open a path or ward off intruders from the domain. Some older records hint that an opposing force, an entity of emptiness, ever seeks to breach the goddess's realm, corrupting it to feed on mortal life force. Naruto swallowed. It was vague, but it echoed the threat the cult posed. If they succeeded in opening the gate, they might know. Just destroy the world but also challenge Tsukuyomi's realm itself. The lines on the page blurred as he imagined a cosmic battle overshadowing mortal concerns. He leaned back, letting out a ragged breath. So that's why she chose me. He wondered. To protect her domain from the entity behind this cult. It made a kind of sense. The cult's drive to dethrone false gods could be part of a grander SC. One that targeted Tsukuyomi herself. He clenched his fist. No matter how overwhelming, he wouldn't let them succeed. His vow extended to mortals and goddesses alike. He closed the scroll, quietly thanking Jiraiya's old research. A wave of weariness overcame him. After extinguishing the lamp, he settled onto his bed, thoughts still churning. He slipped into a deep slumber and found himself in a dream of silvery lights and drifting stars. Tsukuyomi stood at the edge of a lunar plain, her expression serene yet tinged with concern. She said nothing. Instead, she placed a gentle hand over his chest, where her divine essence pulsed. He didn't resist, feeling her presence fill him with warmth. For a brief moment, they stood there, mortal and goddess, sharing a silent bond under a sky filled with galaxies. Then the dream faded, and he sank into a peaceful darkness. Morning arrived with fresh orders. Shikamaru informed Naruto that intel from Kiri suggested another possible relic site in T. He mountainous region near the Land of Water's border. A secondary team would handle that, while Naruto would coordinate with Suna's infiltration squad aiming at a desert ruin rumored to hold yet another relic. The new operation launched quickly. Naruto's team was a mix of familiar faces: Tenten, Ino, Satsuki, Sai, and a few additional shinobi for backup. However, halfway through final preparations, a messenger from Suna arrived with urgent news. Gaara wanted Naruto's direct assistance. The ruin was fraught with deadly illusions, and the local Suna scouts were out of their depth. Tenten and the others would handle the infiltration here, while Naruto traveled swiftly to Suna. It was a sudden shift, but Shikamaru insisted. They need you. You might be the only one able to break through some illusions if they're powered by that same dark energy. Naruto reluctantly agreed. He parted ways with Tenten, Ino, Sai, and Satsuki at the village gates, instructing them to keep him updated. They left for the mountainous region, while Naruto set off alone for Suna, pushing his speed to the limit. The journey across the desert was harsh but familiar. Memories of past alliances with Gaara filled him. He reached Sunagakure by dusk on the second day. Gaara greeted him at the administration building, worry etched across his normally calm features. "Thank you for coming," Gaara said, leading Naruto into a private chamber. "We've discovered a hidden complex beneath an old ruin. Our scouts barely escaped illusions that drove some men mad. If the cult's involved, they may already be inside." Naruto nodded grimly. "How soon can we move?" Gaara wasted no time. "Tonight, my siblings, Kankuro and Temari, will join. They're assembling a squad as we speak." Naruto was glad to see old allies. When the Y converged at the ruin under moonlit skies, Kankuro joked about how long it had been, but his eyes were sober. Temari offered a nod, fan strapped across her back, expression deadly serious. They ventured beneath the desert sands, discovering a labyrinth of corridors carved into ancient stone. True to Gaara's reports, illusions plagued them almost immediately. Naruto felt dizziness as if the walls rippled and voices whispered. But Tsukuyomi's power glowed in him, dispersing the illusions when he focused. He guided the squad carefully, stepping around illusions that made passages appear where there were none. At the labyrinth's heart, they found a large chamber with bizarre inscriptions scrawled on every surface. A group of cultists milled about, some chanting, others searching through dusty alcoves. When Gaara's squad attacked, the cultists responded with illusions layered over real jutsu. But Naruto's presence countered the illusions, and the combined might of Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari quickly overwhelmed the enemy. They cornered the cult leader, a wiry figure with cold eyes. He clutched a small statue carved from black stone. Naruto felt malignant energy radiating from it. The cult leader spat curses, aiming to cast one final illusion, but Naruto's wind-laced punch shattered both the statue and the man's dark aura, ending the threat in a flash of swirling sand and wind. Gaara stood over the remains of the statue, eyebrow drawn. "Another relic," he murmured. "Part of the gate key." Naruto knelt, picking up a fragment. "Looks like it. That's 2 sites we've shut down now, counting the Marshland temple. But there could be more." Gaara nodded. "We'll keep searching. Sunagakure stands ready to coordinate. If your new strike force requires Suna's help, you'll have it." Naruto pressed a hand to Gaara's shoulder, gratitude flooding him. "Thank you. We'll need every ally in this fight." After securing the relic fragments, Naruto returned to Suna for a short debrief. The next morning, he departed at first light, heading back toward Konoha. His heart felt a mixture of relief at another victory and anxiety over how many relics remained undiscovered. He pushed his stamina to the limit, traveling day and night. By the time he finally set foot back in Konoha, a week had passed since he left. Shikamaru met him with urgent news. Tenten's infiltration team had encountered fierce resistance in the mountains. They succeeded, but injuries were reported. Satsuki was in the hospital with serious chakra burns. Ino was stable but exhausted from healing. Sai had minor wounds. Tenten was unhurt physically but shaken. Naruto's heart lurched. Where are they? Shikamaru pointed him to the hospital wing reserved for shinobi. Naruto rushed there, ignoring his own fatigue. He found Tenten pacing the corridor, arms folded tight over her chest. At the sight of him, her eyes filled with relief. She's okay, Tenten said quickly, reading the alarm on his face. Doctors say she'll recover. Ino's with her now. Naruto exhaled, relief flooding him. What happened? Tenten rubbed her temples. Ambush. The cult set up an elaborate trap in the mountains. Satsuki took the brunt of a nasty jutsu. Ino used up a ton of chakra healing her on the spot. Sai dragged them out. We destroyed the relic but almost lost Satsuki in the process. Anger and worry warred in Naruto's chest. I should have been there. Tenten grabbed his arm, her touch firm. Don't do that to yourself. We knew you had urgent business in Suna. We handled it. We won. Satsuki's alive. Naruto nodded, reining in the surge of guilt. Can I see her? Tenten led him to the hospital room. Inside, Satsuki lay propped on a bed, face pale but eyes open. Ino sat by her side, looking equally drained. Sai stood in a corner, arms crossed. At Naruto's entrance, Satsuki managed a wry smile. Look who's back, she croaked. He approached quietly, scanning the bandages wrapped around her upper arms and shoulders. You all right? She shrugged, wincing. I've been better. Don't get used to seeing me like this. Ino rolled her eyes fondly. She's been complaining the whole time about how the hospital's wasting her training hours. Naruto felt a knot in his stomach loosen. Satsuki was still feisty she'd recover. He turned to Sai, who nodded slightly. We neutralized the relic, captured a few cult members, but we had to retreat after Satsuki got hit. Tenten covered us. Naruto nodded. You all did well. Satsuki muttered. We didn't need your praise. He just smiled. Right. Then, more gently, rest. We'll need you back on your feet soon. She rolled her eyes but didn't protest, her gaze drifting as she fought the heaviness in her eyelids. The quiet tension in the room spoke volumes. Every one of them had stared death in the face on that mission. The next days saw the cult threat intensify across the continent. Reports flooded in. More sightings, more relics, more narrow escapes. Naruto's newly formed D-Strike Force splintered into smaller teams to respond to crises. He spent countless hours coordinating efforts, overseeing infiltration plans, and rushing to whichever hotspot needed his presence the most. Kiri confirmed they faced a surge of cult activity in their own watery hinterlands. The Tsuchikage reported suspicious movements near old caves in Iwa's territory. The network of Children of the Cradle spanned far and wide. Amid this chaos, Naruto juggled personal worry for his teammates. Satsuki's recovery was slow but steady. Each day she gained more strength, though frustration gnawed at her. Tenten busied herself with forging new anti-illusion weapons. Ino hopped between missions and medical duties. Sai anchored the intelligence side, using his ink jutsu to gather updates from around the land. Naruto felt the pull of Tsukuyomi's essence more strongly each time they foiled another cult cell. He sensed her relief, her silent support. Late at night, in the privacy of his thoughts, he sometimes longed for her actual presence for a conversation that might clarify his role. But she remained a distant guardian, leaving him to navigate mortal affairs. Perhaps that was how it had to be. One evening, after hours in the strategy room, Naruto stepped out for fresh air. He leaned against an outer wall, letting the cool breeze wash over him. Then, to his mild surprise, he sensed a flicker of movement above Satsuki. Perched on a roof ledge, she hopped down gracefully, landing nearby, arms folded. You're looking tired, she remarked. He huffed a light laugh. You should be resting, not hopping around rooftops. She scowled. I've been discharged. Mostly. The medic said some exercise is good. He gave her a once-over, noting the slight tightness in her posture. She was still in pain but hiding it well. All right, he conceded. Glad you're up. An awkward silence fell. Finally, she muttered, I wanted to say, thanks. You came to the hospital. And you've been covering for me on missions. He shook his head. We're a team. I'd do the same for anyone. She grimaced, as though the notion of gratitude annoyed her. Still, I appreciate it. He regarded her calmly, the moonlight catching in her hair. Despite the tension, he felt an odd sense of closeness. Are you looking to jump back into the field soon? She eyed him warily. If you'll let me. He shrugged. I won't stop you if the medics clear you. But don't push it. She let out a small, humorless chuckle. You telling me to pace myself? That's rich. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Touché. They stood in companionable quiet a moment. Then Satsuki looked away, struggling with words. You know, I used to think you were just a reckless prodigy, wearing that grin like a shield. But you're carrying a lot more than I realized. Seeing how the others rely on you, it made me reconsider. Naruto's chest tightened at her admission. I'm just doing what I have to. But thanks. She glanced at him, something unspoken flashing in her eyes. Then she turned abruptly, heading off into the darkness with a typical, curt wave. He watched her go, aware of the subtle shift in their dynamic. She still wanted to surpass him, but her respect was real. Maybe that was enough for now. Days turned into weeks. The cult's efforts to gather relics persisted. However, the Allied strike force made significant strides, seizing numerous artifacts and thwarting multiple rituals. A precarious balance formed, each side racing to outmaneuver the other. Naruto's life became a relentless cycle of infiltration missions, emergency calls, late-night strategy briefings, and stolen moments of camaraderie with those who'd come to stand by him. Between missions, fleeting pockets of normality emerged, Tenten showing him her new flash bombs, Ino bringing fresh flowers to brighten the war room, Satsuki sparring with him to reclaim her edge, Sai presenting him with an ink painting of the team as a gift. These small flashes of humanity offset the grim reality of the cult war. Late one night, Naruto found himself alone in a quiet training field. The moon hung low, bright enough to cast stark shadows. He practiced some advanced wind exercises, pushing Tsukuyomi's power through his chakra pathways, trying to refine a technique that might shut down illusions or tear open cult barriers in a single burst. He channeled wind in his palm, feeling a swirl of silver-blue energy. It pulsed, forming a condensed sphere. With a grunt, he released it, slicing through multiple wooden targets in a single strike. Splinters rained down, and the technique dissipated with a quiet whoosh. A slow clap echoed from behind, startling him. He spun to see Tenten standing there, a faint grin on her lips. She wore her usual outfit, twin buns reflecting pale moonlight. Impressive, she said. Better than last time I saw you train with wind chakra. He chuckled, stepping over the debris. I'm trying to refine it to cut through illusions or dark energy. Not quite there yet. She cocked her head. It looked pretty devastating to me. He shrugged. Maybe. But the cult's illusions can be sneaky. If I can create a vortex that disrupts them completely, that might save a lot of trouble. She nodded, walking closer. So you're out here alone, perfecting new moves in the middle of the night. Classic Naruto. He rubbed the back of his neck. Could say the same about you. Out here forging new bombs at 2 a.m. She smirked. Touché. Actually, I just finished testing a couple new prototypes. Figured I'd see if you were around. He appreciated her presence, her unwavering support. Even with everything swirling around them, Tenten never seemed rattled. Thanks for stopping by, he said quietly. She leaned a hip against a battered training post. You're allowed to take breaks, you know. No one will blame you. He studied her face, noticing the concern beneath her teasing. I know, but I can't sit still when the cult's still out there, making moves. She let out a gentle sigh. You're unstoppable, but you're also human. I worry you'll burn yourself out. He looked at her, chest tightening with gratitude and something else. I'll be careful. Tenten reached out and lightly poked his forehead. See that you do. Their eyes locked, a current of unspoken tension simmering between them. Despite the seriousness of the war, or maybe because of it, these moments felt more precious. He stepped closer, the faint warmth of her body drawing him in. Without fully thinking it through, he leaned forward. Her eyes widened, and for a heartbeat, she didn't move. Then she tilted her head, meeting him halfway in a tentative, lingering kiss. The world seemed to hush, the night wind still, the moon overhead. When they finally broke apart, her cheeks were faintly flushed. She managed a half grin, voice low. "Guess I wasn't imagining that vibe between us." He exhaled, a small rush of relief and exhilaration flooding him. "No, you weren't." She stepped back slightly, eyes dancing with a mix of shyness and boldness. "Well, that's complicated. But I can't say I mind." A warm chuckle escaped him. "Me neither." They lingered a moment longer, letting the realization settle. Then Tenten cleared her throat. "We, should probably get some sleep. Early briefing tomorrow." "Right," Naruto agreed, mind still reeling from the sudden shift. "See you then." She nodded, offering a brief smile, and turned to go. He watched her silhouette vanish into the shadows, heart pounding from more than just the night's training. Tsukuyomi's power flickered softly in his core, as though acknowledging this new bond forming in his mortal world. He exhaled, taking a moment to compose himself. War, dark rituals, ancient gates, and somewhere in the middle, human connections blossomed, defying the chaos. He let a small grin tug at his lips before returning to pack up his gear. If the cult wanted to shatter his will, they'd find it growing stronger with every ally, every friend, every spark of love. Nothing would break him. The next morning, Konoha's war room bustled with activity. Naruto and Shikamaru pored over newly updated maps, cross-referencing sightings with known cult hideouts. Tenten, Ino, Sai, and Satsuki huddled in a corner, exchanging chatter about the latest mission call. Other teams came and went, collecting intel. By midday, a fresh crisis erupted. A cult cell in the Land of Rivers had seized an ancient ruin, rumored to house another relic. Kiri had lost contact with a small squad investigating it. Shikamaru assigned Naruto's core team, plus a few additional shinobi, to respond immediately. They gathered at the gates, the tension of a new mission thrumming in the air. Tenten gave Naruto a subtle smile, an unspoken memory of last night's kiss. Ino eyed them curiously but said nothing. Satsuki looked eager to prove her readiness after her hospital stint. Sai was stoic as usual. They departed at a brisk run, the village fading behind them. Another day, another pursuit of the cult, another step in the cosmic tug of war. But Naruto felt more certain than ever that, no matter how deep the shadows ran, he and his allies would bring light crashing through. He was the moon goddess's chosen, the unstoppable shinobi revered by friend and foe alike. And he would not falter. As the team raced across the open road, the sun rose higher, illuminating the path ahead. Beyond lay unknown threats, cunning enemies, and ancient mysteries. Yet with every stride, Naruto's resolve burned brighter. The cult might be bold, but they had awake. Ned the guardian spirit that refused to yield. And as long as Tsukuyomi's blessing pulsed in his veins, he would face the tides of fate head on, never alone, never broken. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Celestial Resonance. The wind whipped across Naruto's cheeks, carrying dust from the open road as he and his squad sprinted toward the Land of Rivers. Daylight bathed the path in a harsh glare, and beads of sweat shimmered on each shinobi's brow. In the distance, ragged cliffs and scattered scrub trees rose from the plains, marking the transition to more unpredictable terrain. They had left Konoha at first light, spurred by the urgent reports that a cult cell was raiding an ancient ruin and that a small scouting team from Kiri had vanished after investigating the site. Tenten ran beside Naruto with smooth strides, her twin buns bouncing. She occasionally glanced his way, the subtle warmth in her gaze reminding him of that moment they'd shared under the moonlight only days earlier. Ino was slightly ahead, scanning the surroundings with a focused stare. Beside her, Satsuki and Sai kept pace, silent but vigilant. They had been traveling at top speed for hours, the tension thick enough to taste. From Shikamaru's briefing, they knew the cult was after yet another relic. This one, according to the intel, might be hidden deep within a crumbling fortress perched on a plateau overlooking the winding rivers. If the cult succeeded in retrieving it, they would inch closer to completing the gate key that everyone feared. Naruto's mind churned with thoughts of the mounting threat. The chill, Dren of the Cradle had spread across multiple nations, gathering ancient artifacts with terrifying zeal. He pictured their twisted rituals, the swirling vortexes of negative chakra, and that presence. He'd felt more than once lurking just beyond the boundary of reality, yearning to breach the mortal plane. His gut twisted at the thought that they might be nearing that final threshold. But as he shifted his stance and poured on speed, he also felt the flicker of Tsukuyomi's essence glowing in his core, a quiet reminder that he was not alone, that some higher power watched him with both affection and expectation. He still didn't fully grasp the cosmic scale of her domain, nor the exact role he was meant to play, but he knew he couldn't falter. Especially now that each success or failure might tip the balance of the entire shinobi world. They reached a break in the road where a cluster of flat stones formed a small clearing. Without speaking, they veered onto a lesser-known path that, according to their maps, led directly toward the fortress site. The ground sloped upward, dust swirling around their ankles. Sai sent one of his ink birds skyward to scout ahead, though the scorching sun made it difficult for the creature to remain in flight for too long. Ino broke the silence. We should slow down. No point in barreling into an ambush. She glanced back at Naruto, a note of concern in her eyes. We still have a good hour or two before we reach the fortress. Naruto acknowledged her caution with a small nod. His chest rose and fell quickly from exertion. Agreed. Let's conserve some energy. He signaled for the squad to halt at the next rocky outcropping. A scattering of scraggly desert flora offered a sliver of shade, and they crouched to catch their breath. Satsuki knelt, one hand braced on her sword hilt, as if expecting an attack at any moment. I don't like the silence, she muttered. Feels like something's waiting for us. Tenten took a swig from her canteen, then passed it to Naruto. When we get there, how do you want to handle infiltration? A frontal assault could work if we catch them by surprise, but if they've set illusions or traps. Naruto wiped sweat from his forehead, handing back the canteen. We'll evaluate when we see the fortress layout. If it's heavily guarded, we might do a two-pronged approach. Sai and Ino can go stealth, maybe disrupt illusions or wards, while the rest of us draw attention. But let's not finalize anything until we scout properly. He looked at Sai, who was seated cross-legged, eyes half closed as he connected with his ink bird's senses. Anything yet? Sai opened his eyes, blinking as he refocused on the present. The fortress is about 2 miles ahead, perched on an elevated mesa near a bend in the main river. I spot signs of recent activity, scorch marks, possible campsite remnants. Didn't see the cult directly, but it's likely they're inside. There's also a second structure behind the fortress, looks partially collapsed. Might be catacombs or an underground complex. That matches the intel, Ino said softly. Reports mentioned hidden chambers. Perfect for a relic stash. Naruto stood, rolling his shoulders to keep his muscles from stiffening. We moved carefully. One last push to the fortress. Satsuki, you good? She rose to her feet, ignoring a faint grimace from her still healing injuries. I can fight, she said curtly. He studied her expression for a moment, fierce determination, no trace of doubt. He believed her. All right, let's go. They resumed a brisk pace, climbing steadily until the path curved around a series of jagged cliffs. At the top, the landscape opened up, revealing a plateau stretching toward the horizon, the wide river glinting in the distance. And there, near the edge of the mesa, stood the fortress, a weathered citadel of stone blocks and half-collapsed towers. Time and desert winds had worn it down, crumbling walls and leaving gaping holes in the masonry. A hush clung to the air, broken only by the rustling gusts that swept across the open ground. At first glance, Naruto saw no obvious guards on the parapets. The place seemed abandoned, or at least, the cult wasn't making a show of force. Instinct told him that was too convenient. He motioned for the squad to slow and spread out, each taking cover behind rocks or scrub. Tenten ducked behind a large boulder, scanning the walls with narrowed eyes. Satsuki crouched near a dusty bush, hand on her sword. Ino and Sai flanked Naruto, who studied the fortress entrance, a tall archway that yawned open like a hungry maw. Ino touched Naruto's arm lightly. Let me sense for chakra signatures. She formed a quick seal and closed her eyes, focusing. After a few seconds, she grimaced. I'm picking up around 10 or 12 distinct signatures inside. Though they're muddled. Feels like illusions or barriers might be interfering. Sai nodded. I can send an ink rat in for a closer look, but it might be dispelled by illusions. Naruto weighed the options. All right, we'll keep to stealth until we confirm their positions. If illusions are in play, Ino and I can try to disrupt them. Tenten, can you ready a small disruption device like last time? Tenten patted her scroll pouch with a half smile. I've got a new compact version. It's not as powerful as the one in the Marshland temple, but it might short-circuit mid-tier illusions. Just say the word. Naruto cast a glance at Satsuki, who was scanning the parapets. Let's do this. We move in carefully. Keep comms minimal. If we get separated, regroup at the main archway. Everyone ready. A wave of silent affirmations passed between them. Naruto led the approach, stepping lightly across the rocky ground. The fortress wall rose like a slumbering beast, the yawning arch a mere stone's throw away. Still no sign of watchmen or cultists. The hush pressed on Naruto's ears, making his heartbeat seem loud. They slipped inside. The main courtyard was a field of cracked flagstones, with tumbleweeds and rubble scattered about. An old well stood off to one side, the wind whispering down into its depths. Massive stone columns, half toppled, flanked what must have once been a grand hall. Now it was open to the sky, only a few arches and beams hinting at a second-story walkway. Naruto signaled them to fan out. Tenten moved to the left side of the courtyard, scanning for hidden traps. Sai slunk to the right, stepping behind a collapsed column and readying a small ink creation. Ino and Satsuki stayed with Naruto, each watchful. Shadows clung to the edges of the space, refusing to yield any clues. Then, a faint click. Tenten froze, eyes widening, foot perched precariously on a flagstone that had sunk ever so slightly. A heartbeat later, a swirl of faintly shimmering lines erupted across the courtyard, an illusion trap triggered by that hidden pressure plate. Ethereal shapes leapt from the ground, twisting vines of ghostly light that coiled around Tenten's ankles and spread outward. St. Tenten hissed, trying to pull back her foot. Naruto darted forward, forming a quick seal to release a burst of wind that might disrupt the illusion. But the shimmering vines multiplied, latching onto his ankles as soon as he crossed the courtyard's midpoint. A cold wave rippled through his body, making the hair on his neck stand upright. The entire courtyard flickered, as though reality was fracturing. Ino cursed under her breath. Hold on, I'll try to disrupt. Before she could finish, the shimmering lines flared. The courtyard itself seemed to dissolve into swirling color. Naruto felt a lurching sensation as the ground vanished from under him. For an instant, he was falling through a kaleidoscope of shifting hues, no up or down, no sense of direction. He landed on something soft grass. But the courtyard had been stone. He blinked, vision clearing. Warm sunlight streamed through thick trees, and a gentle breeze caressed his cheek. This wasn't the fortress courtyard. He stood in a lush forest clearing, birds chirping overhead, a trickling stream nearby. It was so peaceful, except he knew it had to be an illusion. He spun, searching for his comrades. No one was there, just the quiet hush of the forest. He closed his eyes, focusing on Tsukuyomi's power, trying to sense a foreign presence. A creeping dread seeped into his veins. The illusion was too real. He could smell pine, feel the humidity on his skin. Panic threatened to rise, but he clamped down on it. This was a trick, and he had to break free. A voice echoed among the trees, soft, almost maternal. So determined, chosen of the moon. But can your conviction survive your darkest fears? He pivoted, scanning the mossy ground. No figure. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Slowly, shapes emerged between the trunk's familiar faces, but twisted by sorrow or anger. One was Satsuki, eyes filled with scorn. Another was Tenten, tears streaming as she glared at him with betrayal. Then Ino, stoic but trembling. All illusions, he reminded himself, illusions meant to break him. Still, it hurt. They stepped forward, speaking words he couldn't bear to hear. Accusations that he was failing them. That his self-imposed burden would doom them all, that the cult's victory was inevitable. That he couldn't protect everyone. A swirl of memories flashed past losses, near deaths, the sea. Reaping sense that no matter how strong he was, some threats transcended mortal might. He staggered. For a moment, he felt Tsukuyomi's essence flicker like a dim beacon far away. He gritted his teeth. This wasn't real. He forced his chakra outward, weaving a short seal. Kai, he barked, willing the illusion to shatter. The forest rippled, but it didn't disappear. The illusions of his comrades advanced, voices morphing into cruel laughter. The maternal whisper returned. Your strength is not enough here. He clenched his fists, letting that unstoppable resolve well up. I've heard that before, he muttered. And every time, I proved them wrong. Another short seal, this time channeling a swirl of wind tinted with that silver warmth from Tsukuyomi. He unleashed it in a violent burst, the gusts, shredding leaves and sending illusions reeling. The maternal voice hissed in pain, the entire forest quaking. For an instant, Naruto saw cracks forming in the air, revealing glimpses of the real courtyard behind. The illusions flickered, receding, but refused to vanish entirely. Naruto realized he might need an external disruption like Tenten's device or a friend to anchor him in reality. He was alone here, or was he? He pressed a hand to his chest, feeling that subtle pulse. Tsukuyomi's power was part of him. He closed his eyes, inhaling slowly. Images fluttered through his mind. The times he'd harnessed that divine aura to dispel curses, to sense lurking threats. Maybe he could do it again, but more deliberately. Gently, he coaxed that cosmic thread out, letting it mingle with his wind chakra. He pictured the moon shining in his mind's eye, bright and unyielding. Pressure built in his chest, an exhilarating surge that tingled down his arms. He opened his eyes. The illusions wavered, shapes distorting. The maternal voice yelped as if scalded. No, how can you channel that? Naruto answered by thrusting both palms outward. A swirl of silver-laced wind erupted, blasting the phantasms apart. The forest peeled away like torn paper. He glimpsed the fortress courtyard stone underfoot, not grass and the glimmering lines of the trap shattering. A final groan echoed in his ears, and the illusions collapsed. Reality snapped back. He stumbled forward, catching himself on a shattered column. His legs trembled, heart drumming. The courtyard was still the courtyard. Next to him, Tenten knelt on one knee, face contorted as she fought her own illusory torment. Satsuki crouched a few paces away, breathing fast, sword tip on the ground. Ino and Sai were on the opposite side, each looking disoriented. The vines of ghostly light flickered faintly, then dissipated into sparks. Naruto realized he must have broken the entire trap from within, possibly aided by their own efforts at dispelling illusions. He quickly checked each friend with a swift glance. Tenten's eyes fluttered open, a shaky exhale escaping her. Satsuki cursed under her breath, wiping sweat from her temple. Ino collapsed onto her hands, panting, while Sai blinked as if clearing his vision. They had survived the initial enchantment. Tenten rose unsteadily, reaching into her pouch. I can pop the disruption device now, she said, voice hoarse. Naruto nodded, still catching his breath. Do it. Let's not get caught by a second trap. She pulled out a small orb emblazoned with sealing tags. Her thumb pressed a switch, and a subdued pop emitted a burst of static energy that rippled across the courtyard. Invisible wards sparked for an instant, then dissolved. A wave of relief coursed over them. The illusion's air now neutralized or at least weakened. Ino approached Naruto, voice trembling slightly. Thanks. I saw. She didn't finish the sentence. He placed a hand gently on her shoulder, offering what comfort he could. Satsuki scowled at the swirling dust where Tenten's device had detonated. They're expecting us, she growled. Naruto steadied himself. Then let's not keep them waiting. Everyone good to move. He scanned their faces. Tenten and Sai nodded. Ino brushed off her pants, regaining composure. Satsuki straightened, eyes fierce. They pressed deeper into the fortress, picking their way across the courtyard and toward a set of interior halls. The stone passages were dim, some lit by flickering torches left behind by the cult. The air smelled of stale incense. The group moved in a tight formation now, wary of any further illusions or traps. Tenten kept her disruption sphere in hand, though it was single-use. Sai's inked creations scouted ahead, reporting corridors that ended in Ru. BBLE and others that led to deeper chambers. Finally, they reached a broad hallway where pillars ran along each side, culminating in a half-collapsed arch at the far end. Naruto halted the team, raising a fist. From beyond that arch came hushed voices chanting, perhaps. He caught fragments of words that made his skin crawl. Ascent, gate key, final offering, this had to be the main ritual chamber. The relic was likely inside. Naruto motioned for Sai to release a small ink mouse. It scurried along the pillar base, disappearing through the arch. They waited tensely. After a minute, Sai's expression darkened. There are 5 or 6 cultists. They have 2 captives likely from Kiri. And yes, the relic is there. Some sort of black stone tablet, half buried in the floor. They're channeling chakra into it. Naruto cursed under his breath. We have to strike fast. Priority. Free the captives, secure the relic or destroy it if we can't secure it. Tenten, you and Sai handle the upper vantage. If you can get the captives out, do it. Ino, watch for illusions if any of them tries to cast a wide-scale genjutsu, disrupt it. Satsuki, you're with me. We'll draw their attention. Understood. They responded with determined nods. Tenten exhaled, gripping her staff. Ready. Sai melted into the shadows, Tenten following close. Ino closed her eyes briefly, centering herself, then slid along the left-hand pillars. Satsuki positioned herself on Naruto's right, sword drawn. Her earlier illusions-induced fatigue seemed replaced by a steely focus. Naruto led the charge into the chamber. The cultists wore dark robes embroidered with swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the torchlight. A wide dais occupied the center, dominated by a partially exposed black tablet etched with runes. 2 shinobi, battered and bound, kneeled near the dais, likely the missing Kiri scouts. The cultists whirled as Naruto's group burst in. You, the goddess's champion, one cultist spat, black veins surfacing on his neck. Your interference ends here. Quote. Another cultist raised an arm, summoning a vortex of purple flame that licked at the dais. Satsuki moved first, launching herself forward with a fierce slash. Her blade clashed against a hastily erected barrier, sparks flying. Naruto conjured a quick swirl of wind, knocking 2 cultists off balance before they could complete a summoning. The chamber erupted into chaos. Sai's ink tigers bounded from the shadows, pouncing on one robed figure who shrieked and flailed. Tenten darted along an overhead beam, scanning for the captives. She spotted them near the dais, shivering in fear. Another cultist tried to intercept her, but she spun her staff, colliding with his midsection and sending him tumbling. Ino hovered at the chamber's perimeter, eyes glowing, as she prepared a specialized mind interruption jutsu. When a female cultist chanted, illusions swirling around her fingertips, Ino struck, launching her mind into the woman's psyche. The cultist gagged, staggering, illusions fizzling. Ino forced the woman to drop the technique, severing the link just before recoil could harm her own consciousness. Naruto waded into the thick of it, fists and wind. Chakra merging to form devastating close-range strikes. One cultist tried conjuring shadowy tendrils, but Naruto's wind Rasengan tore through them, leaving the robed figure reeling. Satsuki weaved in tandem, her sword a blur of lightning as she dueled another robed figure who wielded a twisted blade humming with dark energy. The dais shook as the black tablet crackled with sinister power. Arcs of dark electricity danced across its surface, feeding on the cult's residual chakra. Naruto grimaced. This relic was resonating with their presence, maybe accelerating some partial ritual. He realized they had to shut it down fast. Tenten, using the overhead beams, flipped down beside the captives. She quickly sliced their bonds with a kunai, murmuring for them to stay low. The Kiri shinobi, battered but conscious, mouthed grateful words. She helped them to the chamber's edge, where Sai's ink constructs formed a protective barrier. Suddenly, a monstrous roar filled the space. One of the cultists, a tall man with half his face masked, invoked a swirling darkness that erupted into the form of a giant reptilian creature, part snake, part lizard, formed entirely from black chakra. It lunged at Naruto with a hiss, jaws gnashing. He rolled aside, yelling for Tenten to get the captives clear. Satsuki let out a sharp breath, pivoting to strike the beast, but its tail whipped out, knocking her across the chamber. She collided with a column, gritting her teeth in pain. Naruto summoned a wind Rasengan again, slamming it into the creature's flank. The blow tore a chunk of shadowy flesh away, but the beast hissed and reformed. Eyes gleaming with malevolence. The cultist controlling it sneered, chanting in guttural tones. The dais trembled, the black tablet glowing brighter. Tenten yelled from behind a pillar. We gotta break that relic or contain it. Naruto clenched his jaw. "I'll try." He ducked as the beast snapped, then lunged forward, weaving around black flames that sputtered from its maw. Each step brought him closer to the dais. Another cultist blocked his way, brandishing a staff that crackled with negative energy. He traded blows with her, wind-laced punches against staff strikes that shattered the stone floor. Meanwhile, the reptilian beast circled, tail swiping at anyone who got close. Satsuki regained her footing, eyes furious, lightning arcing around her blade. She charged the cultist controlling the beast, hoping to cut off the summoner. The man twisted to face her, chanting faster. The beast jerked, unleashing a wave of black flame that tore through the air. Satsuki dove, the flames singing the ends of her hair. She pushed forward, slashing at the robed man's chest. He howled, the summoning faltering. Naruto, now free of the staff-wielding cultist whom he'd finally knocked unconscious, dashed onto the dais. The black tablet pulsed with vile energy, runes shifting across its surface. He felt a wave of nausea just being near it. He raised a hand, considering a Rasengan smash to break it. But a sudden voice hissed in his mind. If you shatter it improperly, you might release an even worse surge of corrupt chakra. It was Tsukuyomi's voice, faint yet urgent. He swallowed. He had to seal it or disrupt it in a controlled way. Tenten's disruption bombs might help, but they only worked on illusions, not raw demonic energy. He glanced around, searching for options. Adrenaline hammering his veins. A flash of movement. Tenten landed beside him, breath ragged. I can rig an explosive seal to bury it under rubble, but that might not fully neutralize it. Naruto saw the black arcs intensify. The dais was trembling. We need to cut off its power, he said. Where's the summoner? She pointed across the chamber. Satsuki was still locked in a fierce struggle with the summoner, who bled from a gash on his side but refused to fall. The beast kept lashing out, although it wavered, unstable. Meanwhile, Sai and Ino were driving back the remaining cultists' a combination of ink beasts and mind-distorting illusions, ensuring they couldn't reinforce the summoner. Tenten had the Kiri captives safely behind a pillar. It was chaos, but they held the advantage. Naruto weighed the risk. If they took out the summoner, maybe the link to the relic would break. Help Satsuki. I'll handle the tablet. Tenten gripped his shoulder, concern flickering in her eyes. Then she sprang away, staff spinning. Naruto faced the tablet again. Tsukuyomi, he thought, if you can hear me, guide me. He focused on the swirling negativity, letting his chakra resonate with that lunar spark in his core. He channeled it into his palms, forming a swirling sphere reminiscent of the Rasengan but tinged with silver threads. Beneath his breath, he murmured words of resolve, not quite a prayer, yet directed to the goddess who had chosen him. Power built, electricity dancing across his arms as wind and moonlit energy fused. The tablet's runes flared, sensing the threat. Naruto roared, plunging the orb of swirling energy into the black stone. A jarring impact shot through him. The dais cracked, arcs of black and silver colliding in a dazzling display. His teeth clenched so hard he felt them groan. For an agonizing moment, the relic fought back, surges of dark chakra forcing him to his knees. His vision blurred. Through the haze, he saw glimpses of monstrous shapes, a shadowy gateway, hungry voids. The scalding negativity poured into his arms. He thought he might pass out, but that cosmic presence pressed in, like a calming hand on his back, spurring him to push deeper. He cried out, forcing his swirling Rasengan to expand, swirling faster, pulling the negativity away from the tablet. The runes flickered wildly. Then, with a thunderous crack, the black stone split. Black miasma erupted skyward, only to be devoured by the swirling silver wind. The dais collapsed in on itself, fragments raining around him. He collapsed onto a knee, gasping. The monstrous beast let out a tortured screech. Across the chamber, the summoner recoiled as if struck. Satsuki seized the opening, driving her blade into his chest. He spat blood, eyes wide, and the reptilian beast disintegrated into plumes of shadow. With a ragged gasp, the summoner slumped, lifeless. Satsuki wrenched her blade free, panting. A sudden stillness fell. The last remaining cultists, battered and cornered by Sai and Ino, dropped to their knees in defeat. Broken fragments of the relic lay around Naruto, faint trails of black smoke rising and dissipating. The dais was little more than rubble now. He exhaled a shuddering breath, relief flooding him as he sensed the vile aura recede. Tenten rushed to his side, eyes wide with concern. Naruto, are you? He managed a shaky grin. I'm alive. Pain lanced through his arms. But nothing felt permanently damaged. She helped him stand, supporting his weight. Ino, Sai, and Satsuki gathered around, each showing signs of wear. Bruises, singed clothing, shallow cuts. But they were standing, and the cult lay defeated. Naruto surveyed the damage. The captive Kiri shinobi emerged, leaning on each other. Thank you, one whispered, voice thick with relief. If you hadn't come, we would have been sacrificed. Satsuki wiped sweat from her brow, eyes flicking over the remains of the relic. Looks like another piece of that gate key is destroyed. Ino poked at a shard with her foot, wincing at the faint residual darkness that crawled up her sandal. Yeah, it's definitely useless now. Good. Sai nodded. We should secure the area, gather any intel we can. The cult might have notes or scrolls here. We'll also need to turn these prisoners over to Konoha's interrogators. Naruto tried to straighten, pain radiating through his shoulders. Tenten's arm remained around his waist, and he felt a wave of gratitude for her steady presence. Agreed, he said. Ino, check for scrolls. Sai, see if any of these cultists are in shape to talk. Satsuki, watch the perimeter in case there are stragglers. Tenten, help me confirm the fortress is stable. They fanned out, exhaustion etched on their faces, but a sense of victory glowing in their eyes. Another relic gone, more cult members captured, more hostages freed. This was a tangible blow against the children of the cradle. Yet Naruto knew this war was far from over. Countless relics might still be hidden in the far corners of the world. Still leaning on Tenten, he climbed over the dais debris. She gave him a gentle squeeze around the ribs, and he exhaled softly, letting the warmth of her touch soothe him. The entire chamber was a wreck. Pillars fractured, the floor strewn with dust and rubble. The torch flames guttered in the disturbance, casting flickering shadows on the walls. He paused, eyes drawn to a faint scrawl of writing near the dais, half buried in dust. Strange symbols akin to those on the black stone. He crouched, brushing debris aside with a trembling hand. The script was archaic, but few shapes matched the cradle of shadows, references they'd seen in other cult hideouts. Tenten peered over his shoulder. Find something, he frowned. Not sure, but I think it's a clue, maybe a partial map or instructions. He traced the lines. A circle, lines radiating outward, each ending in a smaller symbol. They looked like scattered points on a globe, or spokes on a wheel. At the center was a stylized crescent shape. The moon, he wondered. He pressed a palm to it, feeling a subtle chill. A faint spark of Tsukuyomi's presence stirred, like a gentle breeze in his mind. Then it faded. Maybe this was a link to the larger puzzle, the final location of the gate or the method of opening it. He carefully memorized what he could, then pulled a spare scroll from his pouch to quickly sketch it. Tenten watched his shaky attempt with an amused glint in her eye. You should let Sai do that. He's better at drawing. Naruto snorted softly. He's busy with the prisoners. This is good enough for now. She nodded, rubbing a smear of dust off his cheek with her thumb. You all right? You look wiped. He let out a wry laugh. Shattering a relic of pure evil will do that to you, I guess. But I'm okay. Her gaze lingered on him, concerned. Then she inclined her head. All right, unstoppable hero. Let's finish up and head back. They methodically scoured the fortress. Ino found a small stash of documents near a side chamber, ritual notes and references to other shrines. Sai interrogated the surviving cultists, though they mostly spewed fanatical nonsense about freeing the world from false celestial tyranny. Satsuki stayed on edge, patrolling the halls for any hidden foes. Fortunately, it seemed they had eliminated the entire cell. The place fell eerily still, save for the moans of tea. He wounded and the soft shuffle of boots. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the fortress walls in blood-orange hues. They decided to stay the night here, safeguarding the site until they could travel back to Konoha or meet up with Kiri reinforcements who might want their missing scouts returned. Naruto's team settled in a mostly intact corridor, setting up a makeshift camp. The battered captives, grateful beyond words, found a relatively safe nook to rest. Naruto leaned against a wall, eyes half-lidded, while Tenten sat beside him, rummaging through her gear. Ino and Sai were a short distance away, tying up the last of the cult prisoners, who'd been stripped of their weapons. Satsuki stood watch at the corridor entrance, arms folded. He closed his eyes, letting the tension ebb from his muscles. The day's battles replayed in his mind. Illusions so real they nearly broke him. The monstrous reptile conjured by raw malice, the searing clash of cosmic power as he shattered the relic. Despite the fatigue, he sensed a slow, steady current of triumph. Another piece of the gate key was gone. Another step forward in preventing the worst outcome. You're drifting off. Tenten's quiet voice broke his reverie. He blinked, glancing at her. She offered him a small portion of rations. Eat something, then you can doze. We'll take turns on watch. He accepted the food, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Thanks. She nodded, busying herself with checking an odd contraption that resembled a cross between a kunai launcher and a small grappling hook. Each time he thought he understood Tenten's arsenal, she surprised him with something new. He chewed the dried meat slowly, warmth spreading in his chest at her presence. After a few minutes, Ino approached, lowering her voice. All the prisoners are secured. Sai's going to do a final perimeter check. I'll handle first watch after that. You guys rest. Naruto tried to protest, but Ino shot him a playful glare. No arguments. You look like you're about to pass out. He relented with a thankful nod. Tenten agreed, rolling out a thin sleeping mat. Satsuki lingered at the corridor's entrance, occasionally darting. Ga glanced their way as though uncertain whether to join them or remain the aloof sentinel. Eventually, she sighed, stepping back from her post. She sat a short distance from Naruto, sword resting across her lap, eyes half closed. He noticed how her shoulders trembled slightly with exhaustion. The hush that settled over them felt oddly comforting, despite the battered fortress. Naruto let his mind wander, replaying the day's events in scattered fragments until drowsiness claimed him. He slept fitfully, lulled by the murmured conversations between Ino and Sai. Dreams came a swirl of half-formed images, Tsukuyomi's gentle gaze. The fractal illusions that tried to trap him, glimpses of an endless starry sky. Once, he thought he sensed the goddess's hand brush his cheek, but he awoke to only tea. Enten's warmth beside him and the faint torchlight flickering against stone. Dawn arrived all too soon, a muted glow seeping through the fortress's shattered windows. The team rose stiffly, gathering what supplies and documents they had. The Kiri scouts were stable enough to travel. The cult prisoners, though defiant, posed little threat with their arms bound and their jutsu-suppressing seals in place. They departed the fortress, stepping into a crisp morning wind that carried the scent of river water. It took most of the day to march back to a safer route, wrangling both the freed scouts and their captives. The sun was near its zenith when they reached a small roadside outpost, a guard station that recognized Naruto's group from prior intelligence missions. Relieved, the outpost captain took custody of the cultists, promising to transfer them to Konoha's T&I department. The exhausted Kiri scouts accepted medical attention and rest. Naruto's squad, grateful to lighten their burden, pressed on toward the next stage. They had to report back to Konoha with the intel, not to mention any immediate concerns about the partial map or runic scrawls they'd uncovered. Their pace was slowed by aches and fatigue, but a sense of achievement propelled them forward. On the second evening after leaving the fortress, they found themselves at a modest traveler's inn nestled beside a tributary river. Usually, they would camp outdoors to avoid detection, but the battered state of their bodies and the success of the mission convinced them to opt for a real roof and meal for once. The inn was a simple structure of wood and plaster. A sign bearing the name, Riverbend Rest. Naruto arranged 2 rooms, one for the girls, one for him and Sai. The innkeeper, a kindly older woman, welcomed them, providing a hearty stew and fresh water from the well. As the evening grew late, they gathered around a small table in the inn's common area. The conversation was subdued, overshadowed by the events in the fortress, yet tinged with the relief of another victory. Tenten leaned back in her chair, rotating her stiff shoulders. I'm going to remember that illusion's trap for a while, she admitted, a shiver crossing her features. I hate illusions. Satsuki grunted in agreement, swirling her cup of tea. They're insidious. At least physical attacks, you can see. Illusions warp your reality. Ino tapped her fingertips on the table. Face thoughtful. Naruto dispelled them quickly, though. Or at least compromised the array enough for us to escape. That silver chakra trick. I felt it, even from across the courtyard. Sai looked at Naruto with curiosity. Your bond with the goddess, correct? Naruto winced slightly. He wasn't entirely comfortable discussing Tsukuyomi in detail, even with close friends. Still, the question hung in the air. Tenten's eyes slid to him, an understanding gleamed from earlier glimpses of his power. Ino and Satsuki both watched him, though the latter tried to hide her interest behind a cool expression. Finally, Naruto cleared his throat. Yeah, I guess. Tsukuyomi's power helps me disrupt illusions and negative chakra. I'm still figuring it out. Feels intuitive, but draining. Satsuki's gaze flicked to the side. It's a useful advantage. Don't get complacent, though. He nodded. Never. I know the cult is aiming to twist that advantage into a weakness if they can. Tenten shifted closer to him. Though the table separated them. We'll back you up. Besides, it's not like you're alone in this. Ino grinned, leaning her chin on her palm. It's almost unfair how unstoppable we are together. Sai gave a subdued smile, his version of agreement. Satsuki said nothing, but the tension in her shoulders eased somewhat. They exchanged a few more remarks about strategy, then Tenten broke into a yawn. Quickly stifled by her hand. I'm beat. I'm turning in. Ino, you coming? Ino stood, stretching. Yep, if I don't get 8 hours, I'll be too cranky to deal with cult nonsense tomorrow. They nodded goodnight. Sai also excused himself, walking silently to the room he shared with Naruto. That left Satsuki finishing her tea, Naruto still nursing his own cup of water. A hush settled, broken only by the distant murmur of the inn's other patrons. After a moment, Satsuki spoke softly. I owe you one. He looked up. Huh, she kept her eyes fixed on her tea. In that fortress, you once again bailed me out. If that summoner had pinned me a second longer, I might not have gotten the finishing blow. Also, the illusions, you drew them away. Naruto shrugged. That's what teammates do. I'm pretty sure you saved me from that staff wielder before I got hammered. Satsuki huffed quietly, but a faint smirk tugged at her lips. Anyway, thanks. She downed the last of her tea and stood abruptly. Avoiding his gaze. I'll see you in the morning. She walked off, leaving him alone with the final swirl of tea leaves in her abandoned cup. He found himself smiling. Her gratitude was as close to a heartfelt confession as she'd give. And that was enough for now. A cool breeze wafted in from the open window, carrying the scent of river water. He leaned back, letting himself relax. They had destroyed another relic, saved lives, and emerged mostly unscathed. It felt like a small victory in a greater war. Tomorrow, they would press on, eventually returning to Konoha to share intel and face the next threat. But for tonight, at least, they had respite. His thoughts wandered to Tsukuyomi. He wondered if she would appear in his dreams again, or if her cosmic vigil kept her distant. A part of him longed for that silent comfort, the brush of her power that made him feel simultaneously mortal and something more. Another part of him felt the tug of immediate, NGIBLE connections, like Tenten's supportive warmth, Ino's playful banter, Satsuki's fierce determination. He was forging bonds with them in the midst of battle, each relationship offering a different spark of closeness. He rose, leaving a few coins on the table for the inn's staff. The flickering lantern light illuminated the lines of fatigue on his face as he headed to his room. Sleep beckoned, and he let it take him. He drifted through fragments of dreams, stars swirling overhead, a sense of walking on water under a moonlit sky. At one point, he thought he glimpsed Tsukuyomi's figure, white hair flowing, beckoning him forward. But the dream splintered, and he woke with a start in the early hours before dawn. Sai was still asleep on the adjacent futon, breathing steady. Naruto rubbed his eyes, deciding he might as well get some fresh air. He left quietly, stepping out into the inn's courtyard where the sky showed the faintest hint of morning light. The air was cool, dew clinging to the sparse grass. A stone path led to a small wooden bridge crossing a narrow stream behind the inn. He followed it, thoughts swirling. By the time he reached the stream, he paused, leaning on the bridge's rail. The water gurgled softly in the semi-darkness. He wondered how many times he would stand like this on the brink of a new day, uncertain of what fresh challenges it would bring. The cult remained an ever-present danger. The pieces of the gate key they had destroyed were only a fraction of what might exist. His gaze flickered upward, searching for the moon. It hung low, a pale crescent about to set beyond the horizon. The sight calmed him. He closed his eyes, letting the hush of the moment seep into his bones. That intangible link with Tsukuyomi pulsed softly, like a friend's gentle tap on his shoulder. Footsteps behind him. He turned slightly, expecting maybe Tenten or Ino, but it was Satsuki again. She wore her dark pants and a light jacket, arms folded, sword strapped across her back. Her eyes gleamed in the dim light. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked. She shrugged. "Same as you." She stepped to the opposite end of the small bridge, resting her elbows on the railing, gazing at the water. They let the quiet linger, a hush broken only by the stream's gentle flow. When she finally spoke, her voice was low, almost subdued. "Why do you carry so much alone? You have a whole squad. I know you trust us. But it feels like you shoulder everything anyway." He blinked at the unexpected question. "I guess I'm used to it. Since I was young, I've been told I'm the hero, the savior. It's hard to step away from that role." She glanced at him, eyes reflecting the faint starlight. "You really believe you can do everything by yourself?" He shook his head. "No, not anymore. I rely on all of you. But if something goes wrong, I still feel responsible. It's how I'm wired." She studied him a moment, then turned her gaze back to the stream. "That's a heavy burden." He exhaled. "Tell me about it." Her posture softened. "Look, I get it, to an extent. I want to surpass you, but that's not just ego. I want to stand at your side as an equal so the burden isn't only on you. We can share it." She caught herself, cheeks darkening slightly, as if surprised by her own confession. Naruto felt a gentle warmth in his chest, a mix of respect and gratitude. "Satsuki, that means a lot. Thank you." She looked away, giving a half scoff. "Yeah, well, don't go spreading it around." He chuckled softly, the hush returning. The water gurgled on, the moon slipping lower. In that fleeting twilight, the tension between them felt charged but peaceful. He recognized in her a mirror of his own drive, a desire to protect, to prove oneself, to conquer the odds. They might clash at times, but beneath it all was an unspoken bond. She eventually pushed off the railing. "I'll check the perimeter once more. Maybe then I can get another hour of sleep." Her eyes lingered on him, a ghost of a smile tugging at her mouth. "Don't freeze out here." He smiled back, stepping aside to let her pass. "I won't. See you in a bit." She walked away, footsteps fading into the pre-dawn gloom. He remained by the water a while longer, lost in thoughts of the battles ahead, the blossoming connections that anchored him, and the cosmic dance he found himself part of. Eventually, the sky brightened, chasing the last stars away. A new day beckoned. They left the riverbend rest not long after sunrise, weaving through smaller roads that led to a well-traveled highway back toward Konoha. The journey took another 2 days, punctuated by uneasy nights and occasional sightings of suspicious travelers that might or might not be cult scouts. By the time the familiar walls of Konoha rose in the distance, relief and anticipation mingled in Naruto's veins. The guards waved them in, recognition lighting their faces at the sight of the returning heroes. Naruto's team headed straight for the Hokage Tower to report their success. The city bustled with midday activity, vendors shouting, children racing along the streets, shinobi darting overhead. Despite the swirling war with the cult, life in the village continued, forging normalcy amid chaos. Shikamaru awaited them in a meeting room, arms folded. He raised a brow at their ragged appearance. "Rough mission." Naruto offered a tired grin. "You could say that. We destroyed another relic and freed some Kiri scouts, plus captured cult members. Here's the intel." He handed over the scrolls Ino had salvaged, along with his rough sketches of the partial map near the dais. Shikamaru flipped through them, eyes flicking with mild interest. "Good work. That's 2 relics you've taken out in a relatively short time. We also heard from Gaara's people they're pressing the cult in the desert region. Seems like the cult's movement is fracturing. But be careful, desperate animals lash out the hardest." Tenten dropped onto a bench, exhaling. "Well, we could do with a day off." Satsuki leaned against a wall, quiet but evidently fatigued. Ino nodded fervently. "Yes, Please. A bath, real food, and some sleep. Shikamaru smirked. You'll get at least that. Interrogations of the marshland prisoners and others are ongoing. We'll probably have a new lead in a couple days, but for now, rest. We need you sharp. Sai bowed slightly and took his leave, presumably to file the official mission record. Naruto let the others drift off. Tenten headed for her weapons shop, eager to check on orders and maybe close up early for a real break. Ino joked about needing a spa day, and Satsuki simply vanished without farewell. Naruto suspected she'd go somewhere quiet to train or brood in peace. Exhausted, Naruto ambled through the tower corridors. On a whim, he visited Tsunade's office, hoping for a quick update from the council. But she was out at a medical summit. Instead, an Anbu operative quietly passed on a message. The intelligence corps wanted to see him regarding a special matter. He followed the masked shinobi to a secluded chamber in the tower's lower levels, a place lined with ceiling wards and advanced surveillance. There, Ibiki Morino waited, the scarred interrogatee. On's master towering with an imposing presence. A small table separated them, holding a battered scroll and a few black stones etched with cryptic markings. Ibiki gestured for Naruto to sit. "We've been interrogating the cult members you brought in from the fortress," he said in a gravelly voice. "One of them was surprisingly cooperative after we used certain mind-probing jutsu. He gave us reference to something called the Throne of Eclipse. Heard of it?" Naruto shook his head. "No, we've encountered references to the Cradle of Shadows, but not that." Ibiki tapped a stone on the table. "According to the prisoner, the Throne of Eclipse is rumored to be a physical seat of power. Some ancient legend says it's the focal point between mortal realms and the divine, especially linked to lunar energies. The cult wants to harness it to fully open the gate key." Naruto's heartbeat quickened. So if they find this throne, they can forcibly rip open the path to that shadow dimension. Ibiki's grim expression answered the question. Yes, they apparently plan to use it as a final anchor once they gather enough relics. "We suspect it's hidden or lost," the prisoner claimed. Even the cult's leaders. Hip doesn't know its exact location, but they're searching actively. Naruto recalled the partial map he'd seen. "There might be a clue in the drawings I found. We saw a circle with lines radiating out. Could that be referencing the throne's location?" Ibiki spread his hands. "Possibly. Our code breakers are on it. Meanwhile, the top brass wants you aware of this new development. If the cult finds the throne, your bond with the moon goddess might be the only thing that can stop them from forcibly bridging the realms." Naruto swallowed. Another cosmic weight pressed onto him. But he squared his shoulders. "Understood. We'll be ready." Quote. Ibiki gave a curt nod. "That's all. Keep your ears open. Once we decode more, we'll call you." He left, the wards clinking shut behind him. Naruto stood there, mind buzzing with new worries. The Throne of Eclipse. Another piece of the puzzle. If the cult found it before the allied shinobi did, the gate key's completion could be unstoppable. Anxiety churned, yet a part of him flared with determination. He would not let the cult tear open reality and endanger Tsukuyomi or the world. He emerged into the tower's open foyer, footsteps echoing on polished floors. The day pressed on outside, a swirl of activity that felt oddly distant. He decided he needed air, a chance to clear his head. Strolling out of the building, he headed toward a nearby training ground, one of many on Konoha's outskirts. It was a place where he often found solace. To his mild surprise, he found Tenten already there, perched on a wooden post, rummaging through a large scroll. She looked up at his approach, shading her eyes from the sun. "Hey, I thought you might vanish to do goddess stuff or something." He snorted. "No goddess stuff right now. Just got more intel about the cult." She jumped down, landing lightly. "Bad," he sighed. "They're after something called the Throne of Eclipse. Could be a key piece. We don't know where it is yet." Tenten frowned. "Great. Another doomsday device. Joy." He half smiled at her sarcastic tone. "Yep." She tossed her scroll aside, striding closer. "You okay?" He hesitated. Then he admitted, "I'm a little overwhelmed. So many angles, so many relics. And now this throne. Part of me wonders if we'll ever gather all the threads in time." She laid a hand on his shoulder. "We will. You said it yourself, we keep taking them down, relic by relic, lead by lead." We'll find a way to stop them completely." Her voice held that steadfast confidence he'd come to admire. Warmth spread through him. Without conscious thought, he stepped forward, brushing a few stray locks of hair from her cheek. She let out a breath, eyes flicking to his. A gentle tension vibrated between them, reminiscent of the quiet nights they'd shared, the fleeting kiss under the stars. Now, in broad daylight, the moment felt more vulnerable and real. He dipped his head, pressing his forehead to hers. She exhaled softly, not pulling away. For a few seconds, they just stood there, the training ground silent around them. Then, tentatively, she slid her arms around his waist. He responded by easing his arms around her shoulders, letting her warmth melt the tension in his chest. It was a gentle embrace, far from the urgent chaos of battle. Yet it carried the same sense of relief and promise, a reminder that amid cosmic threats and shadowy cults, they still had these human connections to ground them. Eventually, they separated. Tenten's cheeks tinged pink, but she met his gaze with a small grin. "So much for me playing it cool," she murmured. "Guess I'm terrible at pretending this doesn't matter." Naruto gave a quiet laugh. "Why pretend? We're in this together, right?" She nodded, stepping back to retrieve her scroll, but not before lightly punching his arm. "Fine, but I'm not about to get all mushy in front of the others." He smiled. "They'll figure it out eventually." She snorted. "Let's just try not to lose our heads in front of Satsuki. She'll probably scold us for slacking." He smirked. "We'll be careful." He helped her gather a few tools scattered around the post. The rest of the day passed in a calmer haze. Tenten left to handle a commission at her shop, and Naruto took a stroll around the village, checking in with old friends and letting the tension of the mission drain away. He discovered Satsuki training alone in an isolated spot near the forest but chose not to intrude, sensing she needed the space. Ino was at the hospital, assisting with post-mission injuries. Sai had likely vanished into the intelligence archives, analyzing the cult's manuscripts. That night, Naruto slept dreamlessly for once. No illusions haunted him, no cosmic omens tugged him awake. He woke at dawn feeling refreshed, ready for whatever new developments might emerge. Sure enough, by mid-morning, Shikamaru summoned him. Intelligence had deciphered a portion of the runes from the fortress dais and cross-referenced them with older tablets captured from other cult cells. They suspected a hidden library in the mountainous region near the Land of Fire's border with hot water and old repository of texts from the Sage era, possibly containing references to the Throne of Eclipse. Naruto wasted no time assembling a small strike force. Tenten was busy finalizing some gear, so she volunteered to stay behind to handle backup if needed. Ino also had other duties, but Sai and Satsuki were free, along with a few other capable jonin. They departed at once, each braced for the possibility of illusions, traps, or ambushes. The cult was everywhere, after all. The journey took them through winding highland passes. Crisp air, towering pines, and the sound of rushing mountain streams set a serene backdrop that belied the tension thrumming in Naruto's veins. Satsuki traveled close, gaze constantly sweeping the ridges for threats. Sai's ink hawks scouted overhead, occasionally relaying glimpses of distant figures or quiet valleys. The additional jonin spread out in pairs, securing the route. After 2 days, they found the rumored library site, a monolithic stone entrance carved into a mountainside, half overgrown with moss and creeping vines. The place felt old, an ancient hush clinging to the carved pillars. Several broken statues flanked the entrance, their features weathered beyond recognition. A faint gloom emanated from within, as though the library's depths swallowed all light. They approached warily. The jonin scanned for traps. Satsuki tested the door, a massive stone slab that had once sealed the entrance. It lay cracked, partially slid aside as if forcibly opened in recent times. Naruto's gut twisted. Someone had clearly beaten them here, possibly the cult. They crept in. The corridor beyond was wide enough for 2 people abreast, the floor strewn with debris. Flickering torchlight from deeper inside hinted that intruders were still present. A dryness permeated the air, dust swirling in the beams of Sai's small ink lantern creation. Soon, they reached a vast chamber lined with shelves of crumbling scrolls and tablets. Some had collapsed into heaps of moldy parchment. Others stood in precarious stacks, untouched for decades or centuries. The musty smell wrapped around them, thick enough to taste. The group fanned out, searching for any sign of the cult or relevant texts about the Throne of Eclipse. Satsuki paused by a shattered shelf. Footprints, she whispered, pointing to fresh scuffs in the dust. She crouched, tracing them with a gloved finger. 6 or 7 people, maybe more. Headed deeper in. Naruto signaled he Jonin to keep searching the chamber while he and Satsuki followed the prints. Sai joined them, quietly summoning a small ink rat to scuttle ahead. The footprints led down a side passage that sloped downward, the air growing colder and more stagnant. A faint drip of water echoed from the darkness. The corridor opened into a smaller reading room, its shelves in better condition. Lamps hung from sconces, recently lit, and near a stone table at the center, half a dozen robed figures sorted through scrolls, muttering in hushed, excited tones. Cultists. They had found something. One of them spotted Naruto's team, a warning cry escaping his lips. The group spun, curses flaring. Satsuki launched forward, lightning dancing along her blade. Sai sent an ink serpent slithering across the floor, forcing 2 cultists to jump back. Naruto dashed in, wind swirling around his fists. The library filled with the shouts of combat. Cultists flung jutsu that threatened to set the aged scrolls ablaze, but the shinobi countered with precise blasts of wind or water, snuffing the flames. Bookshelves toppled, ancient tomes scattering across the floor. One cultist hurled illusions reminiscent of the fortress trap, but Naruto's presence quickly dispelled them, Tsukuyomi's power flaring like a silent guardian. Satsuki cornered a robed figure who clutched a large leather-bound ledger. She disarmed him with a brutal strike, sending the ledger clattering. Another cultist tried to intervene, but Sai's ink serpent coiled around him, pinning him against a shelf. Naruto engaged 2 more, weaving through bursts of black flame and swirling curses that tarnished the air with a foul odor. A swift Rasengan knocked one cultist out, while a spinning kick to the temple dropped the other. When the skirmish ended, the library lay in disarray. Tattered scrolls and shattered shelves everywhere. 4 cultists were unconscious or bound, while the remaining 2 had fled into the corridors, presumably deeper into the library. Naruto made a split-second decision, telling Satsuki and Sai to chase them. He himself stayed to secure the captured cultists and see what they were researching. He rummaged through the scattered documents, occasionally glancing at the robed prisoners who groaned on the floor. One scroll, partially unrolled on the table, caught his eye. Old script, references to an eclipse seat, or seat of the waning moon. He read quickly, heart pounding. It described a location where celestial cycles converge, rumored to be an ancient site that once hosted a primordial deity's throne. Throne of Eclipse, Naruto thought. This had to be connected. He skimmed further, gleaning that the site might be somewhere in the land of frost or near its border extreme latitudes, where nights stretched longer part of the year. Another line mentioned the alignment of the moon at certain times, opening a path. This was huge. A potential region to target, a time window. If the cult found it first. Satsuki and Sai returned, slightly out of breath. We cornered the 2, Satsuki reported, but they triggered a collapse. We had to retreat or get buried. Sai nodded, scanning the room. We did recover some scrolls they carried. Might have more references. At least they didn't escape with them. Naruto showed them the partial text. Look, I think this is about the throne. It hints at an Arctic or near-Arctic location. This is the best lead we've had. Satsuki's eyes flickered with excitement. Then let's get it back to Konoha, cross-reference everything. We can intercept the cult before they do anything. He nodded. Exactly. Let's secure these prisoners and see if the other Jonin found anything in the main chamber. They carried the unconscious cultists back to the central library, where the rest of the squad had subdued a few more robed figures rummaging among the archives. None had the presence of a high-ranking official, likely just a scavenging cell, hoping to unearth crucial references. But they'd failed. The library belonged to Naruto's team now. By late afternoon, they departed with arms full of scrolls, leaving a small detachment of Konoha Jonin behind to guard the library from further cult infiltration. The trek home was tense but rewarding. They had powerful intel that might finally corner the cult's endgame. Naruto's mind spun with possibilities. The land of frost was a harsh territory, known for brutal winters and remote mountains. The cult's design on the throne of Eclipse there was chillingly plausible. Arriving in Konoha after another exhausting march, Naruto's Te-Am was greeted with relief by Shikamaru and the intelligence corps. The code breakers nearly salivated over the new trove of texts. Satsuki parted ways as soon as they debriefed, muttering about needing to train. Sai vanished to brief the Anbu and finalize the mission report. Naruto remained behind, discussing with Shikamaru how best to plan an expedition north should they coordinate with the Land of Frost's government, or go covert. They were deep in conversation when Tenten entered, face flushed as if she'd rushed. She carried a small bag of supplies and gave Naruto a look that mingled concern and relief. Shikamaru took one glance and smirked. "I'll let you fill Tenten in. Catch me later for final details." He left. Tenten approached, searching Naruto's features. "You look tired. Heard you found references to the throne." He recapped the mission, eyes lighting up with the details. She listened intently, nibbling her lip. "So we have to head north, to some freezing wasteland, to beat the cult to this throne of eclipse." "Most likely," he said, voice subdued. "And soon. If we hesitate, they might slip past us." She exhaled, shoulders rolling back. "Then I'm coming. No way I'm staying behind this time. I'm already designing some new gear for cold climates. Explosive tags can be finicky in sub-zero conditions, but I'll adapt them." A surge of gratitude filled him. He reached out, placing a hand on her arm. "Thank you. I'm not sure how big the expedition will be, but I'd be glad to have you with me." She nodded, a determined gleam in her eye. "We'll get through it like always." His gaze lingered, a silent promise. The war with the cult was ramping up toward a final confrontation, possibly in the far north. He recalled Tsukuyomi's gentle presence, the ephemeral dream images of her realm. He pictured the ancient, frozen peaks that might hide the throne, a place where mortal and divine boundaries blurred. The stakes had never been higher. But he wasn't alone. Tenten's unwavering support bolstered him, as did Satsuki's fierce loyalty, Ino's bright confidence, Sai's quiet determination, and countless other allies standing strong. The cult believed it could break him through illusions and fear, but each success only tempered his resolve further. The moonlit power thrumming in his veins felt more present than ever, an anchor guiding him through the storm. He squeezed Tenten's arm gently. "Let's get some rest. Big decisions tomorrow." She gave a quick, fierce smile. "Lead the way." They exited the tower together, the sun dipping below the horizon. A hush enveloped the village's streets, lanterns flickering to life. Naruto felt the night air, crisp and full of promise. Before long, they would embark to the Land of Frost, chasing the final pieces of the Gate Kie. Possibly confronting the cult's highest echelon. In the depths of that frozen domain, Naruto sensed destiny calling him. Tsukuyomi's whisper tugged at his heart, reminding him that some cosmic battle loomed. Still, as Tenten walked beside him, he allowed himself to savor the fleeting calm. For all the looming threats, he held fast to hope, trusting the unbreakable bonds forged in combat and care. The children of the cradle had awakened a force they didn't understand, both Tsukuyomi's power and Naruto's indomitable will. And in the final reckoning, that unwavering spirit would meet the darkness head-on. Determined to protect everything he loved. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Eclipse of Destinies. Naruto stood on a sun-bleached bluff overlooking the snow-laced valleys that opened up far to the north. Crisp air clung to the mountainous landscape, biting at his cheeks. Behind him, a small squad of trusted allies prepared for what could be their final stand against the children of the cradle. It had been a frenetic few days since they'd learned of the Throne of Eclipse, an ancient seat rumored to lie somewhere near the Land of Frost's border, hidden amid Arctic peaks and endless ice. In that place, if the cult combined enough relic fragments and their vile jutsu, they could tear open the gate key once and for all, unleashing the cosmic horror that lurked beyond mortal sight. He exhaled, scanning the horizon. Pine forests gave way to frosted ridges, and beyond, the tall peaks reflected a wan sunlight. Word had reached them, via both intelligence networks and Gaara's cooperation, that the cult was converging on a certain region rumored to be the cradle of an ancient civilization. Now, Naruto and his hand-picked team had arrived in pursuit. They'd spent the previous night in a frigid, windswept camp, forced to rely on minimal fires to avoid detection. Even from a distance, the sense of encroaching doom weighed on them all. A hush fell as Tenten approached, her breath visible in the cold air. She wore a heavier cloak draped over her usual outfit, having adapted her gear for sub-zero climates. Strapped to her back was a large scroll covered in frost-resistant sealing, and her eyes glinted with steeled resolve. The faint crease in her brow showed equal parts worry and determination. She offered him a curt nod, and as she drew closer, a subtle warmth passed between them. A flicker of reassurance amid the creeping dread. A few paces away, Satsuki stood with her arms folded, dark hair whipped by mountain gusts. Though her expression was stoic, Naruto sensed a restless energy boiling just beneath. Each time she exhaled, a cloud of vapor swirled around her face. She'd insisted on coming, even with her injuries from past battles not fully healed. There was no stopping her. They both knew she would never sit out such a crucial confrontation. Ino had also joined this mission, currently conferring with Shikamaru's liaison over the best infiltration paths, and Sai hovered at the periphery, scanning the rocky slopes for potential watchers. Naruto felt Tsukuyomi's essence stir faintly in his core, a gentle pulse that reminded him of the cosmic stakes overshadowing their mortal concerns. The cult's ultimate plan wasn't just the subjugation of the shinobi world, it was also a direct threat to Tsukuyomi herself. The gate key, once complete, might allow an ancient EV.LA force predating even the gods to break into both realms. Naruto refused to allow that. He'd sworn to protect this world, from the humblest villager to the cosmic moon goddess who had chosen him as her partner in destiny. He turned to Tenten, speaking low so the wind wouldn't carry his words. Once we confirm the cult's position, we'll strike in coordinated waves. Shikamaru's team said there's a hidden pass leading to a plateau near a glacial lake. That's likely where they'll attempt the ritual if the throne is indeed located there. Tenten tugged her cloak tight, checking a small device STR. Apt to her wrist, an advanced invention to measure chakra fluctuations. The air is thick with weird readings, but it's not definitive. If the cult arrived ahead of us, they could already be setting wards or illusions. Naruto's gut tightened. We can't waste time. He cast a glance at Satsuki, who caught his eye. She stepped forward, blade strapped across her back, gaze sharp. Ready when you are, she said quietly. With a swift nod, Naruto raised his arm, signaling the small unit to move out. They descended the bluff in a careful formation, picking a path through stunted evergreens and icy boulders. Ino joined them halfway down, frowning as she recounted the gist of a newly arrived message from the Land of Frost's border outpost. Several robed figures had been spotted traveling north, often at night, presumably to avoid detection. All evidence pointed to a culminating operation near the frigid heart of this wilderness. Hours of silent trekking followed. The group's breath clouded in the thinning air, and the sky grew overcast, a slate gray that promised more snow. Along the way, Naruto felt the subtle rise of Tsukuyomi's power under his skin, like a barometer reacting to the environment. He suspected that as they drew closer, the cosmic energies around the throne might also intensify, a side effect of the ancient, celestial resonance that had shaped this place. They paused Rai fly in a hollow behind a jagged outcrop, checking the area. Tenten offered everyone sips from a heated flask. Satsuki used the moment to rub the stiffness from her arms, while Ino performed a short, meditative jutsu to keep her mind fresh. Then Sai's ink hawk returned, landing on a snow-dusted rock at the clearing's edge. Sai's eyes momentarily unfocused, gleaning the bird's recon. A heartbeat later, he exhaled softly. There's a large plateau about 3 kilometers ahead, overshadowed by a mountain face, he reported. Ice formations around the perimeter. I spotted faint lights, a circle of torches or braziers. And something else, a tall stone dais at the center, possibly an altar. People in robes. Naruto's pulse kicked. That's our target. The throne might be there. He raked a hand through his hair, scanning the horizon. The air felt charged, as though an invisible wire thrummed with tension. All right, we should close in. But carefully. Let's not waltz into illusions like before. He broke the squad into sub-teams. Satsuki and Tenten would flank the right side, searching for wards or hidden watchers. Sai and Ino would circle the left, using mind and ink jutsu to neutralize any cult scouts. Naruto himself, along with 2 other jonin from Shikamaru's contingent, would tackle the frontal approach, prepared to draw the cult's attention if it came to a direct showdown. With that decided, they parted ways. each team slipping into the snowy terrain like silent phantoms. The climb grew steeper, frost crunching underfoot. The temperature plummeted as they neared the plateau, the wind slicing with near-blizzard force. Naruto's cloak whipped around him, but he pressed on, ignoring the sting in his cheeks. Eventually, they reached a vantage point, a narrow ledge that overlooked the plateau from about 30 meters above. Huddled behind an icy boulder, Naruto peered down. What he saw made his blood run cold. A wide, flat expanse of ice and stone stretched below, ringed by tall spires of rock that glistened with frost. At the plateau's center stood a weathered throne of black stone, carved from a single massive block that jutted out of the ice. Around it glowed lines of runic symbols, etched into the surface with malicious precision. Torches ringed the throne in a precise pattern, their flames tinted an unnatural purple. And kneeling at intervals were clusters of robed cultists, chanting in a haunting, droning melody that echoed off the cliffs. Spaced evenly among them sat fragments of the gate key, dark artifacts and relic shards they'd spent months collecting. Naruto recognized the black stone remains from shrines, fortress altars, and possibly new pieces gleaned from other regions. Each fragment seemed to shimmer with black light, resonating with the chanting. Above the plateau, the sky churned, clouds spinning in a slow vortex. And there, seated on the throne itself, was a figure in ornate robes, face concealed by a hood embroidered with swirling sigils. This had to be the cult's high priest or leader. Naruto felt a spike of alarm. The swirling negativity in the air was tangible, pressing on his chakra like a heavy blanket. The gate key was nearly complete, if it wasn't already. If these people succeeded in forging a connection with the throne of Eclipse, all those sealed horrors might come spilling into the mortal plane. He tried to calm his breathing. The plan was to wait for everyone to get into position. Attacking too soon could be disastrous. He summoned a swirl of wind chakra around himself, letting Tsukuyomi's essence quell the worst of the oppressive aura. Moments later, Tenten's silhouette emerged from behind the next boulder, Satsuki at her side. They'd circled right, evidently. Both were breathing hard, half from the climb and half from tension. Tenten gave him a quick sign indicating no watchers found on their flank. Satsuki's eyes flicked to the plateau below, narrowing at the sight of so many robed figures. She set her jaw, obviously itching for a fight. Naruto signaled them to hold. He scanned for Sai and Ino. Sure enough, after a brief wait, Sai's quiet form appeared from the left side, while Ino remained hidden further back, presumably finishing up a stealth approach to sabotage any illusions. Naruto motioned them closer. Over the howling wind, they conferred in hushed tones. The seat in the middle must be the throne of Eclipse, Naruto said. Voice taut. They're using those relic shards to power some twisted ritual. If they succeed, they'll pry open the gate. We can't let that happen. Tenten's knuckles widened. That throne must be the focal point. If we can disrupt or destroy it, maybe the entire ceremony collapses. Satsuki nodded, pulling her sword a fraction from the scabbard. We do it fast. We can't get bogged down in illusions again. Sai gestured to the swirling clouds overhead. They've set a large-scale barrier across the plateau. My ink hawks can't get close without dissipating. We'll need to shatter that barrier from within, or it'll hamper our jutsu. Naruto considered. Ino's prepping a mental disruption for illusions, but that barrier might be separate. Tenten, do you have an advanced version of your disruption device for wards? She frowned. I do, but it's experimental. It can only partially scramble large-scale barriers. We might still have to forcibly break it. But I'll try. He let out a breath. All right. The rest of our backup from Shikamaru's side will converge in about 10 minutes. We can't wait much longer. Every minute we delay, they get closer to bridging the realms. A silent consensus passed between them. They'd push forward and rely on skill and synergy to counter the cult's illusions, curses, and monstrous summons. If all went well, they'd smash the gate key shards, break the throne's link, and sever the cult's cosmic connection. If not, no time for doubt. Naruto nodded, then dropped from the ledge, sliding down a snowbank that angled toward the plateau's perimeter. Tenten and Satsuki flanked him, while Sai melted into the shadows, presumably aiming for a vantage that let him unleash ink beasts at the robed throng. Icy gusts whipped at their cloaks, each step a lurch across slippery ground, until they found themselves at the plateau's outer ring. The swirling negative energy pressed in, thick as tar. Near the ring of purple torches, a handful of cultists knelt with arms raised, chanting in unison. Their eyes flicked open as the shinobi approached, shock briefly twisting their features. Then one let out a guttural cry, and the entire ritual circle rippled. Another cultist barked an order, brandishing a staff topped with a skull-like ornament. Dark flames leapt from the staff's tip, surging toward Naruto's group. Satsuki dashed ahead, lightning bursting around her sword. She slashed through the black flames, scattering them in a shower of sparks. Tenten flung a trio of kunai, each etched with disruption seals. One cultist Uka direct hit and toppled with a muffled shriek. Naruto launched into the circle, wine swirling around his palms. The barrier that enveloped the plateau flared, arcs of purple lightning dancing across the ground to impede his movement. He gritted his teeth and forced wind chakra outward, deflecting the arcs as best he could. The chanting cultists scrambled to form a defensive line, illusions flickering around them. Shadows of monstrous shapes lunged in Naruto's peripheral vision, desperate illusions hoping to snare him. But he'd learned from past battles. Drawing on Tsukuyomi's essence, he dispelled the illusions. Forging a path deeper into the circle, Sai emerged in a flash of movement, dropping from a vantage with an ink blade slicing across a robed figure's chest. Ino followed, pressing her palm to another cultist's forehead and unleashing a mind jutsu that made him collapse, screaming silently. Tenten's disruption bombs popped overhead in bursts of static, weakening the barrier's structure. Still, countless robed figures remained, each channeling negative chakra into the center where that black stone throne loomed. From the dais, the lead cultist hood still covering his face raised both arms. Dark tendrils erupted from the runic lines etched around the throne, lashing out like living shadows. A roar like distant thunder rolled across the plateau, and the swirling clouds overhead parted to reveal a sickly glow. Naruto realized, heart pounding, that they might be forcibly aligning the moon's energy with the throne, twisting it for their own ends. He felt Tsukuyomi's essence flare in alarm. The final step had begun. He clenched his fists. No time to hold back. He formed a Rasengan, mixing in the silver warmth of Tsukuyomi's power. A swirling sphere of wind shimmered at his palm, glowing faintly with cosmic energy. He charged forward, weaving around robed figures who spat curses. A wave of black flames tore across the ice, hissing and crackling. Naruto leapt over it, flipping midair. Satsuki covered him from below, slicing apart a serpent-like summon that slithered out of the circle. Tenten rained down precise kunai, disabling cultists who tried to trap Naruto with illusions. Breaking through the ring, Naruto landed at the foot of the stone dais. The lead cultist turned slowly, and as the hood tilted back, Naruto caught a glimpse of hollow eyes, the flesh marked with dark runes. This man or creature had likely sacrificed his humanity for power. An aura of dread radiated from him, nearly suffocating. The cultist hissed in a voice that echoed unnaturally, "Chosen of the moon. You come too late. The throne is ours to wield. You cannot stop the cradle's birth." Naruto's breath came in ragged bursts, but he summoned every shred of defiance. "Watch me." Without hesitation, he slammed the Rasengan forward, aiming to obliterate the dais or at least disrupt the enthroned figure's hold. A shockwave erupted as the sphere collided with a swirling barrier. Black and purple energies colliding with Naruto's silver-laced wind. The ground cracked beneath them, ice splintering. For an instant, it looked like the dais might shatter until the barrier rebuffed him, flinging him backward. He tumbled across the ice, skidding to a painful stop. His Rasengan fizzled, leaving him momentarily disoriented. A gleeful laugh poured from the lead cultist. "Fool, the throne of Eclipse cannot be broken by mere mortal chakra. Its link is older than any jutsu." He thrust a hand forward, and dark tendrils formed a spear of malignant energy that streaked toward Naruto. Rolling just in time, Naruto managed to avoid a lethal strike. Still, shards of ice cut into his arm, drawing blood. He grit his teeth, refusing to cower. Satsuki dashed into the fray, eyes blazing with determination. She leapt atop a fallen column of ice, hurling a crackling lightning slash at the dais. Another barrier flared, blocking her attack. The lead cultist gestured, summoning a monstrous half-spirit creature that lunged at her. She fought it ferociously, sword arcing in flashes of pale blue, but the beast's ephemeral form kept reconstituting. Meanwhile, Tenten and Ino Stru, GG led to handle the wave of robed subordinates still chanting around the dais. Tenten's disruption orbs flickered, shorting out illusions, while Ino targeted minds to break the chain of chanting. Each cultist that fell seemed replaced by two more. The avalanche of negative chakra intensified, saturating the air with a stench of decay. Snow kicked up in swirling eddies, tinted a faint purple by the unholy glow. Naruto forced himself upright, ignoring the throbbing in his shoulder. He had to find a way to sever the throne's power. A direct Rasengan hadn't cut it. Perhaps if Tsukuyomi's energy was channeled more directly, similar to how he'd shattered a relic in the fortress. But that relic had been comparatively small. The throne was massive, a seat built of primordial stone. He glimpsed the swirling runes etched on its surface, each line thrumming with cosmic alignment. If he tried to brute force that again, he might break himself. Another roar echoed as Sai unleashed a tide of ink beasts from behind, forcing the cultists to scatter. The monstrous half-spirit menacing Satsuki flailed in confusion, giving her a chance to slash it across the chest. Tenten found an opening to lob more disruption tags at the dais. But the lead cultist conjured an umbrella of black flame to burn them midair. The entire plateau shook as if an earthquake had begun. Overhead, the swirling clouds parted again, revealing a pale disk struggling to shine through the gloom. The moon. They were forcibly aligning it, yoking it to the throne's dark frequency. Naruto felt Tsukuyomi's presence surge, alarmed. If the cult harnessed that alignment, they might open a direct path to the ancient power lurking beyond the gate key. He remembered Jiraiya's notes about a celestial bridge that only Tsukuyomi's champion could fully control or deny. This might be the time to do exactly that, cut off the bridging from the inside. But how? An idea formed, reckless but perhaps the only chance. He'd have to let the her one partially connect with Tsukuyomi's realm, then sever it from within. Like stepping into the illusions of that fortress trap, but with cosmic energies at stake. He steeled himself. The risk was enormous. If he failed, the cult's malevolent entity might break through. But he saw no other path. He dashed forward, weaving hand seals that combined wind manipulation with a subtle call to Tsukuyomi's power. Each step felt like wading through thick mud as the negative chakra pressed in. The lead cultist sensed the surge of lunar aura, eyes wide in fury. He howled, unleashing another spear of darkness. Naruto ducked, feeling it whip past his ear. He leapt onto a fallen chunk of ice, propelled by wind, then soared overhead. With a shout, he slammed a palm onto the dais itself, ignoring the barrier's stinging arcs of lightning. He forced his chakra into the stone, letting Tsukuyomi's essence swirl around him. Darkness erupted, swallowing him. For an instant, he lost all sense of up or down, left or right. The dais vanished, replaced by a cosmic swirl of starry emptiness. His limbs felt weightless, his mind reeling. Then, a faint glow appeared like a silver thread weaving through the blackness. Tsukuyomi's presence, guiding him. He clung to that thread, letting it anchor him in this strange space that must be the hidden boundary between mortal and divine realms. He sensed the cult's vile energy roiling around him. A mass of shadowy shapes shrieking for release. They battered at the perimeter of Tsukuyomi's thread, desperate to slip past. The gate key was nearly open, a breach forming behind them. Naruto gritted his teeth, pushing back with raw will. In the dreamlike swirl, illusions battered him, visions of a monstrous figure devouring the moon, cataclysms ravaging the land. Fear churned in his gut, but he refused to yield. He pictured Tsukuyomi's face, gentle, resolute, her luminous eyes reflecting an ancient calm. The hush of her domain comforted him, fueling his next move. Slowly, he molded his chakra into a shape reminiscent of the Rasengan, but more diffuse, a luminous orb that encompassed him. With each breath, he poured love, hope, and unwavering conviction into that glow. The shadowy shapes snarled, but the orb expanded, pushing them outward. A savage tearing sensation raked across his mind as if the malevolent force tried to slip around his guard. He roared, focusing every shred of Tsukuyomi's gift. The silver orb flared bright, then erupted in a shockwave. The swirling darkness screamed, fracturing into shards of black haze. He felt a sudden release, as though a vice around his chest had snapped. In that cosmic half-plane, a single rift hovered, presumably the gate key's embryonic opening. Naruto lunged for it, thrusting the last of his silver-charged wind forward. The rift collapsed under the onslaught, sealing shut with a final, echoing groan. Then the starry emptiness faded, replaced by the real world's biting cold and the dais beneath his feet. He gasped, nearly collapsing. To an outside observer, only seconds had passed. But in that time, the dais's runes dimmed. Cracks formed along the black stone seat. A wail of agony rose from the Lee cultist as the cosmic alignment shattered. Overhead, the swirling clouds broke apart, letting a faint moonbeam shine. The plateau's negative aura dissipated in waves, the purple flames guttering to normal color. The barrier around the plateau fizzled. Naruto slumped to his knees, head swimming. The lead cultist staggered back, that hollow gaze full of terror. "No, impossible," he rasped. "We were promised the cradle would open." Satsuki, Tenten, Ino, and Sai converged with the rest of the allied shinobi. The robed masses, no longer sustained by the dais's cosmic energy, faltered. Many dropped to their knees, illusions unraveling. Tenten lobbed a final disruption tag that silenced lingering curses. Ino incapacitated two cultists who tried to flee. Sai's Ink Panthers corralled the rest. The lead cultist let out a final shriek. Dark chakra swirling around him in a violent swirl, then collapsed as Satsuki's blade slashed across his chest. With him fell the last remnants of the gate key's partial connection. An eerie quiet settled. The black throne lay cracked. Pieces of the relic shards scattered across the ice, inert. The cult's chanting had been replaced by pained moans or stunned silence. Dim torchlight reflected off the battered shinobi. Snow drifted lazily from the reopened sky, dusting the aftermath with an otherworldly hush. Naruto forced himself to stand. Pain lanced through every muscle. Satsuki rushed to his side, half carrying him away from the dais. "You idiot," she hissed, though her tone was laced with worry. "You nearly got yourself devoured." He coughed out a shaky laugh. "Worth it." Tenten arrived, breath catching as she saw the cracks in the throne. She placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, a wave of relief passing over her face. "You did it." That wave of energy, it felt like you tore something open, then slammed it shut. Ino joined them, wiping sweat from her brow. He severed the link, the negative chakras dissipating. "It's over." Naruto's head spun with exhaustion. But a fierce joy welled up. "Yeah, it's over." He sank to his knees again, letting Tenten and Satsuki support him. The rush of cosmic conflict receded, leaving him trembling. Yet an inner warmth told him Tsukuyomi had guided him to victory. Sai approached, calm as always, though relief softened his features. No sign of any other major threats. The rest of these cultists are either unconscious or surrendering. This cell is finished. As allied shinobi poured onto the plateau those Shikamaru had sent as backup, the situation stabilized. They began rounding up the cult members, destroying leftover relic fragments, and tending to the wounded. The battered remains of the Throne of Eclipse stood as a silent testament to the clash of mortal and divine forces that had raged here. Night fell fully, the sky clearing to reveal a scattering of stars and a cold moon shining bright. With the barrier gone, the plateau felt almost serene, albeit littered with signs of battle. Naruto, having caught his breath, rose unsteadily. He wanted to see for himself that the dais no longer held any glimmer of unholy power. He approached the throne, ignoring the chill that seeped through his worn sandals. Cracks spider-webbed its surface. The runes that once glowed with cosmic malice were inert. Reaching out, he placed a hand gently on the fractured stone. He felt no negativity, no swirling cosmic threat. A faint echo lingered, an ancient sadness, perhaps, from a forgotten time. But the cult's corruption was gone. Behind him, Tenten came forward with cautious steps. She brushed aside some rubble, verifying that nothing lethal remained. Then she turned to Naruto, eyes reflecting the moonlight. He took a shaky breath, the enormity of it all crashing over him. He nearly laughed, or cried, or both. Instead, he cupped her cheek, drawing her closer. She didn't resist, leaning into his touch. The hush enveloped them, the victory's adrenaline giving way to raw emotion. Her hand found his, calloused fingers entwining. They stood there, battered and triumphant, hearts pounding in unison. Before he could lose his nerve, Naruto bent his head, pressing a light, lingering kiss to her lips. She responded gently, letting the tension of battle fade in that intimate exchange. Under the moon's pale glow, amid the ruined dais, they tasted a moment of simple human connection untainted by illusions or cosmic dread. Satsuki's arrival shattered the moment she cleared her throat, arms crossed. Though her posture was aloof, Naruto caught a flash of something in her eyes: jealousy, longing, pride, or all three. Tenten stepped back, cheeks pink, offering a faint smile that was as much apology as acknowledgement of Satsuki's presence. Satsuki's gaze drifted to the broken throne. She exhaled. So it's done. Naruto nodded, letting his arm slip from Tenten's waist. Yes, the throne's power is severed. The gate won't open. A flicker of relief passed over Satsuki's face. But she maintained her composure, stepping closer. Good, she muttered, then quietly added, we should rejoin the others. Naruto sensed the undercurrent of tension. The light harem dynamic in his life had never been more evident. These two women, each so different, each connected to him in complex ways. He squeezed Tenten's hand softly in thanks, then moved to walk with Satsuki. A part of him ached, knowing how precarious it all was, but for now, they had a war to finish. The personal details could wait. They found Ino directing a group of Konoha shinobi who were hauling away cultists. Sai was conferring with a Jonin from the intelligence corps about what to do with the shattered throne. Everyone looked battered but exhilarated. The Land of Frost's envoys would soon arrive, no doubt relieved to find the crisis averted. At the plateau's edge, a swirl of wind parted the crisp air. Shikamaru's messenger hawk had arrived, perched on a jagged stone. Ino retrieved the note from the hawk's small tube, scanning it quickly. Her face lit up. They got word from other squads across the continent. Multiple relic caches have been neutralized. The cult's leadership is in disarray. Our allies from Suna, Hiri, and Ven Iwa confirm that the children of the cradle are scattering. Naruto's chest loosened. The final blow here must have signaled the entire network's collapse. Freed from the overshadowing presence of the throne, the cult could no longer coordinate their cosmic goals. The war that had consumed them for months was ending. He closed his eyes briefly, letting the magnitude sink in. They had won. Darkness stretched across the plateau as the night deepened, but a sense of calm replaced the earlier dread. Shinobi set up tents and fires, planning to remain overnight to guard the site. Naruto's team gathered near a makeshift campfire. Satsuki sat quietly, sword laid across her lap, glancing occasionally at Naruto. Tenten warmed her hands, exchanging a grin with Ino, who teased that she wanted to them both properly celebrate once they got back to Konoha. Sai sipped from a small canteen, ever the reserved observer, though satisfaction lurked in his eyes. Some time later, Naruto slipped away from the group, retreating to a solitary outcrop at the plateau's edge where the view opened onto a moonlit valley. He needed a moment alone, to sort through the swirling mix of relief and exhaustion. Stars glittered overhead, reflected in the icy expanse below. He exhaled a plume of frosty breath, letting the quiet wash over him. He sensed Tsukuyomi's presence before he saw her. A subtle shift in the moonlight, and then she stood beside him, appearing as an ethereal silhouette of silvery white hair and eyes luminous like small moons. She wore a gentle smile, though he detected relief shadowed by lingering concern. You have done well, she said softly, her voice carrying that melodic echo he'd grown accustomed to in dreamlike encounters. The gate is sealed, the throne's corruption ended. This world breathes free. Naruto turned, bowing his head slightly in respect. I couldn't have done it without your power, your guidance. She reached out, her fingertips grazing his cheek in a delicate gesture. Power alone is never enough. Your heart, your determination, these carried you further than any divine blessing. She paused, glancing at the battered fortress of ice behind them. The cult's threat to my domain and your world was real. But you held firm. He felt a flush of emotion. I promised to protect you, protect everyone. Tsukuyomi's gaze softened, something like pride flickering in her eyes. That promise is fulfilled, but your journey continues. My realm and yours remain joined by the bond we share. Should new threats arise, ones that defy mortal strength, you will still be my chosen. Are you at peace with that? A wave of reflection passed through him. The idea of continuing as a bridge between mortal and divine realms felt daunting, yet also strangely right. Yes, he said simply. I'll never run from it. Tsukuyomi's serene smile brightened. She shifted closer, and for a heartbeat, the hush deepened. Moonlight shimmered around her, catching the faint swirl of snow. Naruto felt her presence envelop him, cool, comforting, eternal. He recalled how fleeting mortal life was compared to the goddess's infinite perspective, yet here they stood, sharing a bond that transcended normal boundaries. He impulsively leaned in, brushing his lips against hers in a feather-light kiss. It was different from the kisses he'd shared with Tenten or Ino's teasing flirtations. Tsukuyomi felt like starlight incarnate. Intangible yet intimately near. She accepted the gesture with quiet grace, a soft exhale of delight. For a moment, the swirl of cosmic energy around them intensified, the moon's glow seeming to pulse. Then she stepped back, that gentle smile returning. You walk a path bridging worlds, Naruto Uzumaki. Your heart has room enough for many bonds, if you remain true to each. Cherish them well. He swallowed, heat rising to his cheeks. I will, he said quietly, thinking of Tenten's unwavering support, Satsuki's fierce loyalty, Ino's bright companionship. He still wasn't entirely sure how it would all unfold, but Tsukuyomi's words affirmed that it was possible to hold multiple loves close, so long as honesty reigned. She reached up, pressing a fingertip to his forehead in a fond gesture. Farewell for now, my chosen. My watch over you continues, even when I stand apart. With that, the air shimmered, and her form dissolved into silver motes of light that drifted skyward, vanishing into the moon's pale radiance. Naruto let out a slow breath, chest tight with awe. Another hush fell, leaving him alone on the outcrop. The wind nipped at him, reminding him of the mortal plane's chill. He turned to see Tenten's silhouette near the campfire, searching for him. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Tsukuyomi's parting words echoed in his mind, urging him forward. The cosmic threat had been averted, but life carried on, full of complexities and joys. He returned to the fire, where Tenten, Satsuki, Ino, and Sai had formed a loose circle. Tenten's EY's flashed relief when she saw him approach, and she slid a bit to make room. Ino studied him with open curiosity, as if sensing another brush with the divine. Satsuki offered a small nod, letting the tension around her shoulders relax. Sai merely gave that faint, unreadable smile. They huddled close for warmth, the fire crackling. Outside the ring of light, the battered plateau stretched away, broken throne standing as a silent monument to their victory. Time passed in quiet conversation. Eventually, other shinobi drifted to the fire, exchanging stories of the day's battles. Some nursed wounds, others rehashed the moment the dais cracked. Through it all, Naruto felt a sense of camaraderie that overshadowed fatigue. After a final meal of ration bars and hot tea, the squad arranged tents to shelter from the biting cold. Tenten had offered to share a tent with him, albeit with an almost shy undertone rare for her. Yet, they also recognized the presence of Satsuki, Ino, and the rest. The entire group was battered, physically and emotionally. In the end, practicality won out. They pitched 2 tents, one for Ino and Tenten, one for Naruto, Sai, and Satsuki, with an extra barrier of cloth to partition male and female space. The dynamic was more comedic than anything else, Satsuki giving Naruto a glare that said, "Don't get any ideas." He just laughed wearily and crawled into his sleeping bag. Despite the cramped quarters, the air of triumph made them giddy. They'd ended the cult's threat. The final steps, mopping up stragglers, returning to Konoha, ensuring no other relic caches remained, were tasks for the coming days. For now, they had earned a rare victory's respite. Naruto let the crackle of the distant fire and the soft breathing of his companions lull him into a deep, dreamless sleep. The last conscious thought he had was the gentle pulse of Tsukuyomi's presence, like a lullaby at the edge of awareness. Morning came bright and unrelenting, the sky a piercing blue overhead. The camp buzzed with controlled chaos, shinobi packing gear, checking on captured cultists, scouting the perimeter. A wave of reinforcements from the Land of Frost's local forces arrived mid-morning. Thoroughly astonished to find the famed Naruto Uzumaki and his allies had already seized the plateau. Their captain, a tall woman draped in thick fur, thanked them profusely for preventing a catastrophe on Frost territory. Naruto delegated to Shikamaru's sub-commanders for prisoner transfer. He and his core team needed to return to Konoha for a full debrief. After ensuring the site was secure, they set off, traveling more leisurely than before. The tension gone, they could afford a better pace that wouldn't aggravate injuries. Satsuki, though silent, seemed less burdened, as if a weight had lifted from her. Tenten occasionally shot Naruto a small smile, an unspoken secret passing between them. Ino teased them both, winking suggestively. Sai kept to himself, but Naruto felt the man's quiet satisfaction in the mission's success. They wound through frosty passes, descending into milder terrain over several days. The shift from snowbound peaks to pine forests felt surreal, as though stepping from a battlefield into a gentler realm. Yet each mile put them closer to home, stirring a sense of relief. They'd done it. The gate key would remain sealed, the goddess's realm safe. At last, the familiar walls of Konoha rose. The late afternoon sun bathed the village in gold. As they passed the gates, villagers and fellow shinobi greeted them with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Word spread that Naruto's team had struck the final blow against the cult. Tenten reveled in the heroic welcome, grinning widely and even tossing an empty disruption tag shell to a gawking genin. Satsuki maintained her cool facade, but a spark in her eyes betrayed her pride. Ino flipped her hair at a cluster of shinobi, declaring they'd accomplished a minor miracle. Sai offered polite bows to congratulators, then vanished to the Hokage Tower to file the necessary reports. Naruto soon found himself summoned to the council chamber, where Tsunade, Shikamaru, and various elders awaited. The next involved him recounting every detail: how they located the throne, the final confrontation, the shattered dais, the cosmic bridging sealed from within. Tenten and Satsuki added their perspectives, describing illusions, curses, and how Naruto unleashed that silver glow that burned away the final tether. Tsunade listened intently, expression gravely impressed. The elders murmured about the scale of the threat. Shikamaru nodded, scribbling notes, occasionally grimacing at the mention of nearly unstoppable illusions. When the recounting ended, Tsunade let out a long breath, her gaze settling on Naruto. There are few times in the village's history we've come so close to a catastrophe that defies all mortal logic. This was one. If you hadn't severed that link, we might be dealing with an unimaginable disaster. For that, you have our deepest gratitude and official recognition for you and your team. Once we finalize everything, we'll hold a formal commendation ceremony. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, flustered. We all contributed. Satsuki, Tenten, Ino, Sai, Shikamaru's planning, everyone. Tsunade smiled. Yes, and they'll be acknowledged as well. She paused, her tone softening. Take time to recover, Naruto. The war with the cult is effectively over, but we'll remain vigilant. Rest well, that's an order. He nodded, touched by her concern. The meeting wrapped up, releasing them from official duties. Tenten gave him a playful nudge, murmuring about dropping by her shop for a celebration. Satsuki, for her part, murmured that she'd be training but might join them later if she felt like it. The harem dynamic indeed was blossoming, Naruto thought wryly, and it brought both a thrill and anxiety. For now, though, he just wanted a hot meal and a moment of peace. That evening, Tenten coaxed him to her small apartment above the weapons shop, offering tea and a quiet place away from prying eyes. They sat on her modest couch, the hum of the village life drifting through the windows. Shadows lengthened in the corners, and Tenten lit a single lamp. She exhaled, setting her teacup aside. Feels weird, she said, leaning her head back. We spent months chasing relics, fighting illusions. Now, all of a sudden, it's done. Naruto shifted to face her. You're not disappointed, are you? She snorted softly. Not in the slightest, but it's like stepping off a treadmill at top speed. Everything's still spinning. He nodded, feeling the echo of that sentiment. We'll adjust. Maybe we can enjoy some normal missions for a change. Or no missions at all for a while. She grinned. Oh, I have a backlog of custom weapon orders. I might bury myself in forging for the next month. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face, then she reached out, placing a hand on his knee. But, that doesn't mean we can't find time for us. His pulse fluttered. Right, definitely want that. She studied him a moment, then leaned in, brushing her lips across his. The kiss deepened, fueled by relief and the closeness they'd fostered. Despite the stirring desire, they kept it gentle, content just to share warmth in the aftermath of near-apocalyptic battles. When at last they parted, her cheeks were flushed, and she looked at him with a playful glint. "Guess we'll figure it out, step by step," he agreed, feeling a swirl of affection for her. Later, as the hour grew late, Tenten insisted he sleep there if he wanted. But Naruto, mindful of appearances and that Sasuke or Ino might interpret the gesture in complicated ways, decided to return to his own apartment. Tenten teased him for being too polite, yet she seemed to understand. They parted with a soft laugh, a promise to see each other soon. Over the following days, the village bustled with celebratory energy. News of the cult's downfall spread. Interrogated prisoners confirmed the leadership was destroyed, the gate key fragments inert. Allied villages reported similar successes. Relief and praise abounded. Shikamaru Kordi needed a final intelligence sweep to ensure no hidden cells lingered. In the meantime, Naruto and his friends found themselves at the center of a wave of gratitude from civilians and shinobi alike. A small ceremony took place in front of the Hokage Tower. Tsunade awarded Naruto, Tenten, Satsuki, Ino, Sai, and others with commendations for valor. Though Naruto shifted awkwardly under all the attention, he was proud to see Tenten flush with delight, Ino pose flamboyantly for the crowd, Sai accept his medal with quiet grace, and Satsuki stand with arms folded, trying not to look too pleased. The entire village recognized them as heroes who had saved not just the leaf, but possibly the entire shinobi world from a cosmic nightmare. That night, a lively gathering erupted at a local restaurant, courtesy of the Konoha 11 and various friends. Plates of grilled food and jugs of warm sake brightened the winter evening. Naruto found himself swapping stories with Kiba and Choji, while Shino offered calm remarks about the cult's illusions. Hinata quietly expressed relief that everyone returned safe. Sakura gave Naruto a playful punch on the arm, scolding him for risking his life yet again. Tenten and Ino teased Satsuki into sharing a toast, which the dark-haired Kunoichi finally conceded, albeit with an eye roll. At one point, Tenten tugged Naruto away from the crowd, near the back of the restaurant where the noise was less overwhelming. She pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. "Just wanted to say thank you," she whispered. "For everything." He wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "You did as much as I did." She snorted. "Don't argue with me. Let me have this moment." They shared a laugh, letting the din of celebration wash over them. Then they returned to the main floor, where Satsuki gave Naruto a fleeting, sidelong glance. He caught the faint quirk of her lips, a silent acknowledgement, perhaps, that she too wanted a piece of his time. He squeezed her arm lightly in passing, a promise that he wouldn't overlook her. Hours later, the crowd dispersed. Naruto stepped into the chilly night, a swirl of snow drifting on the breeze. Tenten, tipsy and cheerful, had left to check on something in her shop. With Ino accompanying her, Sai parted quietly, and Satsuki lingered near the restaurant's doorway, arms crossed for warmth. Naruto found himself drawn to her side. She gazed at the snow-filled sky. "Feels like a dream. 2 weeks ago, we were on a frozen plateau, tearing down a cosmic throne." Her breath formed small clouds. He nodded. "We made it back." She exhaled softly. And thank you properly for not leaving me behind on that final mission. I know I was still recovering. But you gave me a chance." Her eyes flicked to him. "We wouldn't have won if you hadn't risked everything at the dais." He stepped closer. "I trust you, Satsuki. Always have. And as for the dais, it was the only way." A wry smile tugged at her mouth. "Yeah, the unstoppable Naruto Uzumaki, doing the impossible again." She paused, glancing away. "Look, I'm no good with sappy talk. But I value our bond. Even if I keep chasing your heels to surpass you, I also want to stand with you." Warmth spread through him. "You do stand with me." Without overthinking, he lifted a hand to her cheek. She stiffened momentarily, but he felt no pushback. Slowly, he leaned in, meeting her lips in a soft, measured kiss. Unlike with Tenten's playful spark, or Tsukuyomi's ethereal grace, Satsuki's was intense, a smoldering undertone that matched her fighting spirit. When they parted, she looked at him with eyes that glowed in the street lamp's light. "Don't let it go to your head," she muttered, cheeks coloring. He smiled, replying just as softly, wouldn't dream of it. Then he offered his arm, guiding her into the quiet street. They walked together through the lightly falling snow, the hush of the hour granting them a rare, peaceful intimacy. The harem dynamic was inescapable, but right now, he refused to feel guilt or conflict. Each connection thrived on mutual respect and honesty, a tapestry of loyalties and affections. He'd handle the complexities with an open heart. Days passed in a gentle lull. Cleanup missions swept the last cult remnants. Naruto spent time with Tenten at her shop, offering input on new weapon prototypes. He sparred with Sasuke in the training fields, each session culminating in near draws that fueled her determination. Ino teased them both about sharing the unstoppable hero, but her playful remarks carried an undercurrent of sincerity. She too cared for Naruto. Even if her focus leaned more on bridging clan responsibilities and forging her own path. Sai hovered at the edges, content in his role as friend and teammate, occasionally painting quiet portraits. That captured the village's renewed sense of hope. One evening, Naruto visited Tsunade, who had requested a final personal debrief. In her office, she poured him tea, eyes flicking over him with that maternal worry. "Tell me, Naruto, how are you feeling after channeling so much of that goddess's power? Any ill effects?" He sipped the tea, savoring its warmth. "Not physically. Sometimes I feel a twinge, like a reminder that I'm linked to something bigger. But it's more comfort than burden." Tsunade nodded, satisfied. "Good. Just don't forget you're still human. That cosmic link might make you believe you can handle everything alone. Use your friends, your village. They're your anchor." He smiled. "I know. I won't forget." With that reassurance, Tsunade dismissed him, evidently content that he'd maintain balance. At last, the day arrived for a grand festival, part celebration of the cult's defeat, part winter solstice event. The village adorned its streets with lanterns and banners, fresh snow glistening along the rooftops. Friends, families, merchants, and shinobi filled the winding roads, sampling hot dumplings, sweet cakes, and mulled drinks. Music drifted from corners, children laughed, and the entire place buzzed with communal joy. Naruto walked amid the crowd, occasionally greeting well-wishers. Tenten latched onto his arm at one point, guiding him to a booth selling crispy skewers. They indulged in the treat, giggling as sauce dribbled onto their gloves. Ino appeared, tugging them to a stall with bright flower arrangements. She winked, offering Tenten a bouquet of daisies, to match your spark. And Tenten accepted with mock exasperation, though she clearly loved the gesture. Satsuki strolled up at some juncture, rolling her eyes at the cheerful chaos, but couldn't hide a small grin when Naruto urged her to try a sweet pastry. She insisted it was too sugary, yet ate it anyway. As dusk settled, a hush swept the festival. People gathered near the center of town. Here a large wooden platform had been erected. Tsunade stood at the front, flanked by Shikamaru, other village elders, and several visiting dignitaries from Suna, Kiri, and beyond. The crowd parted for Naruto and his immediate circle, ushering them forward. Tsunade raised her voice, echoing across the square. "Citizens of Konoha, allied nations, and friends. We gather tonight not just for the solstice, but to honor those who protected our world from an unspeakable threat. Many brave shinobi fought against the children of the cradle, but one team in particular struck the final blow, severing the gate key's cosmic tether. Let us recognize Naruto Uzumaki and his companions." A wave of applause rippled, cheers rising from all sides. Naruto flushed, stepping onto the platform with Tenten, Satsuki, Ino, and Sai. Plus a few others who had contributed heavily. Tsunade presented each with a symbolic token, a carved metal emblem shaped like a crescent moon overlaying a blooming leaf, representing unity of mortal and celestial realms. Naruto's chest tightened at the significance. One by one, the crowd roared for them. Tenten lifted her emblem with a grin, Satsuki accepted hers with a stiff bow, Ino gave an exaggerated wave. And Sai held his quietly. When Naruto's turn came, he blinked at the sea of faces, some tearful, some jubilant, and felt a lump in his throat. This wasn't just about him. It was about the entire village. The alliances forged, the bonds shared. The thunderous applause enveloped him in a wave of gratitude. Tsunade motioned for him to speak. Heart hammering, he turned to face the throng. You know me, I'm not great with formal speeches. But this victory belongs to everyone who fought, endured illusions, or risked their lives to protect our home. We overcame a threat that spanned continents. Something bigger than any single village. We did it by standing together. Let that be our strength moving forward. Thank you, all of you. The applause swelled, some chanting his name. He stepped back, eyes brimming. Tenten squeezed his hand, Satsuki offered a curt nod, and Ino rubbed his shoulder affectionately. Sai gave a small but genuine grin. The ceremony concluded, with fireworks bursting overhead, colorful sparks painting the night sky. Afterward, Naruto's group lingered on a nearby rooftop to watch the last fireworks. Tenten leaned against him, arms wrapped around his waist. Satsuki stood a few feet away, arms folded, but she offered him a glance that spoke volumes. Ino teased them, half-joking about forming a Naruto defense squad. Sai chuckled. The entire dynamic felt delicate yet deeply bonded, an unspoken tapestry of shared hardships and affections. When the final burst of color faded, the village below erupted in cheers. Naruto gazed at the moon overhead, bright and unblemished, feeling Tsukuyomi's distant benediction. In that quiet moment, he reflected on how far they'd come from illusions-laced fortresses to divine altars in the marshlands, from ravines, shrines, and an Arctic throne that nearly tore open reality. Each trial had shaped him, forging deeper ties with Tenten, Satsuki, Ino, Sai, and so many others. He was still Naruto Uzumaki, unstoppable and unstoppable. But more than that, he was part of a family both mortal and divine whose love and trust fueled his every step. Tomorrow, new missions would arise, new threats might appear. He might once again feel that cosmic hum of Tsukuyomi's call. But for tonight, he let himself relish the victory, the closeness, and the promise that, no matter how daunting the future became, he would face it with a heart unyielding. The cult had taught him that fear could be weaponized, illusions could ensnare, but an honest bond, a resolute spirit, and a willingness to embrace multiple loves could vanquish even the darkest shadows. And so, beneath the moonlit canopy of fireworks and cheers, Naruto smiled confident, overpowered, and at peace in a world he had saved alongside those he cherished. End of Chapter 5.